Chapter 2139. Li Junxian did not refuse Wang Yu's goodwill, primarily because he truly did need top-class experts in his plan to save Li Tai. Last night, the Turkic spies had heavily injured Lin Jiang and the rest of the 100 cavalry, somewhat disrupting Li Juanxian's plans. After all, he hadn't brought many cavalry with him to Taiyuan City, and he had lost 4 of them last night. As a result, when he tried to rescue Li Tai later on, he would find it somewhat difficult to do so. Although the Bing province barracks had 80,000 soldiers, if they wanted to save Li Tai, they didn't need to rely on numbers. Instead, they needed top-notch experts to catch Li Tai off guard and win by surprise. But even if the Bing province army camp had top-class experts that Li Junxian needed, Li Junxian would not dare to use them if he didn't know their background. After all, after what had happened last night, he had no choice but to be cautious. But the Wang clan was different. Be it in public or private, Wang Yu's goal was definitely the same as his. They both wanted to save Li Tai and capture all of the Turkic spies in the city. Although he didn't understand the Wang clan's shadow guards, Wang Yu did. One could never underestimate the patriarch of a great clan. Li Junxian was confident that as long as he made a request, Wang Yu would be able to select a top-class expert from the Wang clan's shadow guard. This was the power of a 1,000-year-old clan. Of course, more importantly, Wang Chengwu was a martial artist of the Grandmaster realm, possessing extraordinary strength. If Wang Chengwu joined, Li Juanxian's plan to save Li Tai would have a much higher chance of success. This was one of the reasons Li Junxian had so readily accepted the Wang clan's goodwill. General Li, be at ease. Chengwu will definitely pass on your words to the Patriarch. I am confident that the Patriarch is anxious to save His Highness. Li Junxian did not refuse Wang Yu's goodwill, primarily because he truly did need top-class experts in his plan to save Li Tai. Last night, the Turkic spies had heavily injured Lin Jiang and the rest of the 100 cavalry, somewhat disrupting Li Juanxian's plans. After all, he hadn't brought many cavalry with him to Taiyuan City, and he had lost 4 of them last night. As a result, when he tried to rescue Li Tai later on, he would find it somewhat difficult to do so. Although the Bing province barracks had 80,000 soldiers, if they wanted to rescue Li Tai, they didn't need to rely on numbers. Instead, they needed top-notch experts to catch him off guard and win by surprise. But speaking of which, even if the Bing province barracks had top-class experts that Li Junxian needed, Li Junxian wouldn't dare to use them without knowing their background. After all, after what had happened last night, he had no choice but to be cautious. But the Wang clan was different. Be it in public or private, Wang Yu's goal was definitely the same as his. They both wanted to save Li Tai and capture all of the Turkic spies in the city. Although he didn't understand the Wang clan's shadow guards, Wang Yu did. One could never underestimate the patriarch of a great clan. Li Junxian was confident that as long as he made a request, Wang Yu would be able to select a top-class expert from the Wang clan's shadow guard. This was the power of a 1,000-year-old clan. Of course, more importantly, Wang Chengwu was a martial artist of the Grandmaster realm, possessing incredible strength. If Wang Chengwu joined, Li Juanxian's plan to rescue Li Tai would have a much higher chance of success. This was one of the reasons Li Junxian had so readily accepted the Wang clan's goodwill. General Li, be at ease. Chengwu will definitely pass on your words to the Patriarch. I am confident that the Patriarch is anxious to save His Highness. Chapter 2140. Father, why are you up so early? In the Taiyuan courier station, Tai Dan didn't see Han Lijing in his room after he woke up, so he went out to look for him in the courtyard. He saw Han Lijing practicing his saber in the courtyard. That heavy Mo saber was as light as a feather in Han Lijing's hand. He swung it with vigor and vigor. Tai Dan waited for Han Lijing to finish a round of saber techniques before he walked over and shouted, "Hey, it's not early anymore. If we were in the army, we would have started practicing already. But why are you up so early?" Seeing his son coming over, Han Lijing put away his Mo saber, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and smiled. In fact, he slept very lightly these 2 nights, mainly because he was afraid that Iron Egg would do something stupid while he was asleep, such as going to rescue Li Tai alone. He knew his son well, and knew that although this brat was sometimes silly, there was a pride in his bones. He didn't like to owe others a favor, let alone a big favor like saving his life. In order to prevent Iron Egg from fooling around, Han Lijing followed Iron Egg closely these 2 days. Even when Iron Egg went to the provincial governor's mansion to deliver a message last night, he also followed him. Of course, there was another reason why he followed him. He was worried that Iron Egg would be in danger if he went out alone in the middle of the night. However, Han Lijing always hid these thoughts in his heart and never mentioned a word to Iron Egg. It was said that a father's love was as heavy as a mountain, and Han Lijing just happened to be the proof of it. I can't sleep. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Chinkyu fell into the hands of thieves to save me. When I close my eyes, I think of the situation that night. If I don't save Chinkyu, I can't sleep well. Hearing this, Han Lijing reached out and patted Iron Egg's shoulder. He wanted to comfort him, but in the end, he didn't say anything because he was not good at comforting people. Father. Last night, I heard from General Li that the cavalry would take action today. I think General Li must have thought of a good way to save Chinkyu. Today, I want to go with General Li to save Chinkyu. After a moment of silence, Iron Egg raised his head and solemnly looked at Han Lijing. Father, why are you up so early? In the Taiyuan post house, after Iron Egg got up, he didn't see Han Lijing in the room, so he went out to look for him in the yard. He saw Han Lijing practicing his saber in the yard at this time. The heavy Mo saber was as light as a feather in Han Lijing's hand, and it was being wielded vigorously. After Han Lijing finished practicing his saber skills, Iron Egg walked forward and shouted, Hey! It was already getting late. If they were in the army, they would have already started training. Why are you up so early as well? Seeing his son coming over, Han Lijing put away the Mo saber, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and smiled. In fact, he had been sleeping very lightly these 2 nights, mainly because he was afraid that Iron Egg would do something stupid while he was asleep, such as going to rescue Li Tai alone. He knew his son and knew that although this brat was sometimes silly, he had a pride in his bones. He didn't like to owe others a favor, let alone a big favor like saving his life. In order to prevent Iron Egg from fooling around, Han Lijing had been following Iron Egg closely these 2 days. Even when Iron Egg went to the provincial governor's mansion to deliver a message last night, he also followed him. Of course, there was another reason why he followed at that time. He was worried that Iron Egg would be in danger if he went out alone in the middle of the night. However, Han Lijing had always hidden these thoughts in his heart and never mentioned a word to Iron Egg. It was said that a father's love was as heavy as a mountain, and Han Lijing happened to be the proof of this. I can't sleep. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Chinkyu fell into the hands of thieves in order to save me. When I close my eyes, I think of the situation that night. If I don't save Chinkyu, I can't sleep well. Chapter 2141. As for the inn, General Li has already ordered the soldiers of the Bing province barracks to surround the area 1 li around the inn. All the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded to prevent the Turkic spies from coming out and causing trouble. At the Taiyuan courier station, Iron Egg cupped his hands at Mo Huai and replied, It's good to seal it off. Otherwise, these Turkic spies will stir up trouble in the city again and cause chaos in the city. Mo Chue nodded and praised. He knew that a portion of the people in Taiyuan City had been looting the official rations yesterday afternoon. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Chinkyu, how is Chinkyu now? Is there any news? No. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Yesterday afternoon, I was using binoculars to observe the inn from the south gate. Perhaps it was because it was too far away or because Chinkyu was staying in the guest room on the north side of the inn, so I didn't see her through the binoculars. Moreover, the inn is surrounded by Turkic spies. It's very difficult for General Li's men to get close. We can only act according to circumstances. Mo Chue's face became worried. Privately, Li Tai was one of the most outstanding students in Yanghuang College. As a teacher, he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Publicly, Li Tai was the great Tang's King Wei and one of Li Tai's most beloved princes. He naturally didn't dare to let anything happen to Li Tai. After a moment of silence, Mo Chue sighed and said, It's good that there's no news now. As long as the leader of the Turkic spies is still in the hands of the officials, Chinkyu will be safe. We can only slowly wait for an opportunity, but this way, we don't know how long Taiyuan City will have to seal the city gates. Also, we don't know if the rations in the city can last until we rescue Qingqiu. Sir, you don't have to worry about the rations. Iron Egg cupped his hands and said, according to what this student knows, the rations in the city's official storehouse are still sufficient. When the rations are running low, we can use the telegraph to ask the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to help mobilize rations from the nearby counties to reinforce the city. Iron Egg, you're right. When the time comes, we can still borrow the strength of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Ink Chue recalled that they still had the telegraph to send news to the outside world, and they also had the huge resources of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce to make use of. In addition, General Li also caught 2 Turkic spies who tried to break into the prison last night. These 2 were the leaders of the Turkic spies. One was in the Guru realm, and the other was at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Now, the strength of the Turkic spies in the inn has been greatly reduced. Seeing Mo Chue heave a sigh of relief, Iron Egg told Mo Chue another piece of good news. Hearing this, Mo Chue was overjoyed. What? Last night, General Li even captured 2 leaders of the Turkic spies? Wait, are you saying that someone broke into the prison last night? After the pleasant surprise came the horror. Mo Chue did not expect that someone would attempt to break out of the prison last night. He knew that Zhao Dian was imprisoned in the state capital's prison. Just think about it, if Zhao Dian was taken away, then wouldn't Li Tai's little life be in danger? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Mo Chue's back. Iron Egg smiled and said, Mr. Mo Chue, there's no need to be nervous. The other party failed to break out of the prison and even lost themselves. You'd better ask my father about the details. It's getting late, I have to go to the provincial governor's residence. Iron Egg caught a glimpse of the redness in the eastern sky. Only then did he remember that he was going to find Li Junxian. He hurriedly excused himself from Mo Chue and rushed out of the courtyard. Tongfu Inn, heavenly guest room. Li Tai had also woken up early. Most importantly, he had gone to bed early at night, so his sleepiness had long disappeared. If this was the academy, the little fatty would definitely still be snoring away. There was no other way. The academy had the evening self-study, and the dormitory was crowded and lively. The students generally slept relatively late, and Li Tai was no exception. That fellow still hasn't returned. After getting out of bed, Li Tai subconsciously went to the outer room to search, but he didn't see Xian Yi. His heart thumped, and he couldn't help but mutter, that's right, I didn't see Xian Yi or Tianying last night. Did the 2 of them not return last night? Li Tai's face was covered in pleasant surprise. His mind whirled as he muttered to himself, for the 2 of them to disappear last night is definitely abnormal. They can't be up to anything good. But since the 2 of them still haven't returned, there's an 80% chance that they've been trapped or captured by the soldiers. In that case, aren't these Turkic spies a bunch of dragons without a leader? This king is saved. After being held hostage by the Turkic spies for several days, Li Tai had basically figured out the personnel structure here. He knew that this group of people was led by Zhao Dian, and Xian Yi and Tianying were Zhao Dian's most capable generals. Not only were the 2 of them powerful in martial arts, they were also above average in terms of intelligence. They were extremely difficult opponents to deal with. With the 2 of them around, Li Tai could only obediently be an obedient child, not daring to make any small movements. This was because he knew that his small movements wouldn't escape the eyes of Xian Yi and Tianying. However, it was very likely that the 2 of them would not be able to return. Didn't that mean that Li Tai's opportunity had arrived? Let's go out and see if they really didn't return last night. After thinking for a while, Li Tai looked in the direction of the door, hesitated for a moment, and then walked out. In my opinion, we should capture King Wei and negotiate with the soldiers to have them release the 2 leaders. Otherwise, we'll slaughter that little fatty. As Li Tai approached the door and was about to open it, he heard a rough voice coming from the hall on the first floor of the inn. Li Tai recognized this voice. It was none other than Twilight Flood Dragon, who had been guarding his door last night. Li Tai's heart tightened. It turned out that this group of Turkic spies had been having a meeting early in the morning to discuss how to deal with him. But he soon relaxed, because Twilight Flood Dragon's words just now had confirmed his conjecture. Xian Yi and Tianying really were in trouble. Chapter 2142. Smack tilde. Are you an idiot, kid? If the officials were really so obedient, why didn't they use Wei Wang's life to threaten them to release the guardmaster when Xian Yi and Commander Sky Eagle were still around? Although the officials really want to save Wei Wang, they aren't so stupid as to let us go. Just as Li Tai's thoughts were racing, Cloud Scorpion's angry rebuke came from the first-floor hall. Speaking of which, the characters of these two brothers were really different. One of them seemed careless and impatient, and he often threatened to kill the little fatty Li Tai, but in fact, his brain wasn't very nimble, and he could even be said to be simple-minded. The other one, on the other hand, was calmer and more clear-headed. However, this was only when compared to his brother Twilight Flood Dragon. If compared to Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, he was simply not enough. What do you think we should do, big brother? Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night. The inn is surrounded by soldiers now. We can't even send someone out to scout for information. We can't just hide in the inn and wait for death, can we? Twilight Flood Dragon rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't angry. However, one could tell from his voice that he was very anxious now. Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night. However, they might not have been captured by the officials. If we go out rashly, we will only walk right into their trap. Cloud Scorpion was silent for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke. Smack tilde. Are you an idiot, kid? If the officials were really so obedient, why didn't they use Wei Wang's life to threaten them to release the guardmaster when Xian Yi and Commander Sky Eagle were still around? Although the officials really want to save Wei Wang, they aren't so stupid as to let us go. Just as Li Tai's thoughts were racing, Cloud Scorpion's angry rebuke came from the first-floor hall. Speaking of which, the characters of these two brothers were really different. One of them seemed careless and impatient, and he often threatened to kill the little fatty Li Tai, but in fact, his brain wasn't very nimble, and he could even be said to be simple-minded. The other one, on the other hand, was calmer and more clear-headed. However, this was only when compared to his brother Twilight Flood Dragon. If compared to Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, he was simply not enough. Big brother, what do you think we should do? Something must have happened since the two leaders hadn't returned for an entire night. Now that the inn is surrounded by soldiers, we can't even send someone out to scout for information. We can't just hide in the inn and wait for death, can we? Mu Jiao rubbed the back of his head. He did not get angry. However, from his voice, one could tell that he was very anxious. Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night, but it's not necessarily because they were caught by the authorities. If we go out rashly, we'll only be walking right into their trap. Cloud Scorpion was silent for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Smack tilde. Brat, are you stupid? If the officials were really so obedient, why didn't they use King Wei's life to threaten the officials to release Lord Wei when Xian Yi and Sky Eagle Commander were still here? Although the authorities want to save King Wei, they are not stupid enough to let us go. Just as Li Tai's mind was racing, Cloud Scorpion's angry rebuke came from the hall on the first floor. Speaking of which, the characters of these two brothers were really different. One of them seemed careless and impatient, and he often threatened to kill the little fatty Li Tai, but in fact, his brain wasn't very nimble, and he could even be said to be simple-minded. The other one, on the other hand, was slightly calmer and more clear-headed. However, this was only when compared to his brother Twilight Flood Dragon. If compared to Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, he was simply not enough. What do you think we should do, big brother? Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night. Now that the inn is surrounded by soldiers, we can't even send someone out to scout for information. We can't just hide in the inn and wait for death, can we? Chapter 2143. Enchanting, you old bastard. You're a two-faced person, yet you dare to slander this prince. How dare you? In the corridor on the second floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai leaned against the railing as he cursed at Enchanting, who was in the hall on the first floor. And Shunshan had just been ruthlessly humiliated by Li Tai yesterday afternoon, so he was already harboring a grudge. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, he had pushed the blame to Li Tai to preserve his life. Now that he had been scolded so badly by Li Tai, how could Shunshan maintain his composure? New and old grudges surged in his heart as the old man pointed at Li Tai and said to everyone, "Leader Cloud Scorpion, did you see that? That punk was hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping on our conversation. Who knows, when I was discussing matters with the two leaders, Xian Yi and Skyhawk, this punk might have been hiding in the shadows to eavesdrop." Then, he secretly informed the authorities of the news, which resulted in Lord Xian Yi and Lord Skyhawk being ambushed by the authorities. The old man's move could be considered a quick-witted move. He wanted to use this opportunity to beat Li Tai to death. Indeed, upon hearing that, Cloud Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly. The hot-tempered Twilight Flood Dragon stepped off the ground and flew towards where Li Tai was standing. Then, like an eagle carrying a chick, he lifted Li Tai from the corridor on the second floor to the hall on the first floor. Then, Twilight Flood Dragon glared angrily at Li Tai and said, "Speak. Did you betray Xian Yi and the leader of Sky Eagle?" Li Tai was a pampered prince to begin with. When had he ever been lifted down from the second floor like that? Fatty was immediately enraged as he pointed at Twilight Flood Dragon's nose and cursed, "Do you have any ***king brains? Do you have to follow whatever that guy says? Why don't you try touching this king again? At most, this king will bite his tongue and commit suicide. I'll make all of you, including your Lord Guard, accompany this king to the grave." Twilight Flood Dragon was also a person accustomed to being tyrannical. After being scolded by Li Tai while pointing at his nose, the anger in his heart could not help but surge. He went forward and pinched Li Tai's nose. "And Shunshan, you old bastard. You're a two-faced person, yet you dare to slander this prince. How dare you?" In the corridor on the second floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai leaned against the railing and looked over, cursing at Shunshan who was in the hall on the first floor. Shunshan had just been ruthlessly humiliated by Li Tai yesterday afternoon and was already harboring a grudge in his heart. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he had pushed the blame to Li Tai in order to save his own life. Now that he had been scolded by Li Tai, how could Shunshan maintain his face? The old man pointed at Li Tai and said to the crowd, "Don't worry. Cloud Scorpion leader, do you see that? This brat was hiding in the dark and eavesdropping on our conversation again. Who knows, when I was discussing matters with the two leaders, Xian Yi and Skyhawk, this brat might have been hiding in the dark and eavesdropping." Then, he secretly informed the authorities of the news, which resulted in Lord Xian Yi and Lord Skyhawk being ambushed by the authorities. The old man's move could be considered a quick-witted move. He wanted to use this opportunity to beat Li Tai to death. Indeed, upon hearing this, Cloud Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly. The hot-tempered Twilight Flood Dragon stepped off the ground and flew towards where Li Tai was standing. Then, like an eagle carrying a chick, he lifted Li Tai from the second floor's corridor to the hall on the first floor. Then, Twilight Flood Dragon glared angrily at Li Tai and said, "Speak. Did you betray Xian Yi and the leader of Sky Eagle?" Li Tai was a pampered prince to begin with. When had he ever been lifted down from the second floor like this? Fatty was immediately enraged as he pointed at Twilight Flood Dragon's nose and scolded, "Do you have any ***king brains? Do you have to follow whatever that guy says? Why don't you try touching this king again? At most, this king will bite off his tongue and commit suicide. I'll make all of you, including your Lord Guard, accompany this king in death." Chapter 2144. You mean that the government noticed our plan and set up an ambush in the provincial governor's residence, leading to the capture of commanders Xian Yi and Tianying? In the hall on the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Yun Xie looked at Li Tai with a gloomy gaze and asked in a deep voice. Before Li Tai could answer, Shunshan hastily interjected, "Impossible. Impossible." When This'n bribed the officers and jailers of the provincial governor's residence, This'n was extremely cautious, and all of the people he chose were greedy individuals. This'n only gave them 40% as a deposit. If they want the remaining 60%, they must help this and save the guard lord. Thus, These people can't possibly sell me out. Dusk Flood Dragon and Cloud Scorpion found Enrichan's words reasonable and nodded. Li Tai looked at Enrichan like he was an idiot, and then he said in a mocking tone, although it's not very likely that these greedy individuals would sell you out, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Do you think that your little tricks could escape the eyes of the 100 horsemen? Don't forget that besides the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province, Taiyuan City also has the 100 horsemen under Li Junxian. The 100 horsemen are extremely skilled at investigating, and the provincial governor's residence is where Zhao Dian is imprisoned. Do you think that the 100 horsemen wouldn't have planted spies in the provincial governor's residence? The 100 horsemen, Cloud Scorpion and Dusk Flood Dragon couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The two of them glanced at each other, and Cloud Scorpion couldn't help but say, this means that the 100 horsemen might have noticed that Enchanting bribed the officers and jailers. You mean that the government noticed our plan and set up an ambush in the provincial governor's residence, leading to the capture of commanders Xian Yi and Tianying? In the hall on the first floor of Tongfu Inn, Yun Xie looked at Li Tai with a gloomy gaze and asked in a deep voice. Before Li Tai could answer, Enchanting hastily interjected, impossible. Impossible. When I bribed the generals and guards of the provincial governor's manor, I was extremely cautious. Furthermore, the people I chose were all greedy people. I only gave them 40% as a deposit. If they want the remaining 60%, they have to help me save Lord Guard. Therefore, it is impossible for these people to betray me. Twilight WM and Cloud Scorpion felt that Enchanting's words made sense, and they couldn't help but nod inwardly. Li Tai looked at Enchanting as if he was looking at an idiot. Then, with a slightly mocking tone, he said, although it is unlikely that these mercenary people will betray you, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Do you think that your little actions will be able to escape the eyes of Baichi? Don't forget that besides the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province, Taiyuan City also has 100 cavalry led by Li Junxian. Baichi is most adept at investigating information, and the provincial governor's mansion is an important place where Zhao Dian is imprisoned. Do you think Baichi will not place spies in the provincial governor's mansion? Baichi. Cloud Scorpion and Twilight WM couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The two of them glanced at each other, and Cloud Scorpion couldn't help but say, if this is the case, Baichi might have already noticed that Enchanting bribed the generals and guards of the provincial governor's mansion. You mean to say that the government noticed our plan and set up an ambush in the provincial governor's mansion, leading to the capture of commanders Xian Yi and Tianying? In the first-floor hall of Tongfu Inn, Cloud Scorpion gloomily stared at Li Tai as he sternly asked. Before Li Tai could answer, Enchanting hastily interjected, impossible. Impossible. When I bribed the generals and guards of the provincial governor's mansion, I was extremely cautious. Moreover, all the people I chose were greedy people. I only gave them 40% as a deposit. If they want the remaining 60%, they have to help me save Lord Guard. Thus, these people will never betray me. Chapter 2145. Ask for help from the steppe and coordinate from the inside. Before the other Turkic spies in the inn could react, Cloud Scorpion's face suddenly paled. Before Zhao Dian had been captured by the authorities, he had sent a messenger pigeon to the steppe, requesting Shelley to dispatch elite wolf cavalry to secretly infiltrate Taiyuan City and coordinate with the Turkic wolf guards inside the city to capture Taiyuan City in one fell swoop and capture Li Tai and the other Yanghuang College teachers and students back to the steppe. Even among these spies, this was a top-secret plan. Only 4 people knew about it, and Cloud Scorpion just so happened to be one of these 4. Even Twilight Flood Dragon didn't know about this plan. Of course, the reason why Zhao Dian didn't let Twilight Flood Dragon know about this top-secret plan was mainly because Twilight Flood Dragon's IQ was a little worrying. Zhao Dian was worried that Twilight Flood Dragon would accidentally tell others about the plan after knowing about it. That would spoil his plans. What Li Tai had just said was actually highly consistent with the top-secret plan that Zhao Dian had formulated long ago. This caused Cloud Scorpion to feel incomparably shocked. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Tai already knew about their top-secret plan. Don't you know something? Cloud Scorpion stared at Li Tai's face. If the latter's expression showed the slightest hint of evasiveness, he would not hesitate to take Li Tai and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the authorities. This was because the only reason they were not willing to use Li Tai's life to threaten the authorities to release Zhao Dian, besides the fact that this method was likely to result in mutual destruction and could not be used unless absolutely necessary, was that they still had one last thing they could rely on: the reinforcement from the steppe. They needed time, needed to mediate with the authorities. Before the steppe reinforcements arrived outside the city, they needed Li Tai to ensure Zhao Dian's safety. Once the steppe reinforcements arrived, they would launch an attack inside the city and coordinate with the reinforcements outside to capture Taiyuan City. At that time, the entire city would be theirs. It would not be difficult to rescue Zhao Dian and capture the teachers and students of Yanghuang College, but the premise of all this was built on the premise that the Tang Imperial Court was not on guard against their plan. If the Tang Imperial Court had already known about their plan, they would have deployed a large number of troops at the border, especially the area near Taiyuan City. At that time, even if Xie Li had sent out the elite wolf cavalry, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to infiltrate outside Taiyuan City without anyone noticing. If that was the case, there would be no need for them to continue negotiating with the government. Since they couldn't escape death, they might as well drag Li Tai along with them and fight with the government. Perhaps, they might be able to find a way out. Therefore, it was fine if Li Tai's words were unintentional, but if they were, then as the leader of the wolf guards in the inn, he would have to change his plan and take a risk. What do you know? What do you want this prince to know? Li Tai's eyes were clear. Facing Cloud Scorpion's aggressive gaze, his eyes did not evade at all. He said, "This plan is the only feasible plan that this prince came up with after racking his brains and putting himself in your shoes. How about it? Are you impressed by this prince's extraordinary wisdom?" With that said, Li Tai proudly raised his chin at Cloud Scorpion. He had a narcissistic look on his face, as though he did not realize the danger and even killing intent in Cloud Scorpion's word. Of course, it had to be said that Little Fatty's performance was at the level of a best actor. It was as though he really did not know of Zhao Dian's top-secret plan. Be it his expression, gaze, or words, there were no flaws. Cloud Scorpion, who wanted to find clues from Li Tai's expression, ultimately failed to see any clues. Perhaps this Little Fatty was really a blind cat that came up with this plan by chance. Cloud Scorpion could not help but mutter to himself when he saw Li Tai's clear eyes, and his expression did not seem to be fake. With this in mind, the killing intent in Cloud Scorpion's heart could not help but dissipate. As long as the government did not know of their top-secret plan, there was still hope for them to escape Source Peak City. They did not need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the government. When he saw Cloud Scorpion's gaze ease up, Li Tai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Actually, before he spoke those words just now, he'd already expected Cloud Scorpion's next reaction, and he'd made sufficient mental preparations. That was why his performance was so flawless and flawless. What sort of good plan is this? Although he had relaxed his guard against Li Tai, Cloud Scorpion did not plan on being merciful with his words. He snorted coldly and said, "Now that Lord Guard, Shen Yi, and Skyhawk have fallen into the hands of the government, they will definitely press on and attempt to rescue you. It's too late for us to seek help from the grasslands now. It's too late to seek help now. We could have sought help 2 days ago." Cloud Scorpion silently added in his mind. At the same time, he could not help but feel immense admiration and joy for Zhao Dian's move. Based on the time, not only had the grasslands received their request for help, the wolf cavalry Xie Li had dispatched had probably already infiltrated the Great Tang. As long as they could hold on for a few more days, they would definitely be able to receive reinforcement. With this thought in mind, Cloud Scorpion's gaze turned resolute. The only thing he could do now was lead the people of the inn to guard Li Tai and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Heh! What's there to not be in time for? With this king in your hands, the government won't dare to make any moves. All you need to do is guard the inn and completely pin down the government until reinforcements arrive. Li Tai chuckled as he spoke. Big brother, what he says seems to make sense. Why don't we just do as he says? On the side, Twilight Flood Dragon could not help but be tempted. In truth, he did not know about Zhao Dian's top-secret plan, but after hearing Li Tai's description, he also felt that this was their only feasible plan, which was why he was so tempted. Cloud Scorpion unhappily glared at this blockhead, thinking to himself, just whose fucking side are you on? Cloud Scorpion then turned to Li Tai and sternly said, You're probably looking forward to being rescued by the government, right? Why would you be so kind as to help us come up with a plan? Speak. Just what are you planning? Twilight Flood Dragon immediately came to his senses. He glared at Li Tai with a fiendish expression and gruffly said, Big brother is right. You're on the same side as the government, so why are you helping us come up with a plan? There must be some shameful scheme. Speak. Chapter 2146. The intelligence of you two brothers is far inferior to Shen Yi and Skyhawk. It's no wonder the two of you can't be the boss. Faced with Cloud Scorpion and Twilight Flood Dragon's questioning, Li Tai shook his head and mocked them in an eccentric manner. The duo's expression changed, and just as they were about to flare up, they heard Li Tai continue, Who said that this king is wholeheartedly helping you? In fact, this king is also helping himself. Cloud Scorpion's gaze froze as he asked in a deep voice, King Wei, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I mean it literally. Li Tai threw up his hands and lampooned helplessly, If this king didn't come up with a perfect plan for you, wouldn't you be grabbing this king and taking him to the authorities? If any random swords or arrows were to injure this king, who would this king seek justice from? Although this king isn't afraid of death, this king doesn't wish to die in such a cowardly manner. Therefore, to a certain extent, we are now in the same boat. In the same boat? Twilight Flood Dragon scratched his head in puzzlement. Although he could not find any loopholes in Li Tai's words, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Li Tai was clearly a hostage they had taken, so how did he end up in the same boat as them? This turn of events was too sudden, so Twilight Flood Dragon was momentarily unable to wrap his head around it. Cloud Scorpion's eyes flashed. Li Tai's words had made him suddenly think of something. He seemed to realize something as he thought to himself. So that's how it is. This punk is pretending to be smart to stall for time. One has to know that sending a messenger pigeon from Source Peak City to the grasslands to request for reinforcements would take a few days in addition to the time needed to send the message and dispatch the troops. This punk wants to use these few days to make a comeback. Dream on. Little does he know that our reinforcements have already set off. They might even be approaching Source Peak City by now. They will arrive outside Source Peak City by tomorrow. I want to see how you can make a comeback in a short day. If Li Tai had fabricated some other reason, Cloud Scorpion might have continued to be wary of Li Tai because he felt that Li Tai had other motives. However, not only did Li Tai admit that he had done so partly for himself, the reason he gave was reasonable. Cloud Scorpion, who believed that he had seen through Li Tai's scheme, once again lowered his guard against Li Tai. He felt that everything was within his grasp. The reinforcements that would arrive outside Source Peak City in a few days were his greatest support. Speaking of which, when he learned that Shen Yi and Celestial Eagle had been captured by the government, Cloud Scorpion had been somewhat flustered. He had even almost forgotten about his greatest support, Zhao Dian's secret plan. If not for the fact that Li Tai had just reminded him of this plan, he would probably have been egged on by Twilight Flood Dragon's group to take Li Tai out and fight to the death with the soldiers. Since Your Highness King of Wei doesn't want to die, then please cooperate with us for the next few days. Don't cause any trouble. Once the Turkic reinforcements arrive, we will take you out of Source Peak City and ensure your safety. Otherwise. Cloud Scorpion faintly smiled as he warned Li Tai. There's no need for you to teach this king how to do things. Li Tai coldly snorted, and then he arrogantly waved his sleeve and walked up the stairs with his hands behind his back. He knew that he had fooled Cloud Scorpion and Twilight Flood Dragon. There were many times when a perfect and flawless lie was more likely to arouse the wariness of others, especially at the juncture of life and death. Thus, he had intentionally given Cloud Scorpion a flaw so that he would believe that he had seen through his plan. This way, not only could his plan be carried out smoothly, he could also lower his foe's wariness of him. Ever since Li Tai had been dragged down the stairs by Twilight Flood Dragon, This confrontation had begun to brew in his mind. On the surface, it seemed like Li Tai had lost, but in reality, he had completely defeated Cloud Scorpion. The imperial court was now on guard, and the garrisons of the border provinces had been ordered to be on high alert. The steppe reinforcements would not arrive as quickly as Cloud Scorpion had predicted. This gap in time was the chance that Li Tai had bought for himself to be rescued. Chapter 2147. Iron Egg, you also want to participate in the plan to rescue King Wei? In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, Li Junxian gave Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting a few more instructions on stabilizing the city. Just when he was about to leave, Iron Egg suddenly arrived. Upon learning of Iron Egg's intentions, Li Junxian asked in surprise. In his plan, all the participants had to be top-class experts, because each of them would have to deal with several, even 10 some Turkic spies. Without sufficient skill, let alone completing the mission, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. Thus, he had made an exception and allowed Wang Chengwu to lead several top-class experts from the Wang clan's shadow guards into this plan. But compared to Wang Chengwu, Iron Egg's martial arts were lacking. Even though Iron Egg was the disciple of Li Zishuan and had an above-average talent amongst the younger generation, he was still young. Qingqiu was kidnapped because of me. I must save her. Iron Egg firmly nodded. Li Junxian could naturally sense Iron Egg's resolve, but after a few moments of hesitation, he shook his head. No. My plan is too dangerous for you. Moreover, I've already gathered enough strength and am very confident that I can rescue His Highness. There's no need for you to participate. Li Junxian had refused partly because he did not want Iron Egg's participation to affect his plan, and partly because he wanted to protect Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg was Li Zishuan's disciple. If something happened to him, Li Junxian wouldn't be able to answer to Li Zishuan. General Li, although Iron Egg, you also want to participate in the plan to rescue King Wei? In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, Li Junxian gave Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting a few more instructions on stabilizing the city. Just when he was about to leave, Iron Egg suddenly arrived. Upon learning of Iron Egg's intentions, Li Junxian asked in surprise. In his plan, all the participants had to be top-class experts, because each of them would have to deal with several, even 10 some Turkic spies. Without sufficient skill, let alone completing the mission, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. Thus, he had made an exception and allowed Wang Chengwu and several other top-class experts of the Wang clan's shadow guards to participate in his plan. But compared to Wang Chengwu, Iron Egg's martial arts were somewhat lacking. Even though Iron Egg was a student of the younger generation, and Iron Egg's talent was above average among the younger generation, he was still young. Qingqiu was kidnapped because of me. I have to save her. Iron Egg firmly nodded. Li Junxian could naturally sense Iron Egg's resolve, but after a few moments of hesitation, he shook his head. No. My plan is too dangerous for you. Moreover, I've already gathered enough strength and am very confident that I can rescue His Highness. There's no need for you to participate. Li Junxian had refused partly because he did not want Iron Egg's participation in his plan to be affected, and partly because he wanted to protect Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg was Li Zishuan's disciple. If something happened to him, Li Junxian wouldn't be able to answer to Li Zishuan. General Li, although Iron Egg, you also want to participate in the plan to rescue King Wei? Chapter 2148. Oh. Li Junxian agreed. And he even requested that our Wang clan send 4 peak chi transformation experts to help him rescue His Highness. In the Wang clan residence, Wang Yu had just gotten out of bed when Wang Chengwu returned from the provincial governor's residence to report to Wang Yu. When Wang Yu heard that Li Junxian had accepted the Wang clan's goodwill, he raised an eyebrow and smiled in delight. Yes, Patriarch. Wang Chengwu cupped his fists and bowed. After a moment, he continued, however, General Li requested that the people sent by the Wang clan must not be in cahoots with the Turk spies. Furthermore, the people sent must obey his orders unconditionally. Oh. It seems like Li Junxian is on his guard after last night's incident. Wang Yu was a shrewd and astute man, and he was able to deduce Li Juanxian's intentions from Wang Chengwu's words. It was clear that after what had happened last night at the provincial governor's residence, Li Junxian no longer dared to hand over such an important mission to the Bing province barracks. In comparison, the Wang clan seemed to be more trusted by Li Junxian. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile at this thought. He turned to Wang Chengwu and said, "I leave this matter to you. This old man has been away from the ancestral residence for many years, so I am not as familiar with the situation of the clan's shadow guards as you are. In a little while, you will follow Li Juanxian's request and select 4 experts from the clan's shadow guards. Remember, these 4 people don't have to be the best, but they have to have a clean background. They can't be colluding with the Turks. This matter not only concerns whether we can rescue His Highness King of Wei, but also concerns the fate of the Wang clan. No mistakes can be allowed." Wang Chengwu trembled in shock and hurriedly clasped his fist. "Your subordinate understands." Wang Yu was still a little worried and said, "How about this, after you've decided on the candidates, present the name list to the old man and let him check it. If he says there's no problem, you can take those 4 people to the provincial governor's mansion to report." From the information Wang Chengwu had sent back, Wang Yu could guess that Li Junxian was about to make a major move, and this major move was probably to rescue Li Tai. In this case, the reliability of the reinforcements sent by the Wang clan was extremely important. After all, if one of the reinforcements sent by the Wang clan were colluding with a Turkic spy and switched sides at the crucial moment, they could completely ruin Li Juanxian's plan. The Wang clan, which was already a sinner, could not afford to bear such a crime. Therefore, this matter was both an opportunity and a challenge for Wang Jiao. If they grasped it well, the Wang clan could atone for their crimes. If they didn't grasp it well and messed it up, it would be adding to their crimes. If they didn't do it well, Li might directly destroy the Wang clan in a fit of anger, just like the Kui clan back then. "Oh." Li Junxian agreed. And he even proposed that our Wang clan send 4 peak chi transformation experts to help him rescue His Highness. In the Wang clan residence, Wang Yu had just gotten out of bed. Wang Chengwu had returned from the provincial governor's residence to report to Wang Yu. When Wang Yu heard that Li Junxian had accepted the Wang clan's goodwill, he raised an eyebrow and smiled in surprise and delight. "Yes, Patriarch." Chapter 2149. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Taiyuan, in the western courts of the Imperial Palace. Li had just woken up and was getting dressed under the care of Empress Zhongsun and a group of palace maids. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. "Oh, an urgent report from Taiyuan?" Li trembled and immediately turned to Zhao Song, a hint of reproach in his eyes. Everyone knew that Taiyuan City was in the middle of a storm, and what he feared the most was that bad news from Taiyuan City would cause the already weak Empress Zhongsun to suffer another blow. Thus, Li had always ordered Zhao Song not to speak of any reports from Taiyuan City in front of Empress Zhongsun. But why was Zhao Song acting so recklessly today? As expected, Empress Zhongsun, who was in the middle of tying Li's belt, couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly shoved the belt into the hands of a palace maid and walked up to Zhao Song. "An urgent report from Taiyuan. Is there news from Qingqiu?" Zhao Song raised his head and met Li's slightly reproachful gaze. For the time being, he could only pretend that he did not see it. Speaking of which, his actions today were not because he did not know the severity of the matter. The main reason was that the urgent report contained good news. "Your Majesty, this urgent report was sent from Taiyuan early this morning. At the time, Your Majesty and His Majesty were both resting, so this old servant acted on his own initiative and suppressed the telegram. Although it is not news from His Highness King Wei, it is related to His Highness. Your Majesty, please take a look." Zhao Song took a piece of paper from his sleeve and presented it to his forehead with both hands. This telegram was from last night, in the early hours of this morning when Li Junxian had captured Xian Yi. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from Taiyuan, in the western courts of the Imperial Palace." Li had just gotten out of bed and was getting dressed under the care of Empress Zhongsun and a group of palace maids. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. "Oh, an urgent report from Taiyuan?" Li's body trembled. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Song with a hint of blame in his eyes. Everyone knew that Taiyuan City was in the midst of a storm. Furthermore, he was most afraid that bad news from Taiyuan City would cause Empress Zhongsun, who was already in poor health, to suffer another blow. Therefore, Li Er had specially instructed Zhao Song not to speak of any information regarding Taiyuan City in front of Empress Zhongsun. Sure enough, when Empress Zhongsun, who was tying Li Er's belt, heard this, her hands could not help but tremble. She hurriedly stuffed the belt in her hands into the hands of a palace maid beside her, then quickly walked in front of Zhao Song and asked anxiously, "Taiyuan emergency report, is there news about Qingqiu?" Zhao Song raised his head and met Li Er's slightly reproachful gaze. For the time being, he could only pretend that he did not see it. Speaking of which, his actions today were not because he did not know the severity of the matter. The main reason was that the urgent report contained good news. "Replying to Your Highness, it was an urgent report from Taiyuan early this morning. At the time, you and His Majesty had already gone to bed, so this old servant acted on my own initiative and suppressed the telegram. Although it is not news about His Highness King Wei, it is related to His Highness. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please take a look." Zhao Song took a piece of paper from his sleeve and presented it to his forehead with both hands. This telegram was from last night, no, early this morning, when Li Junxian had captured Xian Yi. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from Taiyuan, the Imperial Palace, the Western Court." Li Er had just gotten out of bed and was getting dressed under the care of Empress Zhongsun and a group of palace maids. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. "Oh, an urgent report from Taiyuan?" Li Er's body trembled. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Song with a hint of blame in his eyes. Chapter 2150. Beep, beep, beep tilde. In the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers had already woken up and were doing morning exercises. Li Zishuan didn't do morning exercises with the soldiers of the 5th Battalion because Bao Lin came to inform him that the telegraph had rung. Thus, he quickly returned to his tent to receive the telegram. "It's little Ku." Li Zishuan originally thought that it was Iron Egg who sent the telegram, but after confirming the identity of the person on the other end, he realized that the person who sent the telegram was actually Li Ku. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel curious. Why would Li Ku send a telegram at this time? Could it be that something happened at the bank? Beep, beep, beep tilde. Forcefully suppressing his curiosity, Li Zishuan calmed himself down and focused on the code sent by Li Ku. Speaking of which, he didn't need to take notes when receiving telegrams. He completely listened with his ears and translated it in his mind. Chang and Hu Merchants Insurance Sai, Kang Fuliang, and others are willing to pay a huge sum of 50,000 strings of cash to purchase the rights to the Strange Taste Pavilion's products and the Western regions from the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce. Since Mr. isn't in the Chamber of Commerce, Boss Lin, Boss Cao, and Forbert don't dare to make a decision on their own. They specially sent a student to ask if Mr. would like to cooperate with these Hu merchant. After listening to the telegram, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sneer. "I was planning to settle the score with you guys after the Taiyuan incident, but I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door so quickly. Insurance-I, does this insurance-I have anything to do with Enshunshan?" In the telegram sent by Iron Egg last night, other than describing Xian Yi and Tian Ying's failure to break out of the prison, he also roughly told him about the chaos in Taiyuan City in the past few days. This included Kang Chu colluding with the Kang merchants to hoard food, inciting civil unrest, and Enshunshan colluding with the Turkic spies to wreak havoc in Taiyuan. These Hu merchants had relied on the fact that they had been operating in the Central Plains for many years and had vast resources and influence to dare to play dirty tricks and oppose the authorities. Whether they had done it intentionally or not, they had directly or indirectly helped the Turkic spies and made it very difficult for Li Zishuan to rescue Li Tai. One could say that Li Zishuan hated these people to the bone. Li Zishuan was now in the military camp, and Li Tai hadn't been rescued yet, so he didn't have the heart to retaliate against the 9 families of Zhaowu. But he didn't expect that those people would actually deliver themselves to his door. How could he let them go? Others might be afraid of the 9 families of Zhaowu, but Li Zishuan had the backing of the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce, Curious Pavilion Workshop, Yanghuang College, and the Yanghuang Bank. Strictly speaking, his current power and the financial resources he could mobilize were no less than the 9 families of Zhao Wu. More importantly, his mind was filled with the knowledge of the 21st century. Knowledge was priceless, and with this advanced knowledge, he could casually create many products that the people of this era would scramble for. For example, the glassware and bicycles produced by the Curious Pavilion Workshop, electric lamps, toilet paper, and so on. In the future, perfume, soap, radios, and other must-make products for transmigrators would also be created by him or his students. Each of these products would bring in a massive amount of wealth. But what about those who merchants of the 9 families? As the Sute region was located at the throat of the Silk Road, the 9 families of Zhaowu, the Sutes, naturally became a people with a tradition of doing business. To put it bluntly, they were hereditary middlemen. They sold China's silk to the West, and the West's gems and wine to the Tang dynasty. These people only knew how to buy and sell, and they had no skill to speak of. They would eventually be eliminated by the times. Perhaps this was why they were willing to spend so much money to buy the right to market the products of the Curious Pavilion Workshop. They could see that the products of the Curious Pavilion were irreplaceable and that there was a massive business opportunity behind them. Beep 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 beep. Tell them that it's impossible for us to work together. Not only that, from now on, the Yanghuang Bank in the Tang dynasty will no longer provide any services to the merchants of the Kang Kingdom and the An Kingdom. Chapter 2151. In modern times, financial sanctions were the most severe form of economic sanctions. The United States often imposed financial sanctions on other countries, and it was very unilateralist. Ever since World War II, the US dollar successfully defeated the British pound and became the global currency overlord. In modern times, the US dollar circulating in the world was issued by the United States Congress, but Congress never had to pay it back, because it was impossible. Moreover, the world's oil settlement was unified in the US dollar, so the US dollar had the power to set the price of oil. In addition, the US moneybags had operated for hundreds of years around the world to establish a cash flow channel. Through the US dollar, they could almost achieve remote control of the global economy. When Li Zexuan introduced Tang Yuan and established the Yanghuang Bank, his original intention was to make it convenient for the Yanghuang College's teachers and students to spend money in the college. When this currency system matured, he would promote it to the entire Lantian County, and then to the entire Tang Empire. His ultimate goal was to let Tang Yuan replace the copper coin and become the official currency of the Tang Empire. In the end, he would use the Tang Empire's prestige in the world to promote Tang Yuan to other countries and become the world's currency. In this way, the Tang Empire's financial system would affect the entire world. At the same time, some of the inflation and economic crisis in the country could be transferred to other countries. In this way, even if the other emperors after Li were muddle-headed and incompetent, at least with a strong financial system, they would not be as poor as the Chongzhen dynasty at the end of the Ming dynasty. Therefore, it could be said that once Li Zexuan's financial system was established, the foundation of the Central Plains dynasty would become even stronger. In layman's terms, even if there were a few prodigal emperors in the future, the Central Plains dynasty would not be in danger of being destroyed by foreign races easily, because the family's foundation would be strong. In Li Zexuan's initial expectation, a complete and even global financial system would not be successful without the efforts of several generations, especially in ancient times when there was a lack of financial talents. Fortunately, Tang Yuan and the Yanghuang Bank received the full support of Li Zexuan and the imperial court as soon as they appeared. This starting point was much higher than what Li Zexuan had expected. In addition, with the elites of Yanghuang College, led by Li Ku, assisting Li Zexuan in establishing the Yanghuang Bank and promoting Tang Yuan, the progress of establishing the Tang Yuan currency system was much faster than Li Zexuan's initial expectation. Today, almost all of the Tang dynasty's 360 states were covered by the Yanghuang Bank, and the Tang Yuan, a new currency, was being accepted by more and more people. Not only that, last year, with Li Zexuan's efforts, Li Zexuan decided to establish a department of commerce to develop sea trade and started frequent sea trade with the various countries in Nanyang. In the process of trade, the lack of a unified currency brought about a lot of trouble for the merchants of various countries. The merchants of various countries either exchanged gold, silver, and jewelry for goods or bartered directly. However, these two methods of settlement were not accurate and were even more inconvenient, resulting in some disputes and friction. The appearance of the Tang Yuan completely solved this problem for the merchants of various countries. This was because this currency was not only convenient to carry around, but it was also endorsed by the Tang dynasty's imperial court. The Tang dynasty was vast and rich in resources. With the Tang Yuan, they could purchase all kinds of goods in the various states, counties, and cities of the Tang Yuan. Moreover, all the goods were clearly priced and settled with the Tang Yuan. Both parties would not be at a disadvantage, unlike in the past where they directly gave each other gold beans, gold leaves, and the like. That way of settlement was not accurate at all. Chapter 2152. Bosun, do you think the Marquis of Yong'an will agree to our request? Sell us the rights to market the Curious Pavilion's products in the West. In the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion, in the reception room of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, 9 uninvited guests had arrived early in the morning. These people were of different shapes and ages, but the only thing they had in common was that they were dressed in luxurious clothing. Their faces were rough, and their facial features did not resemble those of the Central Plains. However, the clothes they wore were of the Central Plains, and they were all made of high-quality silk. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the left asked the white-robed elder sitting at the head of the table. The white-robed elder was called Enrich. His name only differed by one word from Enchanting's. In truth, the two were related by blood. Enrich and Enchanting belonged to the same family, and Enchanting was Enchanting's cousin. However, in terms of business ability, Enchanting was far from Enchanting's. Hence, the family's businesses in the Central Plains were mainly managed by Enchanting, while Enchanting only helped Enchanting manage the businesses in the Chang'an region. The Marquis of Yong'an is a smart man. He knows how to weigh the pros and cons. The rights to market the western regions are of little value to him. If he sells it to us, not only will he get 50,000 strings of cash, we will also help the Curious Pavilion's products expand the market. I believe that the Marquis of Yong'an will make the right choice. Hearing Kang Fuliang's question and seeing the gazes of the other people in the room on him, Shun stroked the small beard on his chin and analyzed for everyone with a face full of confidence. Furthermore, before this, I have already sent people to investigate. In this year, the Marquis of Yong'an has established the academy, repaired the roads, expanded the city, and built some sort of power station. Each of these projects cost a huge sum of money. Even if the Curious Pavilion under him earns a lot of money every day, it will definitely not be able to withstand his expenditure. Hence, I speculate that the Marquis of Yong'an should be very short on money. Otherwise, the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce would not have held a donation gathering in Lantian County to raise military funds for the imperial court. Now, we are willing to offer 50,000 strings of cash for the rights to market the western regions. The Marquis of Yong'an will not reject such a good deal. Bosun, do you think the Marquis of Yong'an will agree to our request? Are you going to sell us the rights to sell your products in the West? In the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, in the reception room of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce's headquarters building, 9 uninvited guests had arrived early in the morning. These people were of different shapes and ages, but the only thing they had in common was that they were all dressed very luxuriously. Their faces were rough, and their facial features did not resemble those of the Central Plains. However, the clothes they wore were of the Central Plains, and they were all made of high-quality silk. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the left cupped his hands and asked the white-robed elder sitting at the head of the table. The white-robed elder's name was Enrich, and his name only differed by one word from Enchanting's. In reality, the two of them were related by blood. Enrich and Enchanting belonged to the same family, and Enchanting was Enchanting's cousin. However, in terms of business talent, Enchanting was far from Enchanting's. Hence, the family's businesses in the Central Plains were mainly managed by Enchanting, while Enchanting only helped Enchanting manage the businesses in the Chang'an region. The Marquis of Yong'an is a smart man. He knows how to weigh the pros and cons. The rights to market the western regions are of little value to the Marquis of Yong'an. If he sells it to us, not only will he get 50,000 strings of cash in one go, we will also help the Strange Interest Pavilion's products expand the market. This old man believes that the Marquis of Yong'an will make the right choice. Hearing Kang Fuliang's question, and seeing the gazes of the other people in the room on him, Ensurance stroked the moustache on his chin, and confidently analyzed the situation for everyone. Chapter 2153. What? In the reception room of the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce headquarters, everyone's expressions changed after hearing Li Ke's words. Before Li Ke had arrived, they had all thought that this cooperation was in the bag. Who would have thought that they would receive such an answer? Li Zishuan had actually rejected them. Your Highness, you're saying that the Duke of Yong'an does not agree to sell the rights to the Curious Pavilion's products to us in the West? Ensurance hesitated for a moment before standing up and asking Li Ke. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. That's right. Li Ke nodded, his words as precious as gold. Ever since he had heard from Li Zishuan that there were merchants from the An and Kang kingdoms in Taiyuan City who wanted to harm Li Tai, Li Ke had begun to dislike these 9 surnamed Hu merchants. Although they could bring substantial benefits to the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce, under these circumstances, he still had to make do with money. May I ask your Highness, why did Marquis not agree? Is it because the price is too low, or does he have other concerns? We have come with sincerity. If Marquis is dissatisfied with anything, we can discuss it further. Hearing Li Ke's confirmation again, Ensurance and the rest could not help but look at each other, their hearts chilled. After taking a deep breath, as the representative of the 9 surnamed Hu merchants, Ensurance cupped his hands and asked again. He had to understand the reason Li Zishuan had rejected them, and whether there was any room for negotiation. He was not afraid that Li Zishuan had rejected them because the price was too low. If that was the case, they could have increased the price even more. Ensurance felt that it was worth it even if they doubled the price. This was because the Curious Pavilion's products were all extremely profitable. After they obtained the rights, they could earn back their capital within a year. What Ensurance was truly afraid of was that there was no room for negotiation. Kang Fuliang and the others clearly understood this. At this moment, their eyes were all fixed on Li Ke. Li Ke's next words would determine whether their future business would be smooth sailing. As for Cao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce, they were all extremely happy. This was because if Li Zishuan did not work with these Hu merchants, then the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce members would not be able to reduce their share of the goods from the Curious Pavilion. Moreover, when their power grew, they could sell the goods from the Curious Pavilion to the various countries in the Western region. Who said that they could not expand their business to other countries? At that time, they might even be able to completely annex and replace the 9 surnamed Hu merchant. They were the 9 families of Jiao Wu, famous for their business. It was said that some of the Hu merchants had businesses in more than a dozen countries, and their wealth was enormous. When they thought that they would have a chance to surpass and replace these Hu merchants, Cao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others were all excited. They were secretly glad that they had followed the right boss. Sir, the matter of cooperation is absolutely impossible. Not only that, from today onwards, the Yang Huang Bank within the Great Tang's borders will no longer provide any services to the merchants of the Kang and An kingdoms, including lending, storing, and exchanging Tang dollars. This will continue until the king of the Kang and An kingdoms give the Great Tang a satisfactory explanation. Li Ke's eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at Ensurance. The majesty of a king was unknowingly revealed as he spoke in a low voice. Chapter 2154. Boss Lin, please wait. Li Ke stormed off. Cao Wendong, Feng Zhihua, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce followed closely behind. Lin Wenyuan was the last to leave. At this time, Ensurance, who had recovered from his shock, hurriedly chased after Lin Wenyuan and shouted at him. Lin Wenyuan paused and frowned. Without turning his head, he said, I do not know the reason for His Highness' anger. It is useless for you to ask this old man. The matters of the Chamber of Commerce and the bank are all decided by Marquis. Since you have offended Marquis and His Highness, no one can save you. After saying this, Lin Wenyuan did not linger and hurriedly left. He did not want to have anything to do with these sinners, not to mention that there was a competitive relationship between them. He had already done his best to say this. Besides, even if he wanted to help in this matter, he could not. This was because Li Zexuan had decided on this matter. What ability did he have to change Li Zexuan's mind? Therefore, it was more important to cut ties with Insurance and the others as soon as possible. Hey! Boss Lin! Boss Lin! Insurance panicked and wanted to chase after him. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Wenyuan had already left the room. Clearly, he could not wait to avoid him. Sigh. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Insurance looked at Lin Wenyuan's departing figure and could not help but let out a long sigh. He stood where he was and beat his chest. He had come here excitedly today because he thought that he would receive good news. However, he didn't expect that instead of good news, he would receive 2 pieces of bad news. He could still accept the first piece of bad news, but the second piece of bad news was fatal to him. It was no different from a devastating blow. From what the King of Shu said, our cooperation with the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce is completely lost. The reason for this matter is because of the merchants from the Kang and An Kingdom who wanted to murder the King of Wei in Taiyuan City. Bossan, do you know any merchants from the An Kingdom who happen to be in Taiyuan? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a light blue robe asked. This person was not from the Kang Kingdom or the An Kingdom, but from the Stone Kingdom of the 9 families of Jiao Wu. His name was Shenanshou. Boss Lin, please wait. Li Ku flicked his sleeves and left. Cao Wendong, Feng Zhihua, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce also followed closely behind. Lin Wenyuan was the last to leave. At this time, An Shun, who had recovered from his shock, hurriedly chased after Lin Wenyuan and shouted at him. Lin Wenyuan's footsteps paused. He furrowed his brows and said without turning his head, I don't know the reason for His Highness' anger. It's useless for you to ask me. The matters of the Chamber of Commerce and the bank are all decided by Marquis. Since you have offended Marquis and His Highness, no one can save you. After saying this, Lin Wenyuan did not linger and hurriedly left. He did not want to have anything to do with these sinners, not to mention that there was a competitive relationship between them. He had already done his best to say this. Besides, even if he wanted to help in this matter, he could not, because this was Li Zexuan's decision. How could he, Lin Wenyuan, have the ability to change Li Zexuan's mind? Therefore, it was more important to cut ties with An Shun and the others as soon as possible. Hey! Boss Lin! Chapter 2155. Boss An, you said that you wanted to mediate, but the Marquis of Yong'an has already ordered that the Yang Huang Bank will no longer provide services to merchants from our 2 countries. How can we mediate this? Not long after Li Ku left, Insurance and the rest also left the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, they were chased out. After Forbert learned of Li Zexuan's instructions, he had already listed Insurance and the rest as unwelcome in the Strange Taste Pavilion. Insurance and the rest did not chat for long in the guest room before they were escorted out of the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce by someone sent by Forbert. On the carriage back to Chang'an, Kang Fuliang asked worriedly. On the sanctions list of the Yang Huang Bank, there were only merchants from the Kang country and the An country. Therefore, Kang Fuliang and An Shun had become fellow sufferers. When they returned, they rode in the same carriage. As for the other 7 people, they rode in their own carriages. Brother Kang, although the Marquis of Yong'an founded the Yang Huang Bank, from what this old man knows, the Yang Huang Bank does not belong to the Marquis alone. Since this path does not work, let's find another one. Insurance had already regained his composure and wisdom. His gaze was deep as he spoke. Kang Fuliang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Oh? Brother, do you have other connections in Chang'an? Insurance stroked his beard and said in a low voice, Not really, but this old man still knows some people in Chang'an City. But this matter has already involved King Wei. If we want to mediate, we will have to pay a hefty price. It is not something that the 2 of us can solve. How about this, when we return to Chang'an City, we will gather all the reputable merchants from the Kang and An kingdoms in Chang'an City to discuss this matter together. How about that? When Kang Fuliang heard this, he immediately understood. Indeed, this matter involved the princes of the Tang Empire. If they wanted to get through the various joints, they would probably need to spend a lot of money. It was true that he and Enshun were rich, but their money did not come from nowhere. The sanctions of the Yanghuang Bank affected all the merchants from the Kang Kingdom and the En Kingdom who did business in the Tang Empire. The two of them did not need to be the big shots and spend money to resolve this matter alone. Bossan, you just said that you wanted to find a way to mediate, but the Marquis of Yong'an has already given the order for Yanghuang Bank to no longer provide services to the merchants of our two countries. How can this matter be mediated? Not long after Li Ku left, Enshurancai and the rest also left the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Strictly speaking, they had been chased out. After receiving Li Zhuan's instructions, Forbert had already listed Enshurancai and the rest as unwelcome in the Strange Taste Pavilion. Enshurancai and the rest had not chatted in the guest room for long before they were escorted out of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce headquarters by someone sent by Forbert. On the carriage back to Chang'an, Kang Fuliang asked worriedly. On the sanctions list of the Yanghuang Bank, there were only merchants from the Kang country and the En country. Therefore, Kang Fuliang and Enshun had become fellow sufferers. When they returned, they rode in the same carriage. As for the other 7 people, they rode in their own carriages. Old brother Kang, although the Marquis of Yong'an founded the Yanghuang Bank, from what this old man knows, the Yanghuang Bank does not belong to the Marquis of Yong'an alone. Since this path does not work, we will find another one. Chapter 2156. Master, what should we do now? Where are we going to gather so much cash in a day? Furthermore, I heard that not only will the Yanghuang Bank not lend us any more money, we can't even exchange for Tang Yuan or deposit money in the future. If that's the case, I'm afraid that our business will be greatly affected. In the En residence, the old housekeeper bowed and asked Enshurancai worriedly. The En family had dozens of shops in Chang'an City, which involved various industries such as cloth, jade, pawn, and so on. For consumer shops such as ready-made clothes shops and jade shops, the ban of Yanghuang Bank would not have an obvious impact on them because they usually collected money from consumers. Even if they sometimes needed to give change, they could use the money from consumers to maintain the balance. However, shops like the pawn shop that gave out money had to give out large amounts of Tang Yuan every day. Now that Tang Yuan was widely popular and accepted by the majority of people, after getting used to the convenience of Tang Yuan, would those who came to the pawn shop to pawn their belongings be willing to accept a basket of copper coins or a stack of Tang Yuan? Therefore, without the support of the Yanghuang Bank, shops like the En family pawn shop would soon be in dire straits. Bring some people to check how much cash is in the accounts of each shop. If it's not enough, I'll think of other ways. Enshurancai frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking to the old housekeeper. He knew in his heart that this was just a temporary measure. Master, what should we do now? Where are we going to gather so much cash in a day? Furthermore, I heard that the Yanghuang Bank will not lend us any more money. In the future, we can't even exchange for Tang Yuan or deposit money in the Yanghuang Bank. If that's the case, I'm afraid that our business will be greatly affected. In the En residence, the old housekeeper bowed and asked Enshurancai worriedly. The En family had dozens of shops in Chang'an City, which involved various industries such as cloth, jade, pawn, and so on. For consumer shops such as ready-made clothes shops and jade shops, the ban of Yanghuang Bank would not have an obvious impact on them because they usually collected money from consumers. Even if they sometimes needed to give change, they could use the money from consumers to maintain the balance. However, shops like pawn shops that gave out money had to give out large amounts of Tang Yuan every day. Tang Yuan was now widely popular and was accepted by the majority of people. After getting used to the convenience of Tang Yuan, would people who came to pawn their belongings be willing to accept a basket of copper coins or a stack of Tang Yuan? Therefore, without the support of Yanghuang Bank, shops like the En family pawn shop would soon be in dire straits. Take some men with you and check how much cash is in each shop's account. If it's not enough, this old man will think of another way. Enshurancai frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke to the old butler. He knew in his heart that this was only a temporary measure. Master, what should we do now? Where are we going to get so much cash in one day? Furthermore, this old servant has also heard that not only will Yanghuang Bank not lend us any more money, we won't even be able to go to Yanghuang Bank to exchange for Tang Yuan or deposit money. If that's the case, I'm afraid our business will be greatly affected. Inside the inn manor, the old steward bowed and asked Insurance worriedly. Chapter 2157. Your subjects congratulate your majesty. Seeing Qin Qiong take the lead, the officials did not want to dampen Li Er's spirits. They all stopped their private discussions and cupped their hands to Li Er. Among them, Cheng Yarojin was the one who shouted the loudest. Li Zishuan was the junior he valued the most. Now that the Turks were experiencing frost in midsummer, Li Zishuan's wondrous plan was more than half successful. This was a crucial factor that could decide the outcome of the war between the two countries. In this way, Li Zishuan could be said to have performed another meritorious service for the Great Tang. As a senior, he naturally shared in the glory. This old fellow's voice had always been loud, and now that he could raise his voice, it caused the entire Taiji palace to hum. The generals standing beside him almost suffered internal injuries from old Cheng's voice. However, there was no lack of old foxes in the imperial court, such as Zhongsun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Although they did not know of the plan that Li Zishuan had proposed to divide the Turks, they could tell that Li Er's words seemed to be concealing something and had not told the entire truth. This was because this method of using worldly phenomena to spread rumors and bewitch the hearts of the people required the right time and place. Yesterday, frost had descended on the steppe, and Li Er had only just sent someone to inform Tang Jian to use rumors to incite the tribes of the steppe. It was probably already too late. They believed that as an emperor who had been born on horseback, Li Er would not make such a low-level mistake. But since Li Er was so certain that the Turks would fall into internal strife, this meant that Li Er definitely had some tricks up his sleeve that they did not know of. Maro Gong. Li Er nodded at this moment, looked at one of the generals, and said in a deep voice, "This old subject is here." A slightly plump middle-aged general walked out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Your subjects congratulate your majesty. Seeing Qin Qiong take the lead, the officials did not want to dampen Li Er's spirits. They all stopped their private discussions and cupped their hands to congratulate Li Er. Li Zishuan was the junior he valued the most, and now that the Turkic Khaganate was in the middle of summer, Li Zishuan's wondrous plan had mostly succeeded. This was a crucial factor that could decide the outcome of the war between the two countries. In this way, Li Zishuan could be said to have performed another service for the Great Tang, and as his senior, he naturally shared in the glory. This old fellow's voice had always been loud, and now that he could raise his voice, it caused the entire Taiji palace to hum. The generals standing beside him almost suffered internal injuries from old Cheng's voice. But there was no lack of old foxes in the imperial court, such as Zhongsun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Although they did not know of the plan that Li Zishuan had proposed to divide the Turks, they could tell that Li Er was concealing something and had not told the entire truth. This was because this method of using worldly phenomena to spread rumors and bewitch the hearts of the people required the right time and geographical location. Yesterday, the plains had fallen in the middle of summer, and Li Er had only just sent someone to inform Tang Jian to use rumors to incite the tribes of the plains. It was probably already too late. They believed that as an emperor who had been born on horseback, Li Er would not make such a low-level mistake. But since Li Er was so certain that the Turks would fall into internal strife, it meant that Li Er definitely had some tricks up his sleeve that they did not know of. Maro Gong. Li Er nodded at this time, looked at one of the generals, and said in a deep voice, "This old subject is here." A plump middle-aged general walked out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Chapter 2158. Being a nameless hero, Li Zishuan did not suffer a loss. This was something that only he knew in his heart. Although Cheng Yarojin was unwilling, he could only be anxious. This was because he was also very clear that if this matter was made public, many halos would be added to Li Zishuan's body. Li Zishuan's edge was too bright, and it was bound to attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. The tallest tree in the forest would be the first to be destroyed by the wind. This saying was not without reason. There are 3 open sentries at the northwest corner of the inn, and 1 hidden sentries at the 3rd and 5th trees to the west. There are 6 open sentries at the back gate of the inn, 2 hidden sentries at the tea house across the street, and 1 hidden sentries at the first tree to the east and west of the tea house. There are 4 open sentries at the northeast corner of the inn, 1 hidden sentries at the firewood pile to the west of Fenghe Street, and 1 hidden sentries at the butcher shop to the east. There are 4 open sentries at the east side of the inn, and 1 hidden sentries at the first, third, and fifth trees to the north. On a roof 1 li away from Tongfu Inn in Taiwan City, Iron Egg was using his binoculars to carefully scan the surroundings of Tongfu Inn for any suspicious characters. Whenever he saw someone with a sword or saber standing in one place for a long period of time, he would put down his binoculars and record that person's position on a map. Of course, this map of Tongfu Inn's surroundings had also been drawn by Iron Egg, and it was so detailed that it even detailed every blade of grass and tree. It was far more detailed than the maps of the government. Iron Egg also did not stay in one place. Whenever he could not find any useful information at one location, he would switch locations. This was truly a case of changing locations with every shot. This was primarily because there were no particularly tall buildings around Tongfu Inn. Even if Iron Egg stood on the roof of someone else's house, there would still be many blind spots. Ever since he had received the order from Li Junxian in the early morning, Iron Egg had already switched 7 or 8 observation points. His movements were very careful, and no matter where he observed, he would always be 1 li away from Tongfu Inn. This way, he could ensure that he would not be exposed. We have to change locations again. Iron Egg carefully searched the field of vision with the binoculars. After finding nothing, the Iron Egg put away the binoculars and planned to go to the next observation point. He first looked around, and when he found that there was no one around, he lightly jumped down from the roof, and then walked south along the street as if nothing had happened. The mission Li Junxian had given him was to spend the morning cleaning up Tongfu Inn. As a nameless hero, Li Zishuan was the only one who knew whether he had suffered a loss or not. Although Cheng Yaojin was unwilling to accept this, he could only be anxious. He knew very well that if this matter were to be made public, Li Zishuan would be given a lot of glory. Li Zishuan would be too outstanding and would inevitably attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This saying was not without reason. There are 3 open sentries at the northwest corner of the inn, and 1 hidden sentries at the third and fifth trees to the west. There are 6 open sentries at the back gate of the inn, 2 hidden sentries at the tea house across the street, and 1 hidden sentries at the first tree to the east and west of the tea house. Chapter 2159. What? You want to investigate the area around the inn? When Li Junxian heard that Iron Egg wanted to personally investigate the area around the inn, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Without much hesitation, he hastily refused. No. This is too dangerous. His Highness is still in their hands, so even though the soldiers have surrounded the area around Tongfu Inn, they have not dared to do anything excessive. They fear that the Turkic spies in the inn will act out of desperation. If you go alone and they discover you, they will first capture you, and second, they might try to harm His Highness. This is too risky. I don't agree. Just as Li Junxian had said, although the provincial army had surrounded the area 1 li around Tongfu Inn to prevent the Turkic spies from going out and causing trouble, they only dared to surround the inn and not attack. This was because if they did anything excessive, the Turkic spies in the inn might try to harm Li Tai. In this chaotic battle, Li Junxian was not completely confident that he could safely rescue Li Tai, and there would be many variables in the rescue operation. Thus, the government and the Turkic spies were still maintaining a relatively restrained attitude. If the Turkic spies discovered that someone was investigating the area around the inn, not only would that person be in trouble, the Turkic spies might even try to harm Li Tai. Iron Egg solemnly clasped his fist to Li Junxian and said, "General Li, although I don't know the exact details of your plan, I can guess that the positions of the Turkic spies outside the inn are critical to the success of your plan. If I had missed even one, it might have affected our final rescue plan. Thus, I must personally make a trip to the inn." What? You want to investigate the area around the inn? When Li Junxian heard that Iron Egg wanted to personally inspect the area around the inn, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Without much hesitation, he hastily refused. No. This is too dangerous. At present, His Highness was still in their hands. Therefore, although the officers and soldiers had surrounded the Tongfu Inn, they did not dare to do anything excessive. They were afraid that the Turkic spy in the inn would act out of desperation. If they find out that you're going alone, they'll capture you. Secondly, they might harm His Highness. This is too risky. I don't agree. Just as Li Junxian had said, although the provincial army had surrounded a li around Tongfu Inn to prevent Turkic spies from going out and causing trouble, they only dared to encircle but not attack. This was because if they did anything too extreme, the Turkic spies in the inn might attack Li Tai. Li Junxian did not have absolute confidence in his ability to safely rescue Li Tai, and there would be many variables in the rescue operation. Thus, the local authorities and the Turkic spies were still restraining themselves. If the Turkic spies discovered that someone was inspecting the area around the inn, not only would that person be in trouble, the Turkic spies might also take extreme action against Li Tai. Iron Egg solemnly clasped his fist to Li Junxian and said, "General Li, although I don't know the exact details of your plan, I can guess that the positions of the Turkic spies outside the inn are critical to the success of your plan. If I had missed even one, it might have affected our final rescue plan. Thus, I must personally make a trip to the inn." Chapter 2160. Sirs, please do me a favor and let me go in to beg for something to eat. In front of the Tongfu Inn, the little beggar stumbled to the front of the guard at the entrance, bowed and begged. In addition to being a place to stay, the inn was also a place to eat. Beggars entering the inn to beg for food was a normal thing in the past, but now? Is this little beggar crazy? He dares to run to the Tongfu Inn now? I heard that something happened at the Tongfu Inn 2 days ago. A group of unknown ruthless people occupied the inn. Not only did they drive out the innkeeper and staff of the inn, but they also drove out the guests who stayed inside. I heard that many people died in the process. Yesterday, the soldiers surrounded the entire residential area. I think it's because of this matter. This little beggar is going to the inn to beg for food now. I'm afraid he's going to suffer. A few people who liked to watch the fun couldn't help but whisper after seeing the little beggar's action. Is the stinky beggar blind? Now the inn is not open to the public. Beggar, go elsewhere. The guard at the entrance of the inn glared and lifted his foot to kick the little beggar's chest. Bang! The little beggar clutched his chest as he was sent flying. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Get out of here. The person who kicked the little beggar fiercely glared at him. He looked as if he would take the little beggar's life if he didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Sirs, spare me. I'll leave now. The little beggar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fled in a hurry. Sirs, please do me a favor and let me go in to beg for something to eat. In front of the Tongfu Inn, the little beggar stumbled to the front of the guard at the entrance, bowed and begged. In addition to being a place to stay, the inn was also a place to eat. Beggars entering the inn to beg for food was a normal thing in the past, but now? Is this little beggar crazy? Now, you still dare to run to Tongfu Inn? I heard that something happened at Tongfu Inn 2 days ago. A group of ruthless people of unknown origin took over the inn. Not only did they chase out the innkeeper and staff of the inn, but they also chased out the guests. I heard that many people died in the process. Yesterday, the soldiers surrounded the entire residential area. I think it's because of this matter. This little beggar is now going to the inn to beg for food. I'm afraid he's going to suffer. A few commoners who loved to watch the commotion couldn't help but whisper to each other after seeing the little beggar's actions. Is this beggar blind? Right now, the inn is not open to the public. If you want to beg for food, go elsewhere. The guard at the entrance of the inn widened his eyes and lifted his leg to kick the little beggar's chest. Bang! The little beggar clutched his chest as he was sent flying. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Get lost. The person who kicked out glared fiercely at the little beggar, looking as if he would take his life if the little beggar didn't know what was good for him. Spare me, sir. I'll leave right now. The little beggar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fled in a hurry. Sirs, please do me a favor and let me go in to beg for something to eat. In front of the Tongfu Inn, the little beggar stumbled to the front of the guard at the entrance, bowed and begged. In addition to being a place to stay, the inn was also a place to eat. Beggars entering the inn to beg for food was a normal thing in the past, but now? Is this little beggar crazy? Now he dares to run to Tongfu Inn? Chapter 2161. Old Master, Ma Zhansha requests to see you. Chang'an City, Chongren Lane, Zhongsun Wuji's residence. Zhongsun Wuji, who had just returned home from the morning court assembly, was welcomed by an old servant. Ma Cheng? Why is he here instead of assisting the crown prince in the East Palace? Zhongsun Wuji got down from the horse carriage and frowned when he heard the words. He was old and his body wasn't as healthy as Cheng Yarojin and Qin Qiong. Thus, he couldn't ride a bicycle to the morning court assembly every day. However, he actually liked the novelty of riding a bicycle. It was convenient, fast, and he could go whenever he wanted. However, his body condition didn't allow it. Thus, after experiencing the initial novelty, Zhongsun Wuji returned to riding a carriage to the morning court assembly. Ma Cheng was the newly appointed Crown Prince Zhansha. The previous Crown Prince Zhansha was Li Zhanshuan. However, with Li Zhanshuan's continuous promotion over the past year, the small Crown Prince Zhansha became a marquis and was conferred as the provincial governor of a state. With such a status, it was obviously inappropriate for him to be the Crown Prince Zhansha. Furthermore, Li Zhanshuan didn't have the time to go to the East Palace to carry out Crown Prince Zhansha's duties. Thus, about a month ago, under Zhongsun Wuji's recommendation, the newcomer Ma Cheng was appointed as the Crown Prince Zhansha. Ma Cheng was originally a scholar under Zhongsun Wuji. He came from a poor family. Fortunately, Zhongsun Wuji recognized him and recruited him. Thus, he was able to establish himself in Chang'an City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Ma Cheng's literary talent was outstanding and he was knowledgeable. Most importantly, he was loyal to Zhongsun Wuji. Thus, Zhongsun Wuji recommended him as the Crown Prince Zhansha to accompany Li Chengqian in his studies. As the imperial uncle of the current dynasty, Zhongsun Wuji wanted Li Chengqian to become the true heir apparent and the future emperor of Great Tang more than anyone else. Even though Li Tai was also the biological son of Empress Zhongsun, since ancient times, it had always been the elders and not the young. Zhongsun Wuji didn't want to break this rule set by his ancestors. Because once he took the lead to break the rule, there would be countless people following behind him who wanted to break the rule. Master, Ma Zhansha requests an audience. Chang'an City, Chongren Lane, Zhongsun Wuji's residence. Zhongsun Wuji, who had just returned home from the morning court, had not even entered the house when an old servant came up to him and bowed. Ma Cheng? What is he doing here instead of helping the crown prince in the Eastern Palace? Zhongsun Wuji said with a frown as he got off the carriage. He was old, and his body wasn't as healthy as Cheng Yarojin and Qin Qiong. Thus, he couldn't ride a bicycle to the morning court every day. However, he actually quite liked the novelty of riding a bicycle. It was convenient, fast, and he could go whenever he wanted. However, his body didn't allow it. Thus, after experiencing the novelty at the beginning, Zhongsun Wuji returned to riding a carriage to the morning court. Speaking of Ma Cheng, he was the newly appointed Crown Prince Zhansha. The previous Crown Prince Zhansha was Li Zhanshuan. However, with Li Zhanshuan's continuous promotion over the past year, the small Crown Prince Zhansha had become a marquis of the current dynasty and was even conferred as the provincial governor of a province. With such a status, it was obviously inappropriate for him to be the Crown Prince Zhansha. Furthermore, Li Zhanshuan indeed didn't have the time to go to the Eastern Palace to carry out Crown Prince Zhansha's duties. Thus, about a month ago, under Zhongsun Wuji's recommendation, the newcomer Ma Cheng took up the position of Crown Prince Zhansha. Chapter 2162. Why would Li Ku suddenly go against the merchants from the Kang Kingdom and the An Kingdom for no reason? In the side hall, Zhongsun Wuji put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Ma Cheng, and asked in confusion. I don't know about this. However, the Yang Huang Bank had specifically targeted the merchants from the Kang Nation and the An Nation. They were probably only after profits. Elder should know that the 9 families of Jiao Wu have been doing business in the Central Plains for many years. They are strong and have many shops. Perhaps the king of Shu wants to use this to suppress the 9 families of Jiao Wu. With this, the merchants from the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce will gain a greater advantage. Ma Cheng's eyes flashed as he clasped his hands and said to Zhongsun Wuji. He naturally knew a little about the reason why the Yang Huang Bank had banned the merchants from An Kingdom and Kang Kingdom. However, he could not be too clear with Zhongsun Wuji at this moment. Otherwise, after Zhongsun Wuji knew the truth of the matter, his plan would fail. Secondly, if he told the reason why the Yang Huang Bank had banned the merchants from An Kingdom and Kang Kingdom in detail, wouldn't it mean that he was very clear about the inside story of this matter? At that time, with Zhongsun Wuji's intelligence, it would be hard for him not to think that he was one of the parties involved in this matter. He could only be an outsider and tell Zhongsun Wuji such news so that Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't be suspicious. The Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce? You're saying that Li Ku is secretly helping the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce? Zhongsun Wuji's eyes narrowed and his expression turned ugly as he asked in a deep voice. The Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce had been developing vigorously for more than a year and its power had gradually grown. Its fame wasn't inferior to the 9 families of Jiao Wu. People like Qin Qiong, Cheng Yarojin, Niu Jindar, and the others all had shares in the Strange Taste Pavilion because of their relationship with Li Zishuan. The dividends they received every month weren't a small amount. Originally, because they were relatives of the royal family, the Zhongsun family was considered a wealthy family. However, because of Li Zishuan, the Qin and Cheng families were almost richer than the Zhongsun family. It wasn't that Zhongsun Wuji was greedy for money. It was just that every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel angry. Now that he knew that Li Ku could possibly use the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce to suppress other merchants and raise the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce, Zhongsun Wuji was even more unhappy. Hearing that, Ma Cheng hurriedly stood up in fear and trepidation and said, This is just my personal guess. I don't have any evidence. Elder, you don't have to take it seriously. Why would Li Ku suddenly go against the merchants from the Kang Kingdom and the An Kingdom for no reason? In the side hall, Zhongsun Wuji put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Ma Cheng who was seated below him as he asked in confusion. I don't know about that. However, the Yang Huang Bank had specifically targeted the merchants from the Kang Nation and the An Nation. They were probably only after profits. Elder, you should know that the 9 families of Jiao Wu have been doing business in the Central Plains for many years. They are strong and have many shops. Perhaps His Highness, the King of Shu, wants to use this to suppress the 9 families of Jiao Wu. In this way, the merchants of the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce will gain an even greater advantage. Ma Cheng's eyes flashed as he clasped his hands towards Zhongsun Wuji and said. He naturally knew a little about the reason why the Yang Huang Bank had banned the merchants from the An Kingdom and the Kang Nation. However, at this moment, he couldn't be too clear with Zhongsun Wuji. Otherwise, after Zhongsun Wuji knew the truth of the matter, his plan would fail. Secondly, if he told the reason why the Yang Huang Bank had banned the merchants from the An Kingdom and the Kang Nation in detail, wouldn't it mean that he was very clear about the inside story of this matter? At that time, with Zhongsun Wuji's intelligence, it would be hard for him not to think that he himself was also involved in this matter. Chapter 2163. Golden-robed guards. After Ma Cheng left, Zhongsun Wuji sat alone in the side hall. After a long time, his old face sank as he muttered to himself, This Li Ku is proficient in both literature and martial arts. His intelligence is extraordinary, and he has some of His Majesty's style back then. Tilda. Speaking till here, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly laughed coldly, and his face gradually turned cold. Zhongsun Wuji didn't really care about the Yang Huang Bank. After all, those merchants from the Kang Nation and the An Nation had nothing to do with Zhongsun Wuji. Even if those merchants lost their families because of this, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't bat an eyelid. What he really cared about was Li Ku's ability to control the Yang Huang Bank from this incident. Zhongsun Wuji wasn't a short-sighted person. He could see the potential of the Yang Huang Bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out almost all of the Zhongsun family's money to invest in the Yang Huang Bank. Although the Yang Huang Bank was just a small yamen under the Ministry of Revenue, this small yamen had only been established for less than a year, and it had already affected the citizens of Great Tang's 360 states. Furthermore, It had almost completely replaced the position of copper coins as a currency. In the future, this Yanghuang Bank would definitely become an existence that wouldn't be weaker than any of the 6 ministries in the imperial court. This Yamen controlled the economic lifeline of Great Tang, but Li Ku, despite being a prince, was in control of such an important office. Not only that, he had even developed a guard force, the Golden Clothed Guard, an elite force that Li Junxian had personally assisted in creating. At that time, Li Ku wasn't just rich, he also had soldiers. Zhongsun Wuji couldn't help but think, if he didn't handle it well, there might be another Xuanwu Gate incident a few years later. In Zhongsun Wuji's heart, such a terrifying thought suddenly popped up without any reason. Men, prepare the carriage. This old man wants to make a trip to the palace. After a long silence, Zhongsun Wuji raised his head and shouted at the door. He couldn't allow Li Ku to continue developing like this. Otherwise, in the future, Li Ku would definitely become the biggest threat to Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince. He couldn't allow such a variable to appear. Yes. Old master. The old servant guarding outside the door was shocked and hurriedly replied. Not long after, a carriage drove out of the Zhongsun estate, heading in the direction of the imperial palace. At the corner of the alley, a man looked in the direction of the carriage with a meaningful smile on his face. A moment later, the man turned around and left. Gold-robed guards. After Ma Cheng left, Zhongsun Wuji sat alone in the side hall. After a long time, his old face sunk as he muttered to himself, this Li Ku is proficient in both literature and martial arts. His wisdom is extraordinary. He does have some of His Majesty's style back then. Heh. Speaking up to this point, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly sneered, and his expression gradually became somewhat gloomy. Zhongsun Wuji didn't really care about the Yanghuang Bank. After all, those merchants from the Kang Nation and the An Nation had nothing to do with Zhongsun Wuji. Even if those merchants lost their families because of this, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't bat an eyelid. What he was really concerned about was the power that Li Ku had over the Yanghuang Bank. Zhongsun Wuji was not a short-sighted person. He could see the potential of the Yanghuang Bank. Otherwise, he would not have taken out almost all of the Zhongsun family's money. Chapter 2164. Just as I expected, Duke Zhao is already suspicious of King Wei because of this matter. He must have already reached the palace and reported this matter to His Majesty. In a tea house in Chang'an City, Ma Cheng held the teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Sitting opposite him was a slightly plump and boorish-looking old man from the Hua mansion. Judging from his appearance, who else could he be but the An Kingdom's merchant, Enrich? Ma Zhansha is truly a genius. I admire you. Hearing this, Enrich's eyes lit up. He saw that Ma Cheng didn't even bat an eyelid after hearing his flattery. He immediately understood and hurriedly took out a stack of $100 bills from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Cheng. He said, "This is a small gift from Enrich and the other merchants. I hope Ma Zhansha can accept it." Ma Cheng's eyebrows twitched. His right hand that was holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. Such a thick stack of bills, even if it wasn't 10,000 strings of cash, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash. More importantly, before he visited Zhongsun Wuji this morning, this Enrich had already given him 3,000 strings of cash. He didn't expect him to give him so much more now. It's really easy to earn money from these barbarian merchants. Ma Cheng thought to himself. After all, this matter involves King Shu and King Wei. We can only take it slowly. If we act too hastily, only death awaits all of you. Now that Duke Zhao has entered the palace to meet His Majesty, let's wait patiently for news from the palace. Although he was extremely excited, Ma Cheng's face remained calm. He was the crown prince, an official of the Tang Empire. The person in front of him was just a barbarian merchant with some stinky money. As the existence at the top of the food chain, Ma Cheng wasn't willing to lose his composure in front of Enrich. Just as I expected, Duke Zhao is already suspicious of King Wei because of this matter. He must have already reached the palace and reported this matter to His Majesty. In a tea house in Chang'an City, Ma Cheng held the teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Sitting opposite him was a slightly plump and boorish-looking old man from the Hua mansion. Judging from his appearance, who else could he be but the In-Kingdom merchant, Enchanting? Ma Zhong is really a genius. I'm impressed. Hearing this, Enchanting's eyes lit up. He saw that Ma Cheng didn't even bat an eyelid after listening to his flattery. He immediately understood and hurriedly took out a stack of $100 bills from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Cheng. He said, "This is a small gift from Enchanting and the other 9 merchants. I hope Ma Cheng can accept it." Ma Cheng's eyebrows twitched. His right hand, which was holding the teacup, couldn't help but tremble. Such a thick stack of Tang Yuan, even if it wasn't 10,000 strings of cash, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash. More importantly, before he visited Zhongsun Wuji this morning, this Enchanting had just given him 3,000 strings of cash. He never expected that Enchanting would give him so much more now. It was really easy to earn money from these barbarian merchants. Ma Cheng thought to himself. After all, this matter involves the King of Shu and King of Wei. We can only take it slowly. If we act too hastily, only death awaits you. Now that Duke Zhao has entered the palace to meet His Majesty, let's wait patiently for news from the palace. Chapter 2165. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. There's no need to be so courteous. Li Er raised both his hands and smiled. In the previous dynasty, Li Er was already good friends with Zhongsun Wuji. After that, Zhongsun Wuji followed Li Er to conquer the world. After experiencing the change of dynasties and the change of Xuanwu Gate, the two of them had already established a deep friendship. In addition to their relationship with Empress Zhongsun, the two of them could be said to be even closer. Li Er was naturally quite satisfied with this brother-in-law of his. Not only was he knowledgeable and had outstanding ability, but he also knew how to judge the situation and observe the situation. He wasn't like Wei Zheng, that old fellow, who always made him angry to death. The morning court just ended. Why did you return? Is there something important? Li Er put down his brush and sat up straight. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji and asked. On the way to the palace, Zhongsun Wuji had already prepared a draft. Now that he heard Li Er's question, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, after I left the morning court, I heard that something strange happened in Chang'an City today. The Yanghuang Bank in the city suddenly announced that they would no longer cooperate with the merchants from An Kingdom and Kang Kingdom. As for the money that they had already lent out, the Yanghuang Bank ordered the merchants from An Kingdom and Kang Kingdom to pay it all back within 3 days. If not, they would hand it over to the authorities for investigation. I wonder if Your Majesty has heard of this." So he was here for this matter. Li Er's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji expressionlessly and said, "I heard about this from Zhao Song previously. Why? Could it be that this is the reason why the auxiliary aircraft is here?" "Greetings, Your Majesty." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. "You don't have to be so courteous." Li Er raised both his hands and smiled. In the previous dynasty, Li Er was already good friends with Zhongsun Wuji. After that, Zhongsun Wuji followed Li Er to conquer the world. After experiencing the change of dynasties and the change of Xuanwu Gate, the two of them had already established a deep friendship. In addition to their relationship with Empress Zhongsun, the two of them could be said to be even closer. Li Er was naturally quite satisfied with this brother-in-law of his. Not only was he knowledgeable and had outstanding ability, but he also knew how to judge the situation and observe the situation. He wasn't like that old fellow Wei Zheng, who could always anger him half to death. The morning court assembly has just ended. Why did the auxiliary aircraft return? Is there something important? Li Er put down his brush, sat up straight, and asked Zhongsun Wuji. On the way to the palace, Zhongsun Wuji had already made up his mind. When he heard Li Er's question, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, after I left the court, I heard that something strange happened in Chang'an City today. The Yanghuang Bank in the city suddenly announced that they would no longer cooperate with the merchants from An Kingdom and Kang Kingdom. As for the money that they had already lent, the Yanghuang Bank ordered the merchants from An Kingdom and Kang Kingdom to pay it all back within 3 days. Otherwise, they would be handed over to the authorities for investigation. I wonder if your majesty has heard of this. So that's why he's here. Li Er's eyes flickered, and he understood immediately. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji expressionlessly and said, I have heard about this from Zhao Song. Why? Is this the reason why the auxiliary aircraft is here? Greetings, your majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. The auxiliary aircraft isn't here. Chapter 2166. In the morning, a horse carriage drove out of the palace and headed towards Chongren Lane. The horse carriage was the second-generation Don't Touch Me from Strange Interest Pavilion. Regardless of speed or comfort, it was much better than the ordinary horse carriages in the market. However, the person sitting in the horse carriage wasn't in the mood to enjoy. He frowned and his old face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. Could it be that I was wrong? Could it be that the King of Shu really didn't have the intention to fight for power? The person sitting in the carriage was Zhongsun Wuji. Previously, he had a conversation with Li Er in the palace, and in the end, they naturally parted on bad terms. However, Li Er's last words were deeply engraved in his mind. Nobody knows a son better than a father. I know these few sons of mine better than you. Ku-er loves the way of the economy and has no intention of fighting for power. We are only 30 years old. We advise you not to get too involved in the battle for the throne. Recalling the words that Li Er had said in the Ganlu Hall, Zhongsun Wuji couldn't help but have self-doubt. Impossible. I can't be wrong. The horse carriage moved forward at a moderate speed. The conversations of the pedestrians and the cries of the peddlers didn't seem to reach Zhongsun Wuji's ears. He sat on the soft leather sofa in the horse carriage in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head violently. His eyes gradually regained their vigor and he muttered to himself. Holding an important position, having money and soldiers, plus the royal bloodline of 2 dynasties, how can he not have ambition? Even if he doesn't have it now, he will have it in the future, just like his majesty back then. Other than Zhongsun Wuji, there was no one else in the horse carriage. Obviously, his words were for himself to hear. He wanted to confirm the thoughts in his heart. He wanted to tell himself that he didn't do anything wrong. In the end, he still didn't believe that Li Er wouldn't have the intention to fight for power when he was in control of the Yanghuang Bank and the gold-robed guard. Putting himself in Li Ku's shoes, Zhongsun Wuji asked himself honestly. If he was Li Ku and was in Li Ku's current situation, he definitely wouldn't have the slightest bit of ambition. Zhongsun Wuji had gone through ups and downs in the officialdom for more than 10 years. Not only was he wise, but he also had a sharp eye. He had seen too many people, so he was confident that he wouldn't be wrong this time. Master, we're here. Just like that, amidst Zhongsun Wuji's self-doubt and self-resistance, the carriage stopped after a while. The coachman jumped off the carriage and bowed to Zhongsun Wuji through the curtains. Yes. Zhongsun Wuji finally regained his senses from his chaotic thoughts. He stood up, opened the curtains, and jumped down from the carriage. When the servant in front of the Zhongsun residence saw the familiar carriage stop at the entrance, he quickly went up to welcome it. At this moment, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly thought of something and said to the servant who was about to greet him, "Call Ma Cheng to the main hall to see this old man." His voice clearly contained a trace of anger. "Yes, master." When the subordinates heard this, they were instantly shocked. They could also sense that Zhongsun Wuji was angry, so they quickly responded. Zhongsun Wuji nodded and stepped into the mansion, heading towards the main hall. Obviously, he wanted to settle the score with Ma Cheng. If Ma Cheng hadn't come over this morning to bewitch him, he wouldn't have rashly gone to the palace to impeach Li Ku, and he wouldn't have been beaten by Li Er. Ma Cheng pays his respects to cabinet elder. After Zhongsun Wuji returned to the main hall and drank half a cup of tea, there was a series of footsteps outside the house. Shortly after, Ma Cheng appeared in front of him and greeted him with a bow. Zhongsun Wuji placed the teacup in front of his mouth and used the teacup cover to rub the teacup. He looked like he was seriously tasting the tea, but he was secretly observing Ma Cheng from the corner of his eyes. As expected, when he saw Ma Cheng bowing to him, he was also secretly observing him. Observing one's expression. Obviously, Ma Cheng wanted to observe some clues from Zhongsun Wuji's expression to determine the results of Zhongsun Wuji's trip to the palace. Zhongsun Wuji retracted his gaze, but his heart was moved. He placed the teacup on the coffee table beside him and looked at Ma Cheng with a smile. Zhongming, you don't have to be so courteous. Zhongming was Ma Cheng's courtesy name. Seeing the smile on Zhongsun Wuji's face, Ma Cheng instantly felt relieved. When he greeted Zhongsun Wuji previously, he saw that Zhongsun Wuji was expressionless, neither happy nor angry. He thought that Zhongsun Wuji's trip to the palace didn't go smoothly. Now, it seemed like Zhongsun Wuji definitely had a fruitful trip. Therefore, Ma Cheng hurriedly stood up and couldn't wait to cup his hands and ask, "Cabinet Elder, did you just return from outside?" Although Ma Cheng was anxious to know the results, it didn't mean that he had lost his rationality. Of course, he couldn't directly ask Zhongsun Wuji what Li said in the palace. If he did that, wouldn't the fact that he was secretly monitoring Zhongsun Wuji be exposed? Therefore, at this moment, he had to feign ignorance and pretend that he didn't know that Zhongsun Wuji went to the palace previously. Hearing that, Zhongsun Wuji narrowed his eyes, but he quickly chuckled and said, "Haha, that's right, I just returned from the palace." Speaking up to this point, he deliberately paused. Indeed, he saw a flash of joy and eagerness in Ma Cheng's eyes. Therefore, he continued, "After I heard about the news of the Yanghuang Bank from you, I immediately went to the palace and informed His Majesty." After His Majesty heard the news, he was furious. After all, the Yanghuang Bank is an official yamen under the Ministry of Revenue. How can King of Shu suppress whoever he wants? In the long run, where will the prestige of the imperial court be? Where will His Majesty's prestige be? Speaking up to this point, Zhongsun Wuji's expression became agitated and even faintly contained a trace of anger. In Ma Cheng's opinion, Zhongsun Wuji was angered by Li Ku's reckless actions, but in reality, His Majesty is brilliant. After all, the Yanghuang Bank belongs to the imperial court and not King of Shu alone. Ma Cheng hurriedly licked his lips and echoed. Following which, he finally asked the question that he had always wanted to ask, "Cabinet Elder, I wonder how His Majesty intends to deal with this matter." This was the question that he was most concerned about, because if he could really help Enrich and the rest get rid of the sanctions of the Yanghuang Bank, Enrich and the rest would definitely not lack benefits for him. After all, before this, Enrich had already given him 10,000 strings of cash. Who knew how much benefits Enrich would give him after this matter was settled? Another 10,000 strings of cash? Or 20,000 strings of cash? Thinking up to this point, Ma Cheng's breathing suddenly became hurried. Speaking of which, before this, he had never thought that he would one day have a wealth of 10,000 strings of cash. If it was in the past, he might have felt that 10,000 strings of cash was a lot and that he would never be able to spend so much money in his lifetime. But now, his greed had been aroused. In his opinion, since he had the chance to earn more 10,000 strings of cash, why not go for it? Of course, the higher the benefits, the greater the risk. Ma Cheng, who was blinded by greed, did not realize that danger was approaching him step by step. King of Shu used his authority to suppress the merchants of An country and Kang country for no reason. His Majesty has already urgently ordered King of Shu to return to the palace. I believe that it won't be long before the Yanghuang Bank welcomes a new manager. Zhongsun Wuji snorted and said. At this moment, Ma Cheng's heart was about to jump out of his chest. If not for the fact that he knew that the current situation wasn't right, he would have jumped 3 feet high in excitement. He forced himself to calm down. A huge fortune was right in front of him and could even be obtained easily. He would have endless glory and wealth for the rest of his life and enjoy it endlessly. At this moment, he had to be steady and develop wretchedly. He definitely could not be reckless and let Zhongsun Wuji see through the clues and become suspicious. Zhongming, you have done well in this matter. I called you over because I want you to continue to keep an eye on the Yanghuang Bank. Once there is news from there, immediately report to this old man. Zhongsun Wuji continued at this moment. Ma Cheng thought that he had hidden it well, but in terms of foresight and expression management, how could he, a small fry who had just entered the officialdom, be a match for Zhongsun Wuji who had been in the officialdom for more than 10 years? Although he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, his tightly clenched fists had betrayed him. Zhongsun Wuji could see through the clues at a glance. However, Zhongsun Wuji did not expose him. "Thank you for your praise, Cabinet Elder." Hearing Zhongsun Wuji's praise, Ma Cheng's taut face could finally reveal a smile. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Zhongsun Wuji, saying, "Cabinet Elder, I am indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Zhongming is willing to go through fire and water for Cabinet Elder. I will go to the Yanghuang Bank to keep an eye on it for Cabinet Elder now. Go." Zhongsun Wuji nodded with a gratified face and waved towards Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng cupped his hands towards Zhongsun Wuji, then turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Ma Cheng's face could no longer be taut. From the original smile, it turned into an extremely exaggerated laughter. However, he held it in and did not make a sound. After all, he had not gone far. Stepping out of the main hall's door, Ma Cheng seemed to be able to see countless Tangyuan waving towards him. At this moment, he really wished that he had a pair of wings and could instantly fly to Ensurance's side. It was not because he loved Ensurance, but because he could immediately obtain a lot of money from Ensurance. With this money, he could totally establish his own household. Why would he need to continue being a guest in the Zhongsun residence? Qinghe. In the main hall, seeing that Ma Cheng had already walked far away, Zhongsun Wuji hurriedly shouted towards the door. "Your subordinate is here." Very quickly, a warrior holding a saber walked in from outside the house. This person was the Zhongsun family's guard leader, Zhongsun Qinghe, an expert at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. "Immediately bring a few astute men to follow Ma Cheng. If he did not go to the Yanghuang Bank and went to meet someone, bring him and that person back for me. Remember, I want them alive." Zhongsun Wuji said coldly with a solemn face. It was obvious that Ma Cheng was hiding something from him and wanted to use him to achieve a certain goal. Zhongsun Wuji had been in a high position for many years. How could he tolerate such a small fry using and manipulating him? The reason why he did not expose Ma Cheng was because Zhongsun Wuji wanted to see who was behind this fellow. Yes, family head. Hearing that, Zhongsun Qinghe accepted the order loudly and turned to leave. After a short while, 4 to 5 warriors left the Zhongsun residence and followed behind Ma Cheng from afar. At this moment, Ma Cheng was not heading towards the Yanghuang Bank's headquarters in the west. Instead, he was heading east. That was the east market of Chang'an City. Family head's prediction was indeed correct. This fellow, Ma Cheng, definitely has some shady business going on. Looking at Ma Cheng's back, Zhongsun Qinghe muttered to himself. "Shopkeeper, quickly call your boss over. Tell him that I have something to tell him." Half an hour later, Ma Cheng arrived at a tea house in the East Market. After entering, he went straight to the counter and spoke to the shopkeeper in a low voice. This tea house was the one where he and Enshun had a discussion over tea in the morning. It was called Enshun Tea House. "Oh, so it's Ma. Mr. Ma, please come upstairs. This old man will send someone to invite our boss over." The shopkeeper was just about to say, "Who the hell are you? Our boss is not someone you can meet whenever you want," but when he looked up and took a closer look, he instantly felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. After a moment, his heart quivered. He thought to himself, "Isn't this the person who drank tea with the boss on the second floor in the morning?" Moreover, before the boss left, he had specially instructed him that if this person came again, not only must he receive him well, but he must also immediately send someone to report to him. Therefore, the shopkeeper's expression changed several times, and he hurriedly changed his words. Hurry up. My time is limited." Ma Cheng nodded and urged the shopkeeper. It was not that he was worried that he would be discovered if he stayed here for too long, but he could not wait to get more benefits that Enshun had promised. Yes. Mr. Ma, please come upstairs first. Our boss should be at the Enshun restaurant in the East Market. He will be here soon." The shopkeeper really thought that Ma Cheng still had urgent matters to attend to. He was afraid that this distinguished guest that his boss had mentioned would not be able to wait and would leave, so he hurriedly pacified him. Ma Cheng nodded and turned to go to the second floor. The shopkeeper's manservant was very perceptive and ran in front of Ma Cheng to lead the way. Da Zhuang, you run fast. Quickly go to the restaurant and ask the boss to come over. Just say that Mr. Ma is here. After watching Ma Cheng go upstairs, the shopkeeper hurriedly pulled over a manservant and instructed. Yes. Shopkeeper who? The manservant responded, put down the tea tray in his hand, and ran out as if he was flying. Boss, should we go in and capture Ma Cheng now? Under the banyan tree in the west corner of Anshan restaurant, Zhongsun Qinghe and his group were secretly observing here. At this moment, a slightly smaller Zhongsun residence guard opened his mouth and asked. Obviously, they already knew the mission of this trip, so they also called Ma Cheng Marjantia and directly called him by his name. Wait first. Zhongsun Qinghe frowned and looked at the manservant that ran out of the tea house. He said, this Ma Cheng just entered the tea house, and a manservant ran out. Obviously, the main character has not arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. When he spoke up to hear, Zhongsun Qinghe turned his head and instructed the 4 people behind him in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. The few of you go and see if there are any other exits from this tea house. If there is a back door, leave 2 people there to guard it. The other 2 come back and guard the front door with me. Yes, boss. Chapter 2167. Good for you, Ma Zhongming. How dare you? How dare you scheme against me? Seems like I have been too merciful all these years. Zhongsun Wuji said angrily as he looked at Ma Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied up. Actually, Zhongsun Wuji was already suspicious of Ma Cheng on the way back from the palace. After all, Ma Cheng, as Crown Prince Zhongxue, didn't accompany the Crown Prince to study in the East Palace today. Instead, he specially came over to mention the Yang Huang Bank's sanctions against the merchants from the An Nation and Kang Nation. Moreover, he intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Li Ku, making Zhongsun Wuji fearful of Li Ku's current power and impeach Li Ku. Zhongsun Wuji, who had been in the officialdom for more than a decade and had fought with countless people in the officialdom, calmed down and thought carefully. He guessed that Ma Cheng didn't come to look for him this morning just to reveal a piece of news to him. There was most likely a conspiracy behind it. So after he returned to his residence, Zhongsun Wuji wanted to test Ma Cheng. He purposely pretended that the trip to the Imperial Palace earlier was very smooth, causing Ma Cheng to lower his guard and gradually reveal himself. After that, he ordered his men to capture Ma Cheng and the people behind Ma Cheng. An old fox was, after all, an old fox. The reason why Ma Cheng was able to scheme against Zhongsun Wuji in the morning was because Zhongsun Wuji didn't have much vigilance against him. Moreover, he grasped Zhongsun Wuji's weakness very well. He knew that Zhongsun Wuji was even more concerned about Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince than Li Chengqian himself. As long as someone threatened Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince, Zhongsun Wuji would definitely eliminate that person at all cost. But in terms of intelligence and methods, Zhongsun Wuji was miles ahead of Ma Cheng. The moment Zhongsun Wuji became suspicious of Ma Cheng's failure was already destined. Ma Cheng couldn't win against Zhongsun Wuji no matter if it was overt or covert method. However, Zhongsun Wuji's actions were a little risky. Because he had previously used Li Er's name to deceive Ma Cheng. He had altered Li Er's words. If the imperial censors knew about this, they might impeach him for the crime of tampering with the imperial edict. But Zhongsun Wuji definitely wouldn't let this happen. At that moment, there was another person kneeling on the right side of Ma Cheng. It was Anshan Sai. Previously, Anshan had received news that Ma Cheng had come to his tea house. Anshan knew that if Ma Cheng had come to find him at this time, it must be that there had been new progress in the matter he had previously requested. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed to the tea house as fast as he could. However, before he could say a few words to Ma Cheng, several saber-wielding warriors rushed in from outside the room. Anshan was shocked and hurriedly called for the servants and guards in the tea house. However, who would have thought that the martial arts of the people who rushed in were so high? None of the more than a dozen people under Anshan's command were a match for the leading warrior. In a short while, they were all beaten down. After that, he and Ma Cheng were tied up and brought here. As for Ma Cheng, he recognized the leading saber-wielding warrior. It was the leader of the Zhongsun family's guards, Zhongsun Qinghe. The moment he recognized Zhongsun Qinghe, Ma Cheng's old face instantly turned ashen. He knew that he had lost. He was completely finished. At this moment, facing Zhongsun Wuji's fury, Ma Cheng's eyes were dull and he turned a deaf ear to it. His entire person was like a pile of mud, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. He didn't beg for mercy because now that the matter had been exposed, he knew that no matter what he said, he would only be left with a dead end. After all, he had offended Zhongsun Wuji. He just didn't expect the matter to be exposed so quickly. He also didn't expect that Zhongsun Wuji would suspect him the moment he returned from the palace and send people to follow him. What exactly happened in Taiyuan? What exactly happened after Zhongsun Wuji went to the palace previously? This was the biggest doubt in Ma Cheng's heart. Enrich had told Ma Cheng some of the reasons why the Yanghuang Bank banned the merchants from Enchanting and Kang country. However, it wasn't the whole story. Ma Cheng only knew that there were merchants with 9 surnames causing trouble in Taiyuan City, which was why the Yanghuang Bank did this today. However, from Ma Cheng's point of view, this matter wasn't completely irreversible. If the merchants with 9 surnames in Taiyuan were causing trouble, then the imperial court could just arrest them directly. However, the Yanghuang Bank punished all the merchants from Enchanting and Kang country who were doing business in Tang dynasty because of this. Wasn't it a little overboard? Therefore, he was willing to take the risk to help Enrich resolve this matter. However, from the current outcome, he seemed to have thought of this matter too simply. Zhongsun Wuji must have hit a wall when he went to the palace to impeach Li Ku. Otherwise, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't have schemed against him the moment he returned and made him lower his guard so that he could find Enrich to report the good news. And you? Seeing Ma Cheng's drooping head and lifeless eyes, it was obvious that he knew that he was going to die and had given up on treatment. Zhongsun Wuji turned to look at Enrich, who was kneeling beside Ma Cheng. He asked coldly, "You are the one who asked Ma Cheng to plot against me? You are the barbarian merchant." Feeling the terrifying aura from Zhongsun Wuji, Enrich was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Actually, the moment he entered the Zhongsun residence, he knew that he was done for. After doing business in Chang'an City for so many years, how could he not have heard of Zhongsun Wuji's name? Previously, he asked Ma Cheng for help because he wanted to make use of Ma Cheng to connect with Zhongsun Wuji, an important official of the Tang dynasty's imperial court. However, he didn't expect things to develop to such a stage. Family head, this person is Enrich, an influential merchant from Enchanting. He is the one who bribed Ma Cheng and wanted to borrow your hand to remove the ban from the Yanghuang Bank. Seeing that Enrich couldn't even speak clearly, Zhongsun Qinghe cupped his fists and said to Zhongsun Wuji, "Good. Very good." Zhongsun Wuji's face was as cold as ice. He stared at Enrich and said word by word, "A mere merchant dares to plot against me? Very good. Qinghe, drag him away and break his limbs first. Then bring him here for me to question him." "Yes, family head." Zhongsun Qinghe cupped his fists and accepted the order. He strode forward and wanted to lift Enrich up from the ground. Enrich was shocked when he heard that. At this moment, this fellow could speak clearly. He quickly begged for mercy and said, "Duke Zhao, please spare my life. Duke Zhao, please spare my life. I just want to ask Duke Zhao to help me resolve the ban that the Yanghuang Bank has placed on us. It's just that Duke Zhao's position is high and powerful, and I'm just a merchant. It's very difficult for me to meet Duke Zhao. That's why I thought of asking Ma Zhansha from your residence to introduce me. I have no ill intentions towards Duke Zhao." What a good recommendation. In the end, you actually want to use me as a weapon in your hands to deal with the Yanghuang Bank. What a wild ambition. Zhongsun Wuji sneered. Then, he suddenly felt that the name Enrich was a little familiar. Soon, he recalled what Li said to him in the palace. Qing Qiu was kidnapped by a Turkic spy in Taiyuan City. The Kingdom's merchant, Shunzhan, colluded with the Turkic spy. The Kang Kingdom's merchant, Kang Chu, and the others instigated civil unrest and obstructed the officials from rescuing Qing Qiu. Thinking of this, Zhongsun Wuji's expression changed. He looked at Enrich and asked coldly, "Wait, you are called Enrich?" Enrich was already lifted up by Zhongsun Qinghe and was about to be dragged away to have his limbs broken. When he heard Zhongsun Wuji's sudden question, this fellow seemed to have seen a trace of hope for survival. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I am called Enrich. Do you know Enshanshan? Who is he to you?" Zhongsun Wuji waved his hand at Zhongsun Qinghe, indicating for him to put Enrich down first. Then, he looked at Enrich and asked. In this era, brothers would usually have similar names. For example, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baohuan, Fang Yi and Fang Yizhi. Although such things couldn't be said to be absolute, with such similar names, these two people were very likely to be brothers or came from the same clan. Zhongsun Wuji asked this because he wanted to try his luck. He didn't expect that he would really meet him. I know. Of course, I know him." Enrich's eyes lit up. Could it be that his cousin was friends with Zhongsun Wuji? If that was the case, he would be able to avert danger today. Therefore, he quickly said, replying to Duke of Zhao, "Enshanshan is this N's younger cousin. Shanshan manages more than 100 shops in the Great Tang. As long as Duke of Zhao spares this one's life, this one and my younger cousin are willing to offer up all our wealth." Shut up. This fellow still wanted to use money to bribe Zhongsun Wuji. Zhongsun Wuji couldn't help but frown and interrupt him. Then, he shouted coldly, "Enshanshan colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan and held the king of Wei hostage. His crime is punishable by death. Since you are his cousin, this matter definitely has something to do with you. Qinghe, immediately escort this person to the Supreme Court and let Shaoqing Dai interrogate him properly." Hearing this, Ma Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled. He was filled with regret. No wonder the Yanghuang Bank wanted to ban the merchants from An country and Kang country. No wonder the cabinet elder returned empty-handed after making a trip to the palace. Enrich's cousin actually colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan. If he had known earlier, if Ma Cheng had known that such a thing happened in Taiwan City, even if Enrich gave him 100,000 strings of cash, he wouldn't have dared to interfere in this matter. Now, he could only feel endless regret in his heart. What? When Enrich heard Zhongsun Wuji's words, his face instantly turned pale. What did he just hear? His younger brother actually colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan City and held the king of Wei hostage? The thing that he was most worried about had indeed happened. Now, even if Zhongsun Wuji didn't kill him, the Emperor of Great Tang wouldn't let him off. It was laughable that he was still pondering on how to remove the ban from the Yanghuang Bank. If he had known earlier, he would have fled Chang'an in advance. Yes. Family head. Zhongsun Qinghe cupped his fists and received the order. Then, he strode forward and grabbed Enrich's shoulder. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged Enrich out. Instantly, only Zhongsun Wuji and Ma Cheng were left in the house. "Ma Zhongming, although you came from a humble background, I admire your talent. That's why I kept you in the residence back then and let you walk step by step to where you are today. But you have really disappointed me." Looking at the person that he had groomed, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head. His face was filled with pain and disappointment. Indeed, when he first knew that Ma Cheng had schemed against him, he really hated Ma Cheng to the core. He couldn't wait to tear Ma Cheng into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that he had calmed down, there was only pain and disappointment left in Zhongsun Wuji's heart. Ma Cheng was indeed a talented person. Moreover, he was groomed by him. Ma Cheng was able to turn from a poor scholar back then to the Crown Prince John Shi today. Behind this, Ma Cheng's own hard work was behind it. But more importantly, it was Zhongsun Wuji's help in the dark. Recommending the person that he had groomed to the East Palace as the Crown Prince John Shi was a move that Zhongsun Wuji had spent a lot of effort on. He wanted to correct the Crown Prince's wrong thinking of belittling Confucianism and emphasizing engineering. Besides, with Ma Cheng in the East Palace, if anything happened over there, he would be able to know about it immediately. But now, the move that he had put in so much effort into had come to nothing because of the betrayal of his own people. How could he not be heartbroken? How could he not be disappointed? Cabinet Elder, Zhong Ming is indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Zhong Ming is deeply grateful. Today, I was blinded by greed and did such a foolish thing. Zhong Ming knows that I have no face to meet Cabinet Elder in the future. I am willing to atone for my sins with death. Ma Cheng's expression was a little moved. He banged his head on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Zhongsun Wuji. Then, he groaned and a large amount of blood flowed out from his mouth. Following that, his neck tilted and his eyes rolled as he fell to the ground. This guy actually bit his tongue to commit suicide. From the perspective of modern medicine, there was no scientific basis for the description of death by biting one's tongue in the novel. Actually, in real life, we could often see many people who had their tongues injured or even lost part of their tongues due to various reasons but still survived. But generally speaking, biting one's tongue to commit suicide would usually result in the tongue being severed at the root. The person would usually faint because they couldn't bear the pain. Because the blood vessels at the root of the tongue were larger, and because the tongue was in the mouth, it wasn't easy to use methods such as compressing the blood vessels to stop the bleeding. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped, then the person who bit his tongue to commit suicide would definitely die from excessive blood loss. As for cutting the tongue, because it was cut from the outside, the tongue wouldn't be severed at the root. Only the tip of the tongue would be cut off, so the pain was relatively smaller. When a person bit their tongue, they would bite off the root of the tongue, the root of the part in the mouth. The remaining part would block the trachea, causing the person to suffocate to death. The tongue was rich in blood vessels. After biting the tongue, one would bleed to death. The intense pain after biting the tongue would cause the person to temporarily lose their rationality. The large amount of blood and secretions from the mouth could be inhaled into the trachea, causing choking and coughing. Choking and coughing would further worsen the lack of oxygen. The possibility of death due to mechanical asphyxiation and traumatic coma couldn't be ruled out. The blood vessels on the tongue were rich. Once they were severed, there would be massive bleeding, causing the body to lack blood. Also, the tongue was very close to the brain, so the nerves on it were rich and controlled directly by the brain. Once it was strongly stimulated, it would directly stimulate the central nervous system, causing the central nervous system to be damaged and cause death. Zhongsun Wuji's gaze turned cold. He knew that Ma Cheng had most likely bit his tongue to commit suicide. He didn't expect that this guy would suddenly wake up at the last moment and have the courage to bite his tongue to commit suicide and atone for his sins with his death. Looking at Ma Cheng's body on the ground, Zhongsun Wuji sighed and shouted outside, "Men!" Chapter 2168. The reason why Ma Cheng committed suicide by biting his tongue was because he knew that Zhongsun Wuji would definitely not spare him. However, he was still a third-grade crown prince. No matter how much Zhongsun Wuji hated him, it wasn't possible for him to kill him directly. That would only give Zhongsun Wuji an advantage. The shrewd Zhongsun Wuji would definitely not do such a thing. In other words, Ma Cheng could have kept his life. However, Zhongsun Wuji was the current Minister of Rights after all. Moreover, he was the elder brother of Empress Zhongsun. He had great influence in the imperial court. Since he had offended Zhongsun Wuji, even if he could keep his life, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the imperial court in the future. Since Zhongsun Wuji was able to push him to his current position, he could easily pull him down as well. At that time, he would once again become that powerless scholar. At that time, if Zhongsun Wuji wanted to crush him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? By then, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't even need to do anything personally. Those who wanted to curry favor with Zhongsun Wuji would take the initiative to help Zhongsun Wuji get rid of this trouble. More importantly, after Zhongsun Wuji killed him, he might even vent his anger on his family. This was what Ma Cheng didn't want to see the most. Therefore, instead of dying in such a sullen manner and implicating his family, Ma Cheng felt that it was better to commit suicide. This way, it would save Zhongsun Wuji a lot of trouble. In this way, Zhongsun Wuji probably wouldn't vent his anger on his family. Yes, family head. Most of the Zhongsun residence's guards were soldiers who had retired from the battlefield. They were all experienced. Seeing this scene, a few of them were first shocked, but they quickly calmed down. They cupped their fists towards Zhongsun Wuji, then carried Ma Cheng, whose face was covered in blood, away and left. Not long later, maids and servants came in to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. Zhongsun Wuji wasn't willing to continue staying here and was preparing to leave. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. "Father, you're back?" It was Zhongsun Chong's voice. Yanghuang College was currently on summer vacation. Only the members of the Trump Card Project team would continue their research activities in the college. The rest of the students had basically gone home. Although Zhongsun Chong's proficiency in the 4 books and 5 classics was not bad, he was still a layman in the college. Whether it was mathematics, physics, or chemistry, his grades were not considered top-notch in the college. He had always been in the middle and lower levels. Therefore, he was not able to enter the Trump Card Project. During the summer vacation in the college, he naturally stayed at home. Hearing Zhongsun Chong's voice from outside, Zhongsun Wuji, who was about to stand up and leave, sat back down. After a while, Zhongsun Chong rushed in. The moment this fellow entered, he saw a few servants scrubbing the ground in the middle of the main hall. He was startled at first, but his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a pool of blood on the ground. Zhongsun Chong's expression instantly changed. He looked nervously at Zhongsun Wuji and asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Zhongsun Wuji raised his eyelids and lightly reprimanded, "What are you panicking for? It's just a person who died." Zhongsun Chong was born in a time of peace. At least, most of his memories were from the Tang dynasty. He was not like Zhongsun Wuji, who had experienced the chaotic times at the end of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, when he saw the bloodstains in the main hall of his house, Zhongsun Chong subconsciously panicked. Now that he heard Zhongsun Wuji say someone died, Zhongsun Chong instantly panicked. He widened his eyes, looked at Zhongsun Wuji, and asked, "Someone died? Who died? All of you are dismissed." Seeing that the bloodstains on the ground were almost wiped clean, Zhongsun Wuji waved his hands at the few servants and said, "Yes, old master." The few of them bowed and accepted the order. They took the cleaning tools and left the main hall, closing the door on their way out. A person who deserved to die, Ma Cheng. When only the father and son were left in the room, Zhongsun Wuji opened his mouth. "Ma Cheng? The Ma Cheng who just became the crown prince, Zhonshe? Father, why did you?" As the eldest young master of the Zhongsun residence, Zhongsun Chong knew some things. When he heard Zhongsun Wuji say that Ma Cheng was dead, Zhongsun Chong's heart instantly thumped. He thought to himself, why did his father want to kill Zhongsun Chong? Could it be that his father wanted to rebel? And was discovered by Ma Cheng? Thinking of this, Zhongsun Chong's small face instantly turned pale. He, the son of a duke, hadn't had enough of a good life. How could his father rebel? Now that the emperor had so many valiant generals under him, he had a strong army. How could he not think things through? Unfilial son. Ma Cheng bit his tongue to commit suicide. What nonsense are you thinking about? Seeing Zhongsun Chong's pale face and looking at him strangely, Zhongsun Wuji's face instantly darkened as he scolded angrily. It was obvious that Zhongsun Chong was thinking about some messy things in his heart. Ah! Ma Cheng bit his tongue to commit suicide. Hearing this, Zhongsun Chong's face was filled with surprise. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Following which, he asked curiously, "Then father, why did Ma Cheng bite his tongue to commit suicide?" Zhongsun Wuji's face was gloomy as he said, "This fellow colluded with the merchants of the Kingdom and plotted against me. He wanted me to enter the palace to impeach the king of Shu. After the matter was exposed, he bit his tongue to commit suicide." Seeing that Zhongsun Chong was still filled with doubt, Zhongsun Wuji roughly explained what happened this morning to Zhongsun Chong. After hearing half of it, Zhongsun Chong exclaimed, "What? There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City? And they even kidnapped Qing Qiu? What about the rest of the teachers and students in the academy? How are they now?" After staying in Yanghuang College for a year, Zhongsun Chong more or less had some feelings for the college. Compared to his home and Chang'an City, he actually preferred to stay in the college. The college gave him a very special feeling. If he really had to describe it, it would be the feeling of freedom. There wasn't a strict hierarchy here, nor was there complicated scheming and fighting for power. Everyone was equal. For knowledge and truth, students could even quarrel with teachers. Under the pure learning atmosphere, the hearts of the teachers and students became purer. He really liked this kind of simple and free atmosphere. Thus, when he heard from Zhongsun Wuji that Li Tai was kidnapped by a Turkic spy, Zhongsun Chong subconsciously became nervous. Taiyuan City was sealed off 2 days ago. His Majesty sent the cavalry commander Li Junxian to Taiyuan City to personally take charge of the rescue operation. His Majesty didn't receive any news about the other Yanghuang College teachers and students, so they should be fine. Zhongsun Wuji looked at his son with a complicated gaze and replied expressionlessly, "Oh, fortunately. Zhongsun Chong heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Immediately after, he realized that something was wrong and said, "That's not right. 2 days ago, I just went to the college. With such a huge matter happening, how could Teacher Ji and Teacher Konggui not know about it? Father, you aren't lying to me, right?" Zhongsun Wuji's face turned black again. He forcefully resisted the urge to beat this unfilial son in front of him to death and said in a muffled voice, "This is what His Majesty said in the palace just now. Do you think His Majesty has the time to lie to you?" That shouldn't be the case. Zhongsun Chong scratched his head and said awkwardly. He knew that he was just a small figure in Li Er's eyes. Naturally, Li Er wouldn't lie to him. Zhongsun Wuji looked at his prodigal son indifferently and said, "Taiyuan City is sealed off. Outsiders can't enter, and it's hard for news to spread out. His Majesty should be able to receive the news thanks to the telegraph machine that your college invented. However, since His Majesty didn't inform the officials of this news, it means that His Majesty doesn't want the news to spread. This matter should be classified as a secret. Don't spread it outside." Although Li Er didn't tell Zhongsun Wuji to keep it a secret, with Zhongsun Wuji's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to deduce this. He was just afraid that his bastard son wouldn't know the severity of this matter and would spread the news everywhere. "Oh, I got it, father." Zhongsun Chong nodded and replied. As for whether he really knew or was faking it, only God would know. Looking at Zhongsun Chong, who was obviously absent-minded, Zhongsun Wuji sighed helplessly in his heart. Back then, he sent Zhongsun Chong to Yanghuang College mainly because he thought highly of Li Zishuan's potential. He wanted Zhongsun Chong to get close to Li Zishuan and express the goodwill of the Zhongsun family to rope in Li Zishuan. However, a year had passed, and the status of Yanghuang College in Tang Dynasty was getting higher and higher. Li Zishuan's official position was also getting higher and higher. Now, he was even conferred a prefecture and became the provincial governor of a prefecture. Moreover, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Zhongsun family had always been ambiguous. He was far from being as close as he was to the Cheng, Qin, Yuqi, and Niu families. Zhongsun Chong obviously didn't complete the task that he gave him. Not only that, this bastard son of his seemed to have sacrificed himself. Otherwise, why would Zhongsun Chong be so worried about the Yanghuang College teachers and students in Taiyuan? This brat really thought that he was a part of Yanghuang College. "Chong how is your relationship with the King of Shu in the academy?" Suddenly, Zhongsun Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Zhongsun Chong and asked, "Little Ku, our relationship is still all right." "Why, father?" Zhongsun Chong didn't know why his father would ask such a question. He thought for a moment before answering. The corner of Zhongsun Wuji's mouth twitched as he said angrily, "What does still all right mean? Are you very close or are you just passers-by?" Zhongsun Chong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "This, father, still all right means that it's normal. Little Ku's position in the academy is very special. He rarely attends classes in the teaching hall and spends most of his time in the Yanghuang Bank. Also, Yamacho would often teach him some things in private. The way of economics, which is the way to manage the Yanghuang Bank. Therefore, other than Yamacho, Little Ku is the most knowledgeable person in economics in the academy. I usually attend classes in the teaching hall and don't have many chances to see him. Our relationship is just average. It can't be said to be especially good, but it can't be said to be bad either. Hearing this, Zhongsun Wuji pointed at Zhongsun Chong in disappointment as he felt extremely depressed. Zhongsun Wuji had been wise all his life and was very intelligent. When he was young, he became friends with Li and became in-laws with him. After Li Yuan started the war in Jinyang, he went to serve him and followed Li to conquer the world. Step by step, he became a trusted strategist. Later on, he participated in the planning of the Xuanwu Gates rebellion, which led to his current prominent position in the imperial court. But how did he give birth to such a disappointing son? He led the officials in the imperial court while his son could only be an inconspicuous passerby in the academy. Why was Li Ku able to become Li Zexuan's direct disciple and take charge of the Yanghuang Bank while his son could only obediently stay in the teaching hall and listen to the teachers of the academy? When the academy reopens next month, you don't have to go to school anymore. After a moment of silence, Zhongsun Wuji said with a tired heart. He felt that he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Ah! Father, why is that? Zhongsun Chong was dumbfounded and immediately said anxiously, just because I'm not familiar with little Ku, you don't want me to continue studying in the academy? What kind of logic is this? No. I still want to go to the academy, unfilial son. What are you going to do in the academy? Are you going to lose face for me? As my son, your results in the academy can only be ranked in the middle. You can't even be compared to some of the commoners, not to mention King Wei and King Shu. I've been wise all my life and can't afford to lose face like this. Hearing Zhongsun Chong's words, Zhongsun Wuji couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. Hearing this, Zhongsun Chong instantly complained, Father, you can't blame me for this. Qing Qiu and Little Ku were the first batch of students to learn engineering from the Yamacho. Their foundation is better than mine. Isn't it normal that I can't win against them? Father, don't worry. I'm already familiar with the subjects in the academy. Next semester, my results will definitely be in the top 200, no, top 100. This fellow was afraid that Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't let him return to the academy to continue studying, so he directly set a goal of being in the top 100. As for whether he could achieve it, to be honest, Zhongsun Chong wasn't sure himself. Who cares? I have to stabilize my father first. Zhongsun Chong thought in his heart. Zhongsun Wuji frowned and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhongsun Chong had no choice but to continue. Father, the children of the various families in the imperial court are basically studying in Yanghuang College. Some of them who aren't here are also planning to enter the academy next year. I've finally entered the academy, but you actually want to kick me out. This is really embarrassing for you. Chapter 2169. When they were in the palace this morning, Leah had said to Zhongsun Wuji, no one knows a son better than a father. I know my sons better than you. Kua loves economics and has no intention of fighting for power. Zhongsun Wuji didn't believe it at all. After all, Li Ku was in an important position now. He had money and soldiers. In addition, he had the royal bloodline of 2 dynasties. How could he not have any ambition? Even if he didn't have it now, he would definitely have it in the future, just like the general of heavenly strategies, Li Shimin. However, after Zhongsun Wuji thought about it carefully, he felt that something wasn't right. Although Li had won the coup at the Xuanwu Gate, this coup had caused him to bear the infamy of killing his brother and imprisoning his father. It could be said that it was an eternal pain in his heart. As a father, Li shouldn't want his sons to follow in his footsteps. Therefore, since Li dared to let Li Ku take charge of the bank and establish the gold-robed guards, it meant that Li was sure that Li Ku wouldn't fight for the position of Li Chengqian's heir. If not, no matter how outstanding Li Ku's ability was, Li wouldn't have given him such an important position. However, why was Li so sure that Li Ku didn't have any intention of fighting for the position of heir? One must know that in this world, a person's heart was the most difficult to guess. Zhongsun Wuji, who couldn't figure it out, saw his son. He secretly thought that Zhongsun Chong and Li Ku were schoolmates, so he should be able to get some information from Zhongsun Chong. However, he didn't expect that this kid had wasted so much time talking and didn't say anything. This really angered him half to death. It was fine that he didn't get any news from Li Ku, But Zhongsun Wuji also wanted to hear Zhongsun Chong's opinion of Li Zishuan. Back then, he had thrown out an olive branch to Li Zishuan, such as investing in the Yanghuang Bank, or giving the Zhongsun family's iron mine to Li Zishuan for joint mining. Li Zishuan didn't reject his goodwill, but what made Zhongsun Wuji depressed was that after Li Zishuan accepted his goodwill, he didn't give any feedback at all. It was as if he was taking benefits but not doing anything. Speaking of which, when Zhongsun Wuji befriended Li Zishuan, he didn't want Li Zishuan to do anything for him. He just wanted to form a good relationship with him. However, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Zhongsun family was always ambiguous. This made Zhongsun Wuji a little confused about Li Zishuan's attitude. It could only be said that the current Zhongsun Wuji was still too weak. If he waited until the later period of Zhengguan or even Li Yi's reign, when he was in power, he might not even care about a young talent like Li Zishuan. If he couldn't get him, he would just destroy him. Father, what do you mean by asking this? Don't tell me you want to deal with Yamacho? In the main hall, Zhongsun Chong suddenly recovered from his thoughts and looked at Zhongsun Wuji as he quickly asked. Zhongsun Wuji frowned and was about to flare up, but Zhongsun Chong didn't wait for him to speak and continued, Father, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Yamacho is an unfathomable person. Not only is his martial arts extremely high, but the more I understand him, the more I feel that the knowledge in his head doesn't seem to belong to this world. It seems like there's nothing he can't do. The corner of Zhongsun Wuji's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but scold angrily, I have no enmity with Yamacho. When did I say I want to deal with him? However, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhongsun Chong to have such a high evaluation of Li Zishuan. This brat had only stayed in the academy for a year, and he already had such an attitude towards Li Zishuan. In the future, wouldn't his brat treat Li Zishuan like a god? Ah! Father, you don't intend to deal with Yamacho? That's good. That's good. When Zhongsun Chong heard this, he understood that he had misunderstood and couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. Zhongsun Wuji didn't have the energy to complain about his son. He took a deep breath and said to Zhongsun Chong, I want to ask you, what is Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Crown Prince, King Wei, and King of Shu? Who exactly does he support? There was no need to doubt Zhongsun Wuji's position. He would definitely support Li Zishuan unconditionally to be the Crown Prince. However, Zhongsun Wuji had always been confused about the attitudes of these three princes. Zhongsun Wuji couldn't tell which faction Li Zishuan belonged to. This, Zhongsun Chong obviously understood the meaning behind Zhongsun Wuji's question. He also knew the political stance of the Zhongsun family. If he didn't answer this question well, Zhongsun Wuji might treat Li Zishuan as a political enemy in the future. This was a situation that Zhongsun Chong didn't want to see. Father, Yamacho seems to have a very good relationship with the Crown Prince, King Wei, and King of Shu. During the military training at Yanghuang College, the Crown Prince, as the Crown Prince, personally participated in the military training at the college. During that time, I saw the Crown Prince and Yamacho often chatting and laughing. They were even close to calling each other brothers. As for King Wei and King of Shu, their relationship with Yamacho is needless to say. They admire Yamacho's knowledge from the bottom of their hearts and treat Yamacho with disrespect. Yamacho also taught them wholeheartedly. King Wei is a true disciple of Yamacho in the study of things. His attainments in engineering are even better than many teachers in the college. Therefore, King Wei is personally leading the team to the north. Little Ku is a true disciple of Yamacho in the study of economics. When Yamacho isn't in the bank, Little Ku is the one in charge. Therefore, Father, when you asked me which prince Yamacho supports, it's hard to say. Zhongsun Chong thought for a while before speaking. Hearing this, Zhongsun Wuji's expression was a little complicated. Actually, he had heard of the news that Zhongsun Chong said before, but it was all scattered. Now that Zhongsun Chong put all the information together, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly realized that Li Zishuan seemed to be a non-partisan. He didn't explicitly support Li Tai, nor did he choose between Li Tai and Li Ku. This emperor is only 30 years old. This emperor advises you not to get too involved in the battle for the throne. Suddenly, Zhongsun Wuji recalled what Li Zishuan said in the morning. Combining it with Zhongsun Chong's previous analysis, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was the truly brilliant one. Now, Li was only 30 years old. If there were no accidents, he could still sit on the throne for another 20 to 30 years. As a subject, it was too early to take sides now. It would easily arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Someone like Li Zishuan, who didn't side with any of the princes and didn't offend any of them, was a truly brilliant move. At this moment, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly felt enlightened. He had thought it through. In the past, he was too stubborn, to the point of being paranoid. He was too worried that Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince would be snatched away. He was even more worried than Li Chengqian himself. This would easily make Li unhappy and suspicious. Moreover, I feel that, father, you don't have to worry about anyone competing with the crown prince for the throne. In the past, King Wei did have the intention to compete with the crown prince for favor. However, after entering Yanghuang College, King Wei devoted all his attention to engineering research. Now, he can't even be bothered to return to the palace. Father, do you think he will still compete with the crown prince for the throne? King Shu's situation is similar to King Wei's. Before going to the academy, King Shu didn't have any open or covert competition with the crown prince. After entering the academy, King Shu was engrossed in economics and didn't have the intention to compete with the crown prince for the throne. Therefore, father, you don't have to worry about the crown prince's position at all. At this moment, Zhongsun Chong spoke again. Zhongsun Wuji frowned. Although he subconsciously felt that Zhongsun Chong's words were a little too far-fetched, after thinking about it seriously, he felt that Zhongsun Chong's words made some sense. After a long silence, Zhongsun Wuji sighed and muttered to himself, if this is the case, then this Yanghuang College is really a magical place. Actually, Li Zishuan's political stance was very clear. He wasn't a non-partisan person like Zhongsun Wuji thought. There was no doubt that Li Zishuan supported Li Chengqian to be the crown prince. This was because with the current situation in Great Tang, only Li Chengqian as the crown prince would not cause internal turmoil in the imperial court. In history, Li Chengqian's personality was explosive, wild, and arrogant. He even kept male pets, so he was indeed unfit to be the crown prince. However, that was only after Li Chengqian came of age. The current Li Chengqian treated others generously, diligently, and loved the people. He hadn't gone down the wrong path yet. Li Zishuan felt that he was a very good candidate for the crown prince. Moreover, Li Zishuan felt that with his intervention and guidance as a transmigrator, Li Chengqian would definitely not repeat the mistakes of history. Moreover, he would be able to become a wise emperor. Therefore, Li Zishuan supported Li Chengqian to be the crown prince. However, the way he supported Li Chengqian wasn't as extreme as Zhongsun Wuji's. Zhongsun Wuji's desire for control was too strong. He wanted everything to be within his control. He wanted Li Chengqian to work hard according to the image of the crown prince in his heart. Moreover, if there was someone who could threaten Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince, Zhongsun Wuji would do all he could to get rid of that threat. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was different. On one hand, he guided Li Chengqian on the right path. On the other hand, in history, Li Tai and Li Ku, the two princes who were a threat to Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince, Li Zishuan kept them by his side. Through discovering their interests and strengths, he guided them to focus on their respective fields of expertise. Actually, did Li Tai and Li Ku really care about the crown prince's position in the past? Not necessarily. How would a half-grown child know so many things? What they cared about was probably Li Er's favor. Sons fighting for favor in front of their father was a very normal thing. That was why Li Tai and Li Chengqian fought openly and secretly in the palace in the past. However, when the two of them discovered the door to another world, they would realize how childish and boring they were in the past. Thus, they would put more energy into the fields that they were truly interested in. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku were currently moving in the direction that Li Zishuan had predicted. Moreover, their achievements were quite good. Of course, the main reason for this was that Li Tai and Li Ku were really talented in engineering and economics. Otherwise, Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to make bricks without straw. Therefore, compared to Zhongsun Wuji, Li Zishuan's method of supporting Li Chengqian wasn't simply to suppress or support him. In fact, he was helping Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku, who said that when two tigers fight, one of them must be injured. Couldn't it be a win-win situation or a win-win situation? Wasn't it good to be in such a harmonious situation? Li Er's three sons were actually quite talented. If the three brothers could unite and fight against the outside world together, it would definitely be a great blessing for the millions of people in Tang Empire. As for the other countries, it wouldn't be a blessing. It would be a nightmare. The news of Ensurance's capture quickly spread to many people. Kang Fuliang and the others, who had gone to the new workshop with Ensurance, were now all gathered in the main hall of the Inn mansion. Not only them, but all the reputable Hu merchants in Chang'an, especially the merchants from the Kang Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom, were also gathered here. It was Ensurance who had gathered them here. Previously, Ensurance had given Ma Cheng more than 10,000 strings of coins, which was crowdfunded by these people. After all, the ban of the Yanghuang Bank had a huge impact on the merchants from the An and Kang kingdoms who did business in Tang Empire. As long as the ban could be lifted, they were still willing to fork out money. Oh no! Oh no! My master has been captured in the Enshun tea house. At this moment, a waiter ran in and said while panting. It was the waiter from the Enshun tea house. The Enshun tea house was in the east of Chang'an City, while the Inn residence was in the south of Chang'an City. The distance between the two places was still a little far, so the waiter had only just arrived to report the news. What? Everyone in the room was shocked. Kang Fuliang stood up and said, "What did you say? Bosun has been captured. Did you see who the other party was?" According to the shopkeeper, the other party is most likely from the Zhongsun family. The waiter panted and raised his head to reply. What? The Zhongsun family? Kang Fuliang's expression changed. He said with some despair, "It's over." Could it be that Duke Zhao saw through Bosun's plan, so he sent people to capture Bosun? When the others heard this, their expressions also changed. Everyone present knew about Ensurance's plan to bribe Ma Cheng and mediate the ban of the Yanghuang Bank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have willingly forked out money. I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave first. At this moment, a Hu merchant sitting below suddenly stood up and cupped his fists to Kang Fuliang and the others. Since Zhongsun Wuji had captured Ensurance, it meant that the Zhongsun family was likely to attack the Yin family next. They couldn't care less about the ban of the Yanghuang Bank. At this moment, it was more important for them to protect themselves. They couldn't have anything to do with Ensurance. I just remembered that my wife is about to give birth today, so I'll take my leave first. When there was a first, there would be a second. Almost as soon as the first Hu merchant finished speaking, another Hu merchant stood up and cupped his fists. My house caught fire, so I'll take my leave first. After a while, most of the Hu merchants in the main hall left, leaving only Kang Fuliang and the others who were closer to Ensurance. Chapter 2170. Brother Fuliang, Mr. N has been captured by Zhao Guogong. What should we do now? In the main hall of the Inn mansion, those fence-sitters had all run away after learning that Ensurance had been captured. Only the 8 Hu merchants who had gone to the workshop with Ensurance were left. At this moment, Shanansho frowned and looked at Kang Fuliang. Alas, we can only wait. Kang Fuliang sighed and said, "Let's wait for news from Zhongsun Manor. Brother Surance's plan originally had a certain amount of risk, but I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Duke Zhao isn't someone we can offend. We can only hope that he can be magnanimous towards Brother Surance. Also, when I returned from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion this morning, I have already written a letter to inform the Kang Kingdom of this matter. When the king learns of this matter, he will most likely send an envoy to negotiate with the Great Tang Imperial Court. But Changguan is far away from the Kang Kingdom. Even if he gallops, I'm afraid it will take more than a month for news." Shanansho nodded and said, "I have also written a letter and sent it back to the Stone Kingdom. The 9 families of Zhaowu are united. I believe the monarch of the 9 countries will not allow the Tang Empire to humiliate us." "That's right." The others nodded. Kang Fuliang said, since Brother Shurentsai has been captured, we can't stay here for long. You should go back first. Just send someone to keep an eye on the Zhongsun mansion. Fu Liang is right. Let's go back first. They did not hesitate. They only said a few words to the steward of the inn mansion and left under the steward's aggrieved and resentful eyes. It was not that they did not want to save Shurentsai, but that they did not have the ability to do so. It was obvious that Shurentsai's plan had been exposed and had angered Zhongsun Wuji. But who was Zhongsun Wuji? He was the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs of the Tang Empire and the elder brother of the Tang Empress. How could they afford to offend him? So even though the old steward of the inn mansion begged them to help save Shurentsai, they could only pretend not to hear and leave in a hurry. The arms were no match for the thighs. Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan has sent an in-kingdom merchant to the Supreme Court, claiming that he is Shurentsai's cousin. They hope that the Supreme Court will properly interrogate him and see if he is colluding with Turkic spies. In the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li had just finished dealing with administrative matters and was about to leave when Zhao Song walked in quickly and whispered to Li. Oh, merchants from an kingdom? And his Shurentsai's cousin? When Li first heard this news, he did not pay much attention to it. However, he suddenly felt that the name Shunshan sounded familiar. Then, he thought of the latter half of Zhao Song's sentence about Zhongsun Wuji wanting the Supreme Court to investigate whether the in-kingdom merchant had colluded with the Turk spies. Li instantly recalled the identity of Shunshan. His eyes focused and after pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Song, go to the Supreme Court and bring this person out, then hand him over to the 100 Cavalry Department for interrogation. For the time being, Li did not want more people to know about what had happened in Taiyuan City. Firstly, even if others knew about what had happened in Taiyuan City, it would be useless to save Li Tai. Secondly, since there were Turkic spies in Taiyuan City, who could guarantee that there weren't any in Chang'an City? If the Turkic spies in Chang'an City learned of what had happened in Taiyuan City, there was no telling what sort of trouble they might cause to prevent Li Junxian from saving Li Tai. Li was rather satisfied with the current situation in Taiyuan City. He believed that as long as Li Junxian slowly and steadily worked his way through, he would have a high chance of successfully rescuing Li Tai. And the Supreme Court naturally did not know what had happened in Taiyuan City. If they were to interrogate Shunshan for colluding with the Turkic spies, Daiju would probably be filled with question marks and wouldn't even know how to interrogate him. Thus, Li planned to have the 100 Cavalry Department properly interrogate this Shunshan. Because Li Junxian was in Taiyuan City, the 100 Cavalry Department knew what had happened in Taiyuan City. Moreover, the 100 Cavalry Department was Li's most trusted unit. This old slave obeys the decree. Zhao Song clasped his hands in acknowledgement, but he did not turn to leave. After a few moments of hesitation, he said, Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan also sent a person to the Supreme Court. To be more precise, they sent a corpse. Who? Li's expression froze as he sternly asked. Could it be that Zhongsun Wuji had suffered a setback in the imperial palace, so he went back and killed someone to vent his anger? That shouldn't be the case. Zhongsun Wuji was a smart man. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It's the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, Ma Cheng. Zhao Song bowed as he softly reported. Ma Cheng? The Crown Prince Zhon Shi who was elected last month. Li asked in confusion. He knew of the relationship between Ma Cheng and Zhongsun Wuji. Logically speaking, Zhongsun Wuji had pushed Ma Cheng to the position of Crown Prince Zhon Shi with great difficulty. It was impossible for Zhongsun Wuji to kill him, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort and self-destruction? Precisely. Zhong Song nodded and clasped his hands. The Zhongsun clan said that Ma Cheng secretly colluded with Shurentsai and received huge benefits from the other party. After the matter was exposed, he knew that he had committed a grave sin, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. The Supreme Court's coroner conducted a preliminary examination of the corpse. Ma Cheng's tongue was severed from the root. He really bit his tongue and committed suicide. It doesn't look like a homicide. Ma Cheng colluded with Shurentsai? This is interesting. Later, let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate this matter as well. Li Er's eyes flashed as he instructed Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song clasped his hands and left after receiving the order. Time for lunch. Time for lunch. When it was close to noon, on the Black Armored Military Academy, where the Wu Battalion was located, Sun Jiping's announcement of disbandment caused the soldiers of the Wu Battalion to erupt in cheers. After training for the entire morning, the soldiers who were originally exhausted seemed to have been revived with full blood at this moment. Everyone rushed to their own tents as fast as they could. Their food was there. They were going to eat. Of course, the reason why they were so excited was that there was enough meat for all the soldiers of the Wu Battalion today. Due to the Black Armored Army's martial arts competition yesterday, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion had both suffered heavy losses. Team 2 of the Wu Battalion won without a fight and obtained the first place. According to the rules of the competition, the team that obtained the first place would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for a day. This was incredible. In this era, there was no complete animal husbandry industry. The supply of meat was not as plentiful as it was in the modern era. It was already considered good if a commoner could have a meal of meat during the new year. As for the soldiers, although their food conditions were much better than the commoners and they could eat some meat every day, they still had to undergo a huge amount of training every day. The more energy they expended, the more energy they needed to replenish. This was especially true for the soldiers of the Black Armored Army. The amount of training for the Black Armored Army was definitely several times that of the other battalions in the capital. Under such circumstances, how could the meager amount of meat provided by the Black Armored Army be enough for them? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Now that there was such a good opportunity to eat as much meat as they wanted, how could the soldiers let it go? Each of them wished that they could grow wings and fly directly to the kitchen. Everyone swore in their hearts, "Today, we must eat until the sky turns dark and the earth turns dark. After all, there won't be another opportunity like this if we miss this village. Oh Tilda, I, old Cheng, want to eat a pig today. No one is allowed to stop me." Cheng Chumo wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He was the first to get his rice bowl and galloped towards the kitchen of the Wu camp. Following closely behind him was Bao Lin. As he ran, he shouted, "Ang! I want to eat 8 pig trotters. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. F***CK. Why is Cheng Chumo running so fast? Old Jew, you guys hurry up too. If we're late, there might not be any meat to eat. Didn't you say that we have enough meat for today? Why is there no meat? TSK. Why don't you think about it? Everyone in our battalion is a foodie. Which one of us can't eat 5 or 6 bowls of meat? If we're late, we might only be able to drink meat soup. Then why aren't we running?" Just like that, from the leaders to the ordinary soldiers, everyone was running towards the kitchen as if they were playing with their lives. Speaking of which, the Cook's Army unit of the Wu Battalion had already anticipated the grand occasion this afternoon. They didn't even participate in the training this morning. They spent the entire morning preparing the lunch for the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. It wasn't that they wanted to be lazy and skip training. It was just that they had to prepare too many ingredients. In just one morning, they had already slaughtered 40 pigs. If a pig weighed 200 pounds, then according to the 70% meat yield, 40 pigs could produce about 5,000 pounds of pork. There were 1,000 people in the Wu Battalion, so on average, each person could get about 5,000 pounds of pork. These were the 40 pigs that Li Zishuan had prepared for the kitchen. He asked them to slaughter all of them at noon. If the soldiers couldn't finish their meal, they could eat at night. Anyway, the more the better. Li Zishuan would never go back on his word. If he said that there would be enough meat, then there would definitely be enough meat. Quick, quick, give me a bowl of foreleg meat. I want all the lean meat, not the fat ones. Cheng Chumo was the first to arrive at the kitchen. He directly rushed in front of a cook and handed over his bowl of rice. If it was when Cheng Chumo first came to the Black Armored Army, he would be very satisfied to be able to eat meat for every meal. Why would he care about the fat or lean meat? But today, the living conditions of the Wu Battalion had improved. This idiot also started to be picky about his food. Yesterday, during the fighting competition, Yuan Dacheng from Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion had used underhanded means to severely injure Lu Ming from the Wu Battalion. Lu Ming was very popular in the Wu Battalion. When they found out that he was severely injured by Yuan Dacheng, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Coincidentally, in the knockout round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion met Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion, and coincidentally, Cheng Chumo was up against Lu Ming. During the fight, Cheng Chumo used all his skills and finally won against Yuan Dacheng, who was stronger than him. It could be said that he had avenged Lu Ming. This caused everyone in the Wu Battalion to have a good impression of Cheng Chumo, especially the cook's army unit at the kitchen. "Hey, Chumo, you little brat, you sure run fast." The cook's army unit in front of Cheng Chumo looked at Cheng Chumo and laughed. Then, he took the bowl of rice from Cheng Chumo's hands and said, "Lean meat and lean meat are cooked together. But since you came first, I'll help you pick some lean meat." This was clearly giving special treatment to Cheng Chumo, and it was not just in name but in reality. Think about it, the Wu Battalion of the Black Armored Army had 1,000 people. If everyone was as picky as Cheng Chumo, then how could the cook's army unit be so busy? It was because Cheng Chumo had avenged Lu Ming yesterday that he received such special treatment. Chapter 2171. You two, have you finished a bowl already? Outside the Wu Battalion's kitchen, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping had just arrived at the queue when they saw Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin holding rice bowls that were still dripping with soup as they walked towards the end of the queue. Li Zishuan stared with his eyes wide open as he said in shock. The living conditions in the military camp were definitely not as good as the outside, not to mention the delicious food in the Hu's mansion. Li Zishuan had stayed in the military camp for so many days, in fact, his taste buds had long been bland. Today, he took advantage of the unlimited supply of meat in the Wu Battalion to come over and have a good meal. But after all, he was a high-ranking officer. If he were to follow Cheng Chumo and run madly to the kitchen to snatch meat, it would be too bad for his image. Cough. Although in the military camp, no one would pay attention to this aspect of image, but if Li Zishuan were to run madly to snatch meat like Cheng Chumo, he would still be in a difficult position. Furthermore, Li Zishuan knew that the kitchen had slaughtered 40 pigs today, close to 5,000 pounds of pork. He didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat if he was late, so he and Sun Jiping took their time to come over. "Hey, why are you still running so slow when eating meat? Why are you still eating meat? Little Xian, old son, you guys are too late." When Cheng Chumo saw Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping, Cheng Chumo laughed and then shamelessly cut in front of Li Zishuan. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly, but at this moment, there was only Sun Jiping behind him. There were no other soldiers in the queue, because no one would come later than him and Sun Jiping, so he simply didn't care about Cheng Chumo's action of cutting the queue. If Cheng Chumo were to cut the queue during normal times, he would definitely kick this guy out of the queue. Yamacho. Commandant's son. Bao Lin was not as mischievous as Cheng Chumo. He did not dare to cut in line. The child obediently greeted Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping before lining up behind Sun Jiping. "You haven't eaten meat in 8 lifetimes, haven't you? How long has it been since the training ended? Not only did you get a bowl of meat, you even finished it. I've told you before, we have enough meat for today. Look at you, Uncle Cheng, you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost. If he sees you, he will definitely vomit blood." Nodding at Bao Lin, Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chumo and laughed. "Hey, my father won't scold me." Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said, "If he sees me like this, he might even praise me. I can be considered to have inherited his excellent style. Little Xian, you don't know, but back in the day, my father ate the same amount of food as 4 people in the military camp." "What am I doing now?" Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, if your father finds out that you're talking about your father like this, he will definitely beat you up. "Little Xian, you said that we have enough meat for today. You are underestimating the soldiers in our camp. Look, there are already people who have finished their first bowl and are lining up. At this rate, I estimate that everyone in our camp can eat at least 5 to 6 bowls of meat. There are only so few people in our kitchen, how much meat can we prepare? So, we definitely don't have enough meat for today." Cheng Chumo patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with a confident look on his face. This guy usually didn't like to use his brain, but when it came to things that he cared about, he liked to use his brain more than anyone else. Just like now, Li Zexuan's forehead was full of black lines. He really wanted to slap this idiot in front of him to the ground. Holding back his impulse, Li Zexuan snorted at Cheng Chumo and said, "Ugly ox, remember your confidence and arrogance now. If the kitchen still doesn't cook the meat, you have to finish the remaining meat in the pot yourself." He knew that the kitchen of the Wu camp prepared a total of 5,600 pounds of pork. After 5,000 pounds of pork was boiled, it would be more than 5,000 pounds. Furthermore, when the pork was cooked, there would definitely be some vegetables mixed in. Therefore, the amount of meat prepared by the kitchen of the Wu camp would definitely be more than 7,000 pounds. Even if the soldiers of the Wu camp were all big eaters, Li Zexuan believed that they wouldn't be able to finish all the meat he prepared in one meal. Forget about that. I was just joking with you. Hey, just joking. Seeing that Li Zexuan wanted to make a bet with him, Cheng Chumo was instantly terrified. Although he didn't think that he was stupid, he didn't think that he was smarter than Li Zexuan. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a bet with Li Zexuan. Hearing that, Li Zexuan curled his lips and looked at Cheng Chumo with disdain. Cheng Chumo naturally saw the disdain in Li Zexuan's eyes. However, he wasn't stupid and didn't fall for Li Zexuan's provocation. This was because he really didn't know how much meat was prepared in the kitchen today. Therefore, no matter what, he wouldn't make a bet with Li Zexuan. The few of them chatted and laughed. Soon, the line reached the kitchen. "Yo, Kanjun Li. You're finally here?" The army cook who was getting the food was Hu Tai, the one who scooped the meat for Cheng Chumo earlier. When he saw Li Zexuan who was behind Cheng Chumo, he quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. "Kanjun Li, hurry up and bring your bowl over. I'll scoop it for you first." Although Cheng Chumo was the main reason why the Wu battalion was able to win the battle yesterday, everyone knew that the biggest hero of the Wu battalion was Li Zexuan. Back then, the Wu battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. Li Zexuan's arrival not only gave the Wu battalion a new training manual, but also completely united the soldiers of the Wu battalion. If it wasn't for Li Zexuan, the Wu battalion would probably still be a pile of loose sand, not to mention winning the battle yesterday. Therefore, when Hu Tai saw Li Zexuan, he was naturally more excited than when he saw Cheng Chumo. Before Li Zexuan could say anything, Cheng Chumo suddenly said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, old Hu, I'm the one who's in front of you. Why don't you scoop it for me first?" Hu Tai then noticed Cheng Chumo in front of him. He immediately said with an embarrassed face, "Cough. Chumo, didn't you already eat a bowl? Kanjun Li hasn't eaten yet. He must be hungry. I'll scoop the meat for Kanjun Li first. After that, I'll scoop it for you. Don't worry. I'll scoop up some lean meat for you later. It'll definitely be enough." "Hey. Okay. Old Hu, you're a good friend. Let Xiao Xian scoop it first." Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up when he heard that. If there was lean meat to eat, he definitely wouldn't want to eat fatty meat. Wasn't it just a matter of getting the meat later? It doesn't matter. He completely forgot that he was the one who cut the line in front of Li Zexuan. If he really wanted to talk about first come, first served, he should be behind Li Zexuan. Oh, no, he should be behind Sun Jiping. Li Zexuan didn't really care about eating earlier or later. However, when he saw Hu Tai's enthusiastic face, he didn't want to reject his kindness. So he passed by Cheng Chumo, handed over the rice bowl in his hand and said, "Thank you for your trouble." "Hey, you're welcome, Kanjun Li." Hu Tai smiled and took the rice bowl in Li Zexuan's hand. However, he didn't bend over to scoop meat from the pot next to him for Li Zexuan. Instead, he turned around and walked into the kitchen. "Hey, old Hu, where are you going? Didn't you say you'll get me some food later?" Cheng Chumo didn't know what was going on and couldn't help but shout. However, Hu Tai didn't have time to answer Cheng Chumo's question. Li Zexuan and Cheng Chumo could only stand outside the window and wait. Not long after, Hu Tai came out with a bowl of meat. Cheng Chumo stuck his neck out and looked into the bowl. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Turtle. This bowl was filled with good quality pork ribs and half of a pig's trotter. This. Hu Tai was obviously giving special treatment to Li Zishuan. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but point at Hu Tai and said, "Good. Old Hu. How can you still have such good food at this time? You hid it really well." Hu Tai quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't hide it. This was specially prepared by our brothers in the kitchen for Adjunct Li. This time, Adjunct Li played a big role in our victory over the other battalions. Everyone wants to thank Adjunct Li." After that, he handed the bowl full of good meat to Li Zishuan and said embarrassedly, "Adjunct Li, this meat has been in the room for a long time. It's not hot anymore. We didn't expect you to come so late." Chapter 2172. In the next martial arts competition, we, the Wu Battalion, will get first place again. It was supposed to be a carnival of meat, but because of Li Zishuan's actions and half-joking words, the outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen was filled with cheers and shouts. At this moment, the thousands of soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all holding their bowls in one hand and waving the other hand in the air, cheering loudly. Fanaticism, excitement, respect. With all these emotions mixed together, this lunch was destined to be unusual. "All right, stop shouting." After a while, Li Zishuan saw that these guys were all shouting until their faces and necks were red. If he didn't know, he would have thought that they were looking for a fight with someone. More importantly, if they continued shouting like this, the half bowl of pork ribs in his hand would be completely cold. Although the weather was still hot, meat dishes like pork ribs would definitely not taste as good when it was cold. He had been in the barracks for so long, and finally had a chance to improve his meals. How could he let this bunch of idiots ruin his chance? Therefore, Li Zishuan gathered his qi in his dantian and shouted at the soldiers of the Wu Battalion around him. "You can't get first place just because you have a loud voice. If you want to get first place, you have to rely on your strength. If you want to have strength, you have to train hard. I will remember all of your words. I hope that you don't just talk about it. You can put it into action and get first place again in the next martial arts competition." Li Zishuan's shout was infused with Zhenqi. Therefore, although the scene was noisy, his words were still clearly heard by every soldier of the Wu Battalion. In addition, when the crowd saw Li Zishuan open his mouth, many of them consciously shut their mouths. Therefore, when Li Zishuan was halfway through his speech, the noisy outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen had already quieted down. He was the only one who was talking, and the others were all listening quietly. "Don't worry, Lieutenant. We will definitely do what we say. That's right. We will train hard and get first place again in the next martial arts competition. Get first place again. Get first place again." After Li Zishuan finished his words, the soldiers all started shouting. "All right. Hurry up and eat." It was rare for the kitchen to prepare so much meat today, so they couldn't waste it. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued training in the afternoon. Oh, by the way, starting from this afternoon, the amount of training in the Wu Battalion will be increased by 30%. Li Zishuan gestured for everyone to be quiet and continued. The first half of Li Zishuan's speech was reasonable, but the last sentence made the faces of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion instantly change. A moment ago, they were still burning with passion and high morale, but the last sentence of Li Zishuan's speech was like pouring a basin of cold water on their heads, making them feel cold all of a sudden. Increase the training load by 30%. It's already been increased several times before. How are we supposed to live if it's increased by another 30%? Jiang Fei, you brat. What's wrong with increasing your training by 30%? If we don't increase our training volume, how are we going to get first place in the next fighting competition? Exactly. How can you get first place if you don't train hard? Eat meat. Quick, eat the meat. After eating, let's train hard in the afternoon. At first, the soldiers were moaning and groaning, but after being scolded by some of the captains and lieutenants, everyone gradually accepted the reality. They had no choice but to accept it. They all knew that once Li Zishuan had decided on something, no one could change it. They had no other choice but to accept the order. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. This was the most common thought that Li Zishuan had instilled in the soldiers ever since they joined the Black Armored Army. Moreover, just a moment ago, They had patted their chests and promised Li Zishuan that they would train hard in the future and strive to win first place in the fighting competition later. If they were to complain now, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces and be looked down upon by others? That would not do. After the soldiers digested Li Zishuan's news, they started to eat the meat again. After all, it was rare for them to eat enough meat today, and they still had a lot of training to do in the afternoon. If they didn't hurry up and eat, wouldn't they be letting themselves down? For a moment, there wasn't even any sound of talking in the kitchen of the Wu battalion. Only the sound of bowls and chopsticks and the sound of chewing could be heard. Li Zishuan held half a bowl of pork ribs and was about to squat down at the usual spot to eat. When he turned his head, he realized that Cheng Chumo didn't follow him. Instead, Cheng Chumo was holding his bowl and walking towards the back of the line. During the time they were queuing up, many soldiers had already finished their first bowl of meat and were queuing up behind them. Thus, this line had become a long snake. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, "Cho Nyo, where are you going?" Cheng Chumo stopped in his tracks. He calmly used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth. As he chewed, he replied, "Oh, I'm going to queue up at the back. When it's my turn later, I'll be able to finish my bowl of meat. That way, I won't waste any time." F***ck. There's such a trick. Why else would they say that this kid wasn't stupid but just too lazy to use his brain? Look at this idiot's intelligence level now, it's way better than 90% of the people here. When Li Zishuan heard Cheng Chumo's explanation, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? You're still the son of a duke. Now, you're acting like this just to eat a few more bowls of meat. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Cheng Chumo? As for the soldiers beside Li Zishuan who were queuing up for their second bowl of meat, their eyes lit up when they heard this. They thought to themselves, "That's right. Why didn't I think of such a good idea before? Instead of having to queue up for another bowl of meat, why don't we eat while queuing up? This way, not only can we save time, we can also eat a few more bowls of meat. It's simply wonderful." The few of them looked at each other and then followed Cheng Chumo's footsteps to the back of the line. "Hey, old Wang, where are you guys going?" "To queue up in advance." "Queue up in advance? Didn't you guys just finish queuing up? Are you F***king stupid? If you queue up now, you'll be able to get another bowl of meat after you finish eating, so that's how it is. This is a good idea. Later when I get my second bowl of meat, I'll queue up in advance too." Soon, Cheng Chumo's trick was spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The soldiers who were squatting on the ground and eating meat all stood up and joined the queue in advance. In an instant, only Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping were still squatting around the kitchen of the Wu battalion. The rest of the people were standing. Even the honest Bao Lin followed Cheng Chumo's footsteps and queued up in advance. Conscript, should we go too?" Seeing this sudden change, Sun Jiping was a little confused. Most importantly, in the entire Wu battalion, only the two of them were still squatting on the ground. It was a little eye-catching. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask Li Zishuan tentatively, "Oh, Jiping, there's no need to fight with these little bastards. Don't worry, there's definitely enough meat in the kitchen today. Eat slowly, there's no rush." Chapter 2173. Slap tilde. Slap tilde. Outside the third camp's kitchen, a strange scene appeared. Two soldiers stood face to face and slapped each other in the face, while the rest of the soldiers squatted around them, watching the big show of slapping each other in the face while eating the food in their bowls with relish. Yes, although the food in the third camp wasn't as good as the food in the fifth camp today, it had to be said that having this entertainment show to go with the meal was still pretty good. "Pang Guang, use some strength. Look at how hard Du Zitting is hitting you. Yeah. Pang Guang, are you a man or not? He's already slapped you, why aren't you slapping him back? Slap tilde. Haha. Good job, Pang Guang. Hit him like that. Du Zitting, use some strength too. What a soft slap. Did you not eat lunch? Brother Nyo, it seems like they really didn't finish lunch. No matter what era it was, there was no lack of onlookers who didn't mind the drama. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were watching their entertainment program and eating while fanning the flames and adding oil to the fire. Just look at the two people on the stage who jumped up and slapped each other's mouths. It was obvious how successful their fanning of the flames was. Speaking of which, as Zhong Kengyan's lackeys, Pan Guang and Du Ziting used to be tyrannical in the third camp. Many people had been bullied by them before, but due to Zhong Kengyan's authority at that time, they didn't dare to say anything even though they were angry. Now that Zhong Kengyan was gone and Jiao Gong took over, they were already extremely benevolent for not taking the opportunity to hit the two brothers when they were down. Now, they were just fanning the flames from the side, so what? The two brothers, Pan Guang and Du Ziting, originally only wanted to complete the mission, oh no, to complete the punishment. They were just putting on a show and didn't plan to really hit them. But when Jiao Gong saw that they weren't hitting hard, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and help them, scaring the two brothers so much that they quickly increased the strength in their hands. But once the two of them used all their strength, they couldn't stop at all. F***ck, Pan Guang, you bastard, you can really do it. Using so much strength, see if I don't beat you to death. Raw tilde. Do, I was just putting on an act. Do you know what an act is? You could dare to use your inner force. I'll fight you to the death. Puff. You with the surname Pang, very well, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname. Surnamed Du, I will not live under the same sky as you. Just like that, the two of them slapped each other harder and harder. Their eyes became redder and redder. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Of course, their faces became more and more swollen. It was obvious that he was really angry. Hey, Pan Guang, Du Ziting, you can stop now. All of a sudden, someone shouted, don't worry about it. Only then did the onlookers suddenly wake up. Right, didn't Deputy General Gao just ask them to slap each other 30 times? But these two guys had been slapping each other for more than a quarter of an hour, and they had already eaten 2 bowls of rice. Well, it couldn't be helped, this entertainment program was really too appetizing. Let alone 30 slaps, even 50 slaps would have been enough. Why didn't these two idiots stop? Alright, Pan Guang, Du Ziting, you two stop. The advice of the onlookers didn't make Pan Guang and Du Ziting stop because the two of them were arguing about a problem. Pan Guang, you're the one who F***king started it. Let's both stop after I finish the last slap. Slap tilde. Bullsh *t. You're the one who started it. I should be the one to slap the last one. Slap tilde. You're the one who started it. Slap tilde. You're the one who started it. Slap tilde. Just like that, the two of them still slapped each other even though they knew that the punishment was over. After all, no one wanted to be slapped more than once, and no one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Chen Duan, Zhong Da, go and separate them. Seeing that the two brothers, Pan Guang and Du Ziting, were obviously in a frenzy, Jiao Gong hurriedly ordered the two sergeants beside him. If they continued to slap each other, the two of them would probably get a concussion, although Jiao Gong didn't know the term concussion. Although Jiao Gong usually disliked the two of them, he didn't want them to get seriously injured because of this. The Black Armored Army should fight with their lives on the battlefield. Why would they fight among themselves in the barracks? Yes. The two sergeants responded, then put down their bowls and rushed to Pan Guang and Du Ziting's sides. Each of them pulled one of them and forcibly separated the two brothers. Alright. Stop hitting them. We've counted enough. That's right. You guys must be hungry after slapping for so long, right? Hurry up and go back to eat. Look, your food is getting cold. Chen Duan and Zhong Da tried to stop the fight while comforting them. Our food is getting cold. Pan Guang and Du Ziting couldn't help but look at their bowls on the ground. Their noses turned sour, and they almost cried. Speaking of which, they were having a good meal. Why did they suddenly start slapping each other? Sigh, it's all because of their cheap mouths. They can't be cheap in the future. Field Officer Zhong is dead. They can't be so arrogant anymore. They have to tuck their tails between their legs. It would have been better if they didn't mention it. Now that they said it, they did feel a little hungry. Eat and change tilde. Pan Guang and Du Ziting broke free from Chen Duan and Zhong Da's restraints. They looked at each other, then turned around at the same time and went to eat their bowls. However, because their faces were swollen, they couldn't speak clearly. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be amused. Jiao Gong was quite satisfied with this punishment. After this incident, there would definitely be animosity between Pang Guang and Du Ziteng. These two guys wouldn't be able to play tricks together in the future. He had broken up a small group, which was really a pleasant surprise. You all know why the Wu battalion is so lively today, right? A moment later, most of the soldiers had finished eating. Of course, this didn't include Pang Guang and Du Ziteng. These two brothers were still in pain as they sucked in cold air while carefully shoving the food in their bowls into their mouths. They were afraid that it would affect the wound on their cheeks. Jiao Gong shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the soldiers lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Of course, they knew why the Wu battalion was so lively. However, they also knew that Jiao Gong must have something else to say. They just needed to listen quietly. Who asked Jiao Gong to turn over a new leaf and become the second in command of the Wu battalion? Of course, other than the identity of the lieutenant, Jiao Gong had a high prestige in the Black Armored Army. He was also an old member of the Black Armored Army. If it wasn't for his straightforward personality that often offended people, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Zhong Kungnian, that flatterer. Jiao Gong was silent for a moment. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he then continued, "The reason why the Wu battalion is so lively now is because their kitchen has an unlimited supply of meat today. It is also because they won the first place in the martial arts competition yesterday. As for us, the Wu battalion, we didn't even make it to the finals yesterday. Could it be that everyone in the Wu battalion is a coward?" According to the rules of the fighting competition, the members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. For the first place of the fighting competition, all the officers and soldiers in their respective camps would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. In addition, the members of their respective teams would receive a third-class merit for once. As for the 4 teams in the Wu battalion, they all lost in the elimination round yesterday. None of them made it to the finals. This meant that no one in the Wu battalion received any rewards. After hearing this, all the soldiers' expressions changed. Not long after, someone angrily retorted, "No, we are not cowards. Yes, there are no cowards in the Wu battalion. We are not cowards." Very quickly, the crowd became angry. After all, the Black Armored Army was the #1 heavy cavalry in the world. Those who could join the Black Armored Army were either 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000 elites. These people all had pride in their hearts. How could they be willing to be called cowards? Jiao Gong was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He pressed his hand down and said, "Yes, no one in the Wu battalion is a coward." Before Li Kanjun came, the Wu battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions. But after Li Kanjun came, in less than 10 days, the Wu battalion defeated all the other battalions in the martial arts competition. Have you ever thought about why? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Actually, they had thought about this question before. It was just that the result was a little scary and unbelievable. They didn't dare to say it out loud. It is because of the new drill. It is because the soldiers of the Wu battalion are training harder than anyone else. Jiao Gong didn't have any scruples. He looked at everyone and said loudly, "Now, not only the Wu battalion is using the new drill, almost all the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army are using it. Even General Chiu is using it." Chapter 2174. Li Zishuan had great respect for Duan Zhishuan. Putting aside their ranks, Duan Zhishuan had led the Black Armored Army to fight alongside Li Zishuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. After that, he had fought with the Turkic Wolf cavalry many times. He had created countless miracles and contributed greatly to the establishment of the Tang Empire. Just based on this alone, Duan Zhishuan and the other veterans in the Black Armored Army were worthy of Li Zishuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin. Furthermore, after being in the Black Armored Army for so long, Li Zishuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming cliques and factions, Even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something for himself, just because he didn't provoke others, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him. Qiu Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Duan Jixuan. Li Zexuan was a newbie who had just joined the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Duan Jixuan had always been on his side. Regardless of whether it was in the open or in the dark, Duan Jixuan had helped him solve many problems. Thus, Li Zexuan was still grateful to Duan Jixuan. He wasn't good at fighting factions. Fortunately, with old Duan's protection, he could spend most of his energy on researching how to train and improve the combat strength of the soldiers. Even though Li Zexuan was a transmigrator and had received more than 20 years of modern education, he had never been a soldier before. He had never been an officer. It was his first time training soldiers. He was trying to cross the river by feeling the stones. Thus, he needed a lot of time to research and experiment. Fortunately, in the field of military affairs, Great General, haven't the rewards for the martial arts competition been decided? The members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. The first place of the fighting competition would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day for all the officers and soldiers in their respective battalions. Furthermore, the members of their respective battalions would receive a third-class merit for 1 day. Since the second team of the 5th Battalion has won the first place in the fighting competition, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion should be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. It's true that I have asked the quartermaster for 40 live pigs, but as long as the soldiers can finish these 40 live pigs without wasting any food, then they are not violating the military rules, and no one can blame them. Towards Duan Jixuan, Li Zexuan was still very respectful. Putting aside the difference in rank, Duan Jixuan had led the Black Armored Army to fight alongside Li Zexuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. Later on, he had clashed with the Turkic Wolf cavalry many times, creating countless miracles. He had contributed greatly to the establishment of the Great Tang and the peace of the world. Just based on this alone, Duan Jixuan and the other veterans of the Black Armored Army were worthy of Li Zexuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, and the others. Besides, after being in the Black Armored Army for so long, Li Zexuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming factions, and even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him even if he didn't provoke others. For example, Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was an old man in the Black Armored Army. Chapter 2175. Yesterday, frost fell from the sky on the prairie. It can be said that the rumor circulating on the prairie has come true. Today, I have invited all of you here to listen to your opinions. What do you all think of this rumor? On the prairie, in the main tent of Shui Yantuo's division, Shui Yantuo's leader, Yi Nan, sat at the head of the table. To his left and right sat the leaders of the various tribes of Chiela, including Chien tribe, Huehe tribe, Bagu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and so on. Yesterday, the abnormal weather of midsummer frost had appeared on the prairie. Combined with the prophecy circulating on the prairie, it had indeed caused some of the people of the various tribes of the prairie to panic. Some tribes that were dissatisfied with Shelly had also begun to secretly deploy something. Although the situation on the prairie seemed to be surging with undercurrents, without exception, from yesterday morning until today, not a single tribe had dared to make things difficult for Shelly. Everyone had obediently stayed in their respective tribes, quietly waiting for the outside world to turn upside down. After all, Shelly had dominated the prairie for more than 10 years. He had many warriors under his command, and his strength was great. No tribe on the prairie could compare to him. Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true and Shelly was currently in a very passive situation, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Shelly's current strength had not suffered any losses. Under these circumstances, even less people were willing to take the lead. Those who could muddle their way to the position of tribal chief were not idiots. After Yi Nan finished speaking, no one in the tent spoke. Even Chien Heli, who had a rather good relationship with Yi Nan, narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, not saying a word. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A few days ago, when this rumor had just arisen, everyone only thought that it was a delaying tactic that Tuli came up with because he had nowhere else to go. However, no one expected that yesterday's prophecy would actually come true. This tribal chief does not know the situation of the other tribes, but within the Tongluo tribe, everyone is already panicking. The herdsmen are all worried that if the Great Khan does not abdicate, Longevity Heaven will be angered again. Yesterday, there was frost. Who knows what kind of divine punishment Longevity Heaven will send down next time? In any case, several leaders of the Tongluo tribe have already suggested to me that the Great Khan should abdicate. After waiting for a long while, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the tent became extremely awkward. Seated at the head of the table, the face of the barbarian man had also turned from that of a spring breeze to that of a dark cloud. The barbarian man glanced at the fourth middle-aged man to his left. That was the Tongluo tribal chief Abu Khan, one of the tribal chiefs of the Tiela tribe whom he was on good terms with. Abu Khan felt the foreign man's gaze on him. He pondered for a moment, then braced himself and spoke. Haha. The situation in the Tongluo tribe is similar to the situation in my Shui Yentuo tribe. Brother Chifeng, how is the situation in your Chifeng tribe? Now that someone had spoken, the barbarian man could take the initiative to continue the topic. His expression was somewhat better. At this moment, he looked at Chigong Heli who was sitting beside him and asked. Chigong Heli's gaze focused. After scanning the people in the tent, he said indifferently, the situation in each tribe should be similar. Brother Chifeng, just tell us why you have invited us to your tribe today. Everyone here is not an outsider, so you don't need to beat around the bush. Moreover, the situation in the grassland is complicated and confusing. Although we have come here secretly, if we stay for too long, the Great Khan's wolf guards might notice. That's right. Why has Chief Chifeng summoned us to Shui Yentuo tribe today? There's no harm in telling us directly. Chigong Heli's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. They naturally did not believe that the barbarian man had gone through so much trouble to invite them here just to talk about the frost that fell from the sky yesterday. There had to be a deeper meaning. After all, this was a special period. If they were discovered by Shelley's men, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha. Brother Chifeng is still so direct. Chapter 2176. Although Tuli's tribe is surrounded by our army on the surface, who can guarantee that no one has entered Tuli's camp in the past few days? Or rather, who can guarantee that no one has come out of Tuli's tribe in the past few days? You must know that the people from the Tang Empire's imperial court won't be so stupid as to wear their official robes and enter the grassland openly. They will disguise themselves. Can you guarantee that no one has been let in? In the main tent of Shui Yentuo's tribe, the barbarian man snorted and said in the face of everyone's doubts. Hearing this, everyone's faces froze because they really couldn't guarantee that no one had been let into Tuli's camp in the past few days. On the other hand, Chigwan Heli's face froze slightly because he remembered the news that a team leader in Chigwan tribe had reported to him a few days ago. The barbarian man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He chuckled and continued, I won't hide it from everyone. A few days ago, when the prophecy of frost descending from the sky had just spread in the grassland, I had already sent people to sneak into Tuli's camp. Through the secret investigation over the past few days, I found that there is indeed a problem in Tuli's camp. What's the problem? A tribal chief asked impatiently. The barbarian man smiled mysteriously and said, My men found that there is a tent in Tuli's tribe that is heavily guarded day and night by Tuli's men. No one is allowed to get close to it. The people in the tent rarely come out. However, my men happened to see someone come out of the tent once. Although that person looked like a grassland man, at this point, the barbarian man leaned forward with a meaningful smile on his lips. Under everyone's impatient gazes, the barbarian man slowly said, but that person spoke the Han language. Buzz tilde. Although many people had guessed that the person the barbarian man was talking about was a Han person, they couldn't sit still when they heard the barbarian man say it himself. The people from the Tang Empire's imperial court had already infiltrated the grassland and were secretly colluding with Tuli. Was the Tang Empire preparing to attack the grassland? No wonder Tuli's tribe had been resisting desperately these days. It turned out that they had already contacted the Tang people. Were they waiting for the Tang Empire's reinforcements? If the Tang Empire really attacked the grassland, would Xie send his tribe's warriors to the front line to fight the Tang army? There was no need to think about it. He definitely knew how to do it. It was just like how the warriors of their tribe were sent by Xie to encircle and annihilate the remnants of Tuli's tribe. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the tribal chiefs present. The more they thought, the more frightened they became. A layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of their backs. Therefore, I speculate that there must be someone from the Tang Empire's imperial court in Tuli's camp. Moreover, this person's status must not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain Tuli's trust. Previously, Tuli ordered people to spread the prophecy of the frost in the 7th month on the prairie. It was very likely that it was this Tang Empire official who provided the stratagem. In their Han people's language, this was called the stratagem of sowing discord. There was a master in the Tang Empire's imperial court who wanted to use this stratagem of sowing discord to divide the prairie's power, so that Xie would lose the popular will of the people. As for why the people of the Tang Empire could predict that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, this was even simpler. The Tang Empire has many capable people with special abilities. Among them, there was no lack of capable people who were good at deduction and astrology. The Tang Empire even has a government office that specializes in astrology, called the Imperial Astronomer. If they could calculate in advance that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, it shouldn't be a difficult thing. Seeing that different degrees of panic flashed across everyone's faces, the barbarian man couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He felt that everything was under his control. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by Zhuge Kongming. He was unraveling the truth of the matter one by one. After hearing this, everyone in the tent believed him without a doubt. It had to be said that the barbarian man's analysis was infinitely close to the truth. If Li Zhuan was present, he would definitely exclaim, "My goodness, when I was discussing the stratagem of dividing the Turks with Li and the others, was the barbarian man eavesdropping on us?" But in reality, most of what the barbarian man said was his own imagination and conjecture. He didn't have a single shred of evidence. Previously, when he told everyone that the spy he sent to Tuli's camp saw a person speaking Chinese in the tent, it was all a bluff. He did send someone to infiltrate Tuli's camp, and his people did indeed see a tent heavily guarded by soldiers. However, his people didn't see the person in the tent, nor did they hear the person speaking Chinese in the tent. Because the defense there was too tight, the spy he sent didn't dare to stay any longer and left. The barbarian man didn't expect that he would be able to scare this group of people with his lies. He couldn't help but feel proud of his outstanding intelligence. Tuli actually colluded with the people of the Tang Empire's imperial court. Now that Tuli has achieved his goal, the situation on the grassland has become unclear because of the prophecy he spread. Clearly, turmoil is about to occur. "Brother Inan, what should our Tiela tribes do now?" Tongluo tribal chief Abu Kan asked with a frown. Obviously, he already believed the nonsense the barbarian man said earlier. Not only did he believe it, almost all the other tribal chiefs present believed it, including Chilean tribal chief Chilean Heli. "I've already told everyone earlier that in the upcoming chaos on the grassland, the Tiela tribes can only comply with the will of the people and unite all the tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Xie. Only then can we completely defeat Xie and wipe away our previous disgrace." The barbarian man looked at Abu Kan with satisfaction. Then, he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Of course, the most important thing now is to think of a way to withdraw the people we sent to surround Tuli as soon as possible. At this time, Xie may attack us at any time. The strength in our hands must not be too scattered. Only by concentrating our strength can we have the strength to protect ourselves. In addition, let's secretly release Tuli's remaining troops. Firstly, we can let Tuli join up with the Tang army. With Tuli's hatred for Xie and the help of the Tang army, he is likely to quickly bring the Tang army back to the grassland to attack Xie. Secondly, if Tuli escapes, Xie will definitely send people to pursue him. This can also weaken a part of Xie's strength. The barbarian man's words made everyone nod inwardly. At this time, Chilian Heli frowned and said, "But if we let Tilly go, Shelley's side will definitely attack us immediately. With our current strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to contend with Shelley directly." Brother Healy is right. Previously, Shelley ordered us to annihilate the remnants of Tully's troops within 2 days. Now that 2 days have passed, Shelley has already wanted to find trouble with us. If we let the remnants of Tully's troops go, I'm afraid he will directly send troops to attack us. Another tribal chief echoed. The barbarian man chuckled and said, "That's why I said just now that we have to gather all our strength. I suggest that after the Tiela 10 tribes withdraw their troops that surrounded Tully's remaining troops, they immediately gather in 2 places. The 4 tribes in the south will join up with Chilean tribe, and the 4 tribes in the north will join up with my Shueyentuor tribe. We should first gather the elites of each tribe together as soon as possible, forming 2 main forces in the north and south that will cooperate with each other. As long as Shelley dares to send troops to attack one of us, the troops in the other place will quickly provide support. Our Tiela 10 tribes warriors add up to at least 400 to 500,000. On one hand, Shelley has to chase after Tully's remaining troops, on the other hand, he has to deal with the Tang army's sneak attack. It's impossible for him to defeat us in one bite, and we can take this opportunity to absorb the other tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Shelley and unite with them to fight against Shelley. The reason why the barbarian man wanted the main forces of the Tiela 10 tribes to gather in 2 places was mainly because the territories of the Tiela 10 tribes on the grassland were very scattered. If they wanted to gather in one place all of a sudden, it would probably be very inconvenient. Shueyentuor tribe and Chilean tribe were the strongest among the Tiela 10 tribes. By letting the other tribes attach themselves to these 2 tribes, firstly, they could use the shortest amount of time to gather their forces in 2 places. Secondly, the main forces in the north and south could cooperate with each other in strategic positions. When one side was in trouble, the other side could not only provide support quickly, they could also besiege Wei to rescue Zhao and directly attack Shelley's court. This was called being able to attack and retreat at the same time. It had to be said that although this guy looked simple-minded and well-developed, his meticulous mind was absolutely qualified to become an ambitious and ruthless person. What he lacked was only time and opportunity. The frost that fell on the grassland was his opportunity. As the barbarian man's voice fell, everyone frowned and remained silent. In their hearts, they were all calculating the feasibility of the barbarian man's plan. In fact, they all knew that the current situation in the grassland was turbulent. To them, it was both a crisis and a good opportunity to overthrow Shelley. However, Shelley had after all dominated the grassland for so many years. His fame and his strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The Tiela tribes had submitted to Shelley for so many years mostly because of fear and knowing that they were no match for him. For them to overcome the fear in their hearts and declare war on Shelley, this was easier said than done. After all, this decision of theirs would determine the life and death of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in their tribe. Also, I received a very important piece of news this morning. Seeing that everyone was interested but still hesitant, the barbarian man took a deep breath and decided to throw out the trump card. As expected, everyone once again focused their attention on the barbarian man. Chilian Heli said in a low voice, "What news?" At this time, "Stop keeping us in suspense, barbarian man. Ha. Brother Chilian, don't be anxious." The barbarian man chuckled and then said seriously, "I received news this morning. Yesterday morning, Shelley's subordinate, suddenly led more than 1,000 wolf riders and went all the way south. It seemed like they were chasing after someone. They chased all the way to the border of the Tang Empire." Chapter 2177. What? It's actually the imperial teacher? How is that possible? Shueyentuor tribe, Central Army tent. After hearing the barbarian man say that Wu Jie was the one Shelley had sent after, everyone in the tent was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. That was Wu Jie, the only martial grandmaster in the prairie, an almost invincible existence. The reason why they had not dared to rebel against Shelley all these years, besides the fact that Shelley had a strong army, was because they were all afraid of Wu Jie. Thinking back to the time when Wu Jie had challenged all the masters of the prairie and broken through to the martial grandmaster realm in one fell swoop, everyone's hearts were inevitably shrouded in fear. Just imagine, if Wu Jie had personally led an elite wolf cavalry to attack their tribe, with Wu Jie leading the charge, their tribe's army would not have been able to resist for even a moment and would have been utterly defeated. At this time, hearing the barbarian man say that Wu Jie had betrayed them and Shelley had sent troops to pursue them, these tribal chiefs were pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, they felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. Why would Wu Jie betray them? He was the imperial teacher of the prairie, second only to one person. Why is it impossible? Baron Man snorted coldly, interrupting the whispers of the crowd. He said in a low voice, "Our imperial tutor's origins are unknown. It is said that he was brought back by Princess Xu Yang from some unknown place. When he was brought back, his entire body was charred black and he was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the old imperial tutor, he would have been dead. However, although he was rescued, he lost his original memories. Later, when the old imperial tutor passed away, Wu Jie became the new imperial tutor of the prairie. Because of this, he attracted a large number of challenges from masters from various tribes. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective tribes, but Wu Jie only needed 3 months to defeat all of them. More importantly, his strength also broke through from the Qi transformation realm all the way to the martial grandmaster realm. From then on, no one in the prairie dared to challenge him. But think about it, a Qi transformation realm cultivator breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm in only 3 months, is this possible? Even if Wu Jie was a genius, it was impossible for him to use only 3 months to cross the threshold of the martial Dao that ordinary cultivators would never be able to cross in their lifetime. What does this mean? This meant that before he was brought back by Princess Xu Yang, he was already a great grandmaster. On our prairie, there hasn't been a martial grandmaster for nearly 100 years, so this Wu Jie's identity is definitely not simple. At least, he would definitely not be loyal and devoted to Shelley. It wouldn't be strange if he suddenly turned traitor. After listening to the barbarian's analysis, everyone could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, regarding Wu Jie's identity and origins, no one present was very clear. Throughout the entire prairie, very few people knew of this matter. Qigong Heli was silent for a moment. He could not help but say, "But these are only our guesses, there is no proof. If the imperial advisor is still in the palace, if we rashly raise the army to resist Shelley, wouldn't we be asking for trouble? Yes. Imperial Preceptor is an expert of Great Grandmaster Realm. If he did not betray us and Shelley sent him to lead his troops to deal with us, who among us Chela tribes can stop him?" One of the chieftains agreed. The barbarian man smiled confidently and said, "Although I don't have direct evidence, I still have some confidence. Think about it, Shelley's natural disposition is suspicious. Those who can be put in important positions by him, like Ashina Shirchu, Ashina Simo, are all loyal and devoted to him. It is impossible for them to betray Shelley. Only Wu Jie, this person's origin is unknown, and he is extremely mysterious. Usually, he ignores Shelley's orders, but Shelley needs to rely on his superior martial strength to subdue the prairie tribes, so he has always turned a blind eye to Wu Jie. Maybe he suddenly recovered his previous memories and did not want to work for Shelley anymore. That's why he ran away. Think about it, with Shelley's temperament, how could he let a great grandmaster escape? Moreover, he went south to the Tang Empire. He will definitely send people to kill him. Moreover, the people I sent to the palace also found an important piece of news. Perhaps it can prove that Wu Jie has already left the palace. What news? Everyone couldn't wait to ask. Although they were very dissatisfied with Shelley and wanted to rebel against him, none of them were willing to face Wu Jie, because a great grandmaster was really too terrifying. The wolf riders under Shelley were the elites of the elites. If these wolf riders were combined with a great grandmaster like Wu Jie, they would be an invincible existence. Although there were many tribes and warriors in the prairie, no one could stop this almost invincible combination. Don't underestimate the influence of a great grandmaster expert on a battle. Although a great grandmaster expert was still a human and could not fight an entire army by himself, if an army was led by a great grandmaster expert, the battle prowess of the army would definitely increase by several times. This was the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, the tribal chiefs of the Tyler tribes all hoped that the barbarian man's guess was true, because once Wu Jie left, Xie would have one less trump card in his hands, and they would have more confidence in rebelling against Xie. Princess Xu Yang's tent has been sealed off by Xie's people. From yesterday morning until today, Princess Xu Yang has not taken a single step out of her tent. The barbarian man smiled and told everyone a seemingly unrelated piece of news. The tribal chiefs of the Tyler tribes all frowned and began to think about the connection between this matter and Wu Jie's escape from the palace. The barbarian man did not give them more time to think, instead continuing, as everyone knows, Princess Xu Yang and the imperial teacher have always had a close relationship, and Princess Xu Yang once traveled the Central Plains in her early years, disappearing for several years. When she reappeared in the prairie, it was with the severely injured and unconscious Wu Jie. With the relationship between Wu Jie and her, now that Xie has placed her under house arrest, how could Wu Jie not find Xie to reason with? Therefore, I guess that before Wu Jie was brought back by Princess Xu Yang, he must have already known Princess Xu Yang, and he is most likely from the Central Plains. Moreover, the reason why Princess Xu Yang is currently under house arrest may be because Xie knows that Wu Jie has betrayed the imperial court and does not want Princess Xu Yang to follow him. Or perhaps, Xie wants to use Princess Xu Yang as a hostage to threaten Wu Jie in the future. Regardless of which possibility it is, Wu Jie is definitely no longer in the imperial court. At this time, the prairie is filled with undercurrents, and Xie is surrounded by enemies. This is the best time for us to rise up. If everyone continues to hesitate, our Tyler 10 tribes will no longer have a chance to rise up in the prairie. Hearing this, everyone could not help but think of the oppression and humiliation their tribes had suffered over the years when they submitted to Xie. The eyes of some of the less shrewd tribal chiefs instantly turned red. The Tongluo tribal chief, Abu Khan, clenched his fists and took the lead to speak. Brother Inan is right. Xie's days are numbered, and he has lost the hearts of the people. If we do not rise up against him now, we will not have a chance in the future. The Tyler 10 tribes have been oppressed by the Ashina family for so many years, it is time to rebel. My Tongluo tribe is willing to rise up. My wild ancient tribe is also willing to rise up with Brother Inan. My Pugu tribe is also willing to rise up. Immediately, a few other tribal chiefs of the Tyler 10 tribes expressed their views. Most of these tribes were located in the north of the prairie and were closer to Shui Yentuo's tribe. The remaining tribes that had not expressed their views were mostly closer to Kijian's tribe. The uprising was initiated by Inan, and since Kijian He Li did not say anything, they naturally could not express their views. Brother Inan's analysis is correct. After the prophecy of frost on the prairie is realized, Xie's prestige in the prairie is bound to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that the state preceptor has most likely left the imperial court, this is indeed the best time for us to rise up. Seeing that Kijian He Li had no intention of speaking, a middle-aged man sitting below Kijian He Li spoke. However, the Tang imperial court has been eyeing the prairie for a long time. Once the Tyler 10 tribes rise up, the prairie is bound to fall into endless internal strife. According to Brother Inan's plan, you want to borrow Tuli's hand to lead the Tang army up north to attack Xie. Isn't this the same as leading the wolf into the house? At that time, the Tang army will not only attack Xie, but also us. I'm afraid the vast prairie will completely fall into the hands of the Tang Empire. This man's name was Yarrow Luo Ji Bodhisattva, and he was the current tribal chief of the Huehe tribe. Among the 10 tribes of Tyler 10 tribes, Huehe tribe's strength was in the upper tier with hundreds of thousands of tribe members, second only to Kijian and Shui Yentuo tribes. If forced to choose a side, Yarrow Luo Ji Bodhisattva would definitely be willing to stand on the side of Kijian He Li. However, in reality, Yarrow Luo Ji Bodhisattva would not easily choose a side between Kijian He Li and Inan. After all, his Huehe tribe was ranked third among the 10 tribes of Tyler 10 tribes. Only by remaining neutral and watching the tigers fight could he maximize his benefit. Hearing this, everyone then remembered that Inan said he wanted to let Tuli go and then wait for him to lead the Tang army back to the prairie to attack Xie. All the tribal chiefs once again cast their gaze on Inan. Indeed, with their current strength, even if they joined forces with the other tribes of the prairie who were dissatisfied with Xie, it would still be difficult for them to contend against Shili. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were defeated by Shili. Using Tuli as a chess piece to lead the Tang army into the prairie to attack Shili was indeed the only feasible method they could use to defeat Shili. However, if Shili was a tiger, then wasn't the Tang Empire a wolf? After defeating Shili, the strength of the tribes of the prairie was bound to be greatly reduced. At that time, facing the wolf of the Tang Empire, how should they, the Tyler 10 tribes, deal with it? Ha! Bodhisattva, you're wrong. I'm not leading the wolf into the house. I'm driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Inan took a deep look at Yaro Luoji Bodhisattva, then sneered and said with awe-inspiring killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were bursting with dazzling light, making people unnaturally believe that he was not joking. Chia He Li's eyes flashed. He knew Inan's ambition. At this moment, it was completely exposed. His ambition was not only to seek revenge on Shili, he wanted to be the king of the prairie and even the ruler of the world. I do want to borrow the hands of the Tang Empire to help us get rid of Shili. However, if the Tang Empire wants to touch the prairie, it's impossible. Inan took a deep breath, looked at everyone and continued, think about it carefully. Looking at history, for the past 1,000 years, the dynasties of the Central Plains have been replaced. Even if there were a few wise monarchs in the middle, the prairie still belonged to us prairie people. Even if the emperors of the Central Plains used all the power of the country, they could not completely control the prairie. In the past, Qin Shi Huang was an unparalleled hero. Although the general Meng Tianbei was more than 700 miles away from the Xiongnu, the Qin Empire could only look at the prairie and sigh. In the end, they still built the Great Wall. Because the prairie was vast and boundless, once the armies of the Central Plains went deep into the prairie, it was difficult to get out. Qin Shi Huang could only use the Great Wall as the boundary to secure the territory. After Qin, the Emperor of Han was also a man of great talent and bold vision. Back then, the Han Empire was rich, ambitious, and capable. Therefore, the Emperor of Han also wanted to touch the prairie. Wei Yiqing went to Henan and Hu Tsubing went to Heshi. Although they tore 2 pieces of fertile land from the Xiongnu Empire, the Emperor of Han could only stop there. After the Emperor of Han, the Western Han and later the Eastern Han, although they could protect the western region and pursue the desert, their method of dealing with the nomadic tribes like the Xiongnu was to move inwards. As for the real control of the prairie, no one in the Han Empire dared to mention it. Because to them, the prairie was a land of death. If they wanted to use the power of the country to fight the prairie to the death, the only outcome would be the destruction of the country. Even wise rulers like Qin Shi Huang and the Emperor of Han could not do anything about the prairie. Do you all think that Li Shimin is stronger than Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu? After we defeat Shili, this vast grassland will all be our territory. If the great Tang army dares to make a move against us, we will have enough space to deal with them and kill them all on the prairie. I think that the final result is very likely that Li Shimin will admit that we are in control of the prairie. As long as we do not invade the Great Tang, I believe that Li Shimin will not fight to the death with us. When the Great Tang army retreats and leaves the prairie, the entire prairie will be under the control of our Tiela 10 tribes. No one will dare to bully us and our tribes will have the most fertile land. What are you all still hesitating for? Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. It had to be said that Yang Nan had definitely made sufficient preparations for today's secret meeting. Otherwise, this fellow would not have been able to speak so eloquently. Not only did he reveal the secret between Wu Jie and Ashina Shuyang, he even specially researched the history of the war between the Central Plains and the tribes of the prairie, scaring the tribal chiefs of the Tiela 10 tribes into a daze. His words were truly too provocative. At the same time, it completely dispelled the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the Tiela 10 tribes' tribal chiefs. Tongluo tribe chief Abu Kan said emotionally, "Brother Yangnan is right. Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. 100,000 Tongluo tribe is willing to follow Yangnan chief to overthrow Shili. 80,000 wild ancient tribe is willing to follow Yangnan chief to revolt. 80,000 Bogu tribe is also willing to revolt. 200,000 Hueha tribe is also willing to follow everyone to overthrow Shili. In the end, Even Huehe tribe chief Yaro Luoga Bodhisattva expressed his stance. 200,000 elite troops of my Chien tribe are ready to fight with Sheli at any time. Chien Heli knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Even though he knew that Yangnan was ambitious and would definitely make other moves after overthrowing Shili, he had to express his stance now. Otherwise, he would be committing suicide in the Tiela 10 tribes. Chapter 2178. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Yinan's earlier analysis. For thousands of years, the dynasties of the Central Plains had been replaced. There had been emperors throughout the ages, and there had also been muddle-headed emperors. However, there had never been a case where the Central Plains had complete control over the grassland. On the other hand, the nomadic tribes in the north had always been a formidable enemy of the dynasties in the Central Plains. Sometimes, they would make peace with the dynasties in the Central Plains to obtain large amounts of living materials. Other times, they would go down south to plunder and bring great disasters to the dynasties in the Central Plains, sometimes even annihilating them. Back then, when Qin Wang swept through the 6 directions, how majestic was he! But facing the grassland, Qin Shi Huang could only look on and sigh. Even though Meng Tianbei was 700 miles away from the Xiongnu Empire, which greatly reduced their morale, the Qin Empire still built the Great Wall. The Great Wall symbolized defense. Usually, only when a fence was not enough would one build a defense. The Great Wall also symbolized a boundary. The Great Wall was the boundary of the Central Plains dynasty in the north. Although the southern server was located in Lingnan, the Qin Empire's strategy in the north was to defend and stabilize their borders. Since the Qin dynasty had followed the Qin dynasty's political system for 100 generations, the later dynasties of the Central Plains could only follow suit. It could be said that they relied on the route, but it could also be said that they copied it because of the ambush. However, the Central Plains dynasty was unable to break through the Great Wall and had always been in a defensive position in the north. Emperor Wu of Han was like this, and the Western Han and Eastern Han after him were also like this. Later on, the Northern Wei dynasty appeared and unified the entire northern grasslands. However, the Northern Wei dynasty was established by the nomadic Xianbei people. Furthermore, the Northern Wei dynasty also started to build a great wall in the north. Hence, the moment Northern Wei became a dynasty, they would have to play according to Qin Shi Huang's plan. Following the long river of history, according to the original historical script, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin was the emperor of the Central Plains and the heavenly Khan of the grasslands. The Tang Empire opened up the Yenisei River and the 10,000 li grassland. However, the Tang Empire's strategy in the grasslands was not to rule the grasslands completely. Instead, it was to support the pro-Tang forces and gradually assimilate the grassland tribe. Li Shimin's strategy was wise, and his method was correct. However, the Great Tang's progress had already come to an end when Emperor Xuanzong arrived, not to mention the Song dynasty after the Tang dynasty. The northern Song dynasty even lost the land of Henan, which was the modern Ningxia, which was taken by Emperor Wu of Han. Therefore, the northern Song had basically returned to the era of the Qin Empire. Nuzhen Daijin was also a nomadic tribe. Before they entered the Central Plains, they were the overlord of the grassland. But what about after they took over the Central Plains? The Enyu Zhenren quickly became Chinese. She didn't even go back to her hometown in the northeast. She slaughtered the grasslands in the north at first. Then, she relied on the Tatar people to restrain them. In the end, she still built the Great Wall. The Mongols were the fiercest, but the Yuan dynasty was only a part of the Great Mongol Empire. Hence, the Mongol nobles did not totally become Chinese and maintained their grassland nature. Therefore, although the Emperor of Dayuan was in the Central Plains, his heart was tied to the grasslands. As a result, the Yuan dynasty's rule over the Central Plains was as rough as it could be. It was so rough that they even forgot to collect taxes after conquering the southern Song dynasty. However, once the Mid-Plains was reorganized, the Mongols could only retreat north. Because these people had never treated the Central Plains as their home. Since the master of the Central Plains did not welcome him and even tried to chase him away with a stick, then he would quickly run back to the grasslands to sing and herd the horses. After the nomads conquered the Central Plains, they would definitely encounter two choices. It was also a dilemma. One was to quickly assimilate into the Chinese and then successfully take over, but they would have to give up on the grasslands. The other was to refuse to assimilate into the Chinese and then find it difficult to gain a foothold. Sooner or later, they would be chased away. Why did the Manchus achieve the unification of the Central Plains and the grasslands? The Manchurian emperor of the Qing dynasty created a trinity. In the Central Plains, he was called the emperor; in the Mongolian grasslands, and in the snowy highlands, he was called the reincarnation of Manjushri. Therefore, the ruling methods of the Manchurian nobles were quite powerful. However, it was still the same question: do you want the Manchurian people to become Chinese? This was a must. If they did not become Chinese, they would not be able to gain a foothold in the Central Plains. However, if the Manchurian people were to become Chinese, how would they rule the grasslands? A Lama temple was better than 100,000 soldiers. This was the understanding of the Manchurian emperor, and it was also the strategy of the Manchurian emperor to rule the grassland. The Manchurian emperor's cost of conquering the grasslands was much lower than the Ming dynasty's cost. However, why did the ancient Central Plains dynasty not have a single emperor who dared to rule the grasslands? It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. Other than what the Chinese man said earlier, there was a deeper reason. That was that the Han dynasty of the Central Plains and the Grassland dynasty had a fundamental difference in their underlying logic. In ancient China, what was a Han? A Han was defined according to culture. Specifically, it was the Confucian culture. As long as one accepted the Confucian culture and lived according to the Confucian culture, they would be regarded as a Han in ancient times. The Confucian culture first existed as a standard of ethics for the masses. Individuals who followed the Confucian culture had to live in a specific structure of interpersonal relationships. The Confucian culture required these specific interpersonal relationships to have a relatively stable family structure. The prerequisite was that they had to settle down. The prerequisite for settling down was farming. However, farming had a hard constraint, which was the amount of rainfall. In ancient society, due to the requirement of rainfall for farming, if a Han wanted to live beyond the Great Wall, they had to become nomads. Otherwise, they would die. Once they became nomads, it meant that the Central Plains' interpersonal relationships would collapse. They could no longer live according to the Confucian way. As long as you lived a nomadic lifestyle, you would no longer be a Han. For the Central Plains dynasty, it was fine to send troops to expel the nomads. However, to rule the north, they had to station troops. The logistics of the garrison could not be transported by the Central Plains. It was too far. It was because of the Confucian culture of the Central Plains dynasty that the Central Plains dynasty could not go beyond the Great Wall. They could only develop in the Central Plains. In layman's terms, it was probably a vast and boundless grassland. For the rulers of the Central Plains, it was a barren land that was not worth their efforts to attack and control. Even if they conquered it, it would not be of much use. Moreover, they would have to send troops to defend it. It was not worth it at all. After all the tribal chiefs of Tiela expressed their desire to resist Shelley together, the few of them briefly discussed their next plan, and then returned to their own homes, to their own mother. Now was indeed a special time. These tribal chiefs gathered together for a long time and were easily discovered by Shelley's spies. Therefore, Qigong, Heli and the others did not delay in Shui Yentuo's tribe. After walking out of the tent, they disguised themselves and left Shui Yentuo's tribe. However, although these tribal chiefs were very careful, they somewhat underestimated Shelley's spies. In other words, they underestimated Shelley's wolf guards. Out. Bull, watch for me for a while. I need to go to the outhouse. At the exit of Shui Yentuo's camp, a soldier suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. It seemed that he ate something bad and had a stomachache. This person shouted to his companions and then hurriedly ran away with his back bent. However, he did not go to the outhouse. After making many turns, he came to the foot of a hill in the west of Shui Yentuo's tribe. He put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled. After a while, not far away, a man in a black robe flashed over. That soldier hurriedly went up to him and said directly, "Quickly go and report to the Great Khan." The tribal chiefs of Tiela 9 tribes came to Shui-Yentuor's tribe to discuss with the barbarian man. It seems that they are planning something. They stayed in Shui-Yentuor's tribe for nearly an hour before leaving. Good. The man in the black robe nodded and only said one word. Then, he turned and left. In a few breaths, he had already disappeared. Obviously, his martial arts were not ordinary. As for the soldier, he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that he had not been exposed, he slowly returned to his post. Chapter 2179. Jimming, you're right. The barbarian man may end up burning himself in the end. In the main tent of the Chigu tribe, Chigu Heli sighed and said, after the Wei River Alliance, the Tang Empire has been recuperating for the past 2 years, and its national strength is becoming more and more prosperous. On the other hand, our Turks have been caught in internal strife. The current Tang Empire's strength is not weaker than Shelley's. Half a month ago, Shelley sent 50,000 of his most elite wolf riders to the Tang Empire's border to receive state teacher Wu Jie. But in the end, the 50,000 wolf riders were annihilated by the Tang Empire's army. From this, it can be seen that the current strength of the Tang Empire's army is definitely not the same as 2 years ago. The barbarian man wants to lead the Tang Empire's army north to attack Shelley, and then drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. But how does he know that the Tang Empire will definitely send troops to the grassland? As far as I know, the current Tang Empire's imperial court can be said to be full of talents and bright stars. There are Fang Shenling, Zhongsun Wuji, and other world-shaking talents. In the military, there are peerless generals like Li Jing, Cheng Jijie, and Yuqi Jingda. If Tuli leads his troops to return to the Tang Empire, if the civil and military officials in the Tang Empire's imperial court know about the current situation in the grassland, in my opinion, they will most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When our Tiela tribe and Shelley's imperial court both suffer losses, they will then lead their troops north and reap the benefit. Therefore, since yesterday's frost on the grassland and rumors about Shelley's misconduct spread everywhere, I'm afraid all the tribes on the grassland have already fallen into the Tang Empire's scheme. There are experts in the Tang Empire's imperial court, and now in Tuli's camp, there must be a senior official of the Tang Empire secretly adding fuel to the fire. Oh, why does Chief say so? Jimming agreed with the first half of Chigu Heli's words. He also thought that after the Tang Empire knew about the grassland situation, they would most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight instead of rashly sending troops to attack Shelley. On this point, he and Chigu Heli agreed. However, Chigu Heli's last sentence surprised him. Thanks to Baron Man's reminder this morning, I was reminded of something. Kige Li furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, a few days ago, a squad leader named Kige from Putuor's tent guarding the southern fortress reported that there was a caravan of Pugu tribe coming from the south. They claimed that they were under the orders of the chief of Pugu tribe to transport a batch of Tang specialties from Taiyuan and offer them to the Great Khan. He brought people to inspect the carriages of the caravan. Seeing that the carriages were filled with silk, porcelain, and ironware, he gave the order to let them pass. Not long after that, there was a prophecy on the grassland that Shelley's misconduct incurred the wrath of Tungri. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer. At first, no one believed it, but unexpectedly, there was frost yesterday morning. The situation on the grassland instantly became delicate. Later on, I asked the chief of Pugu tribe. He said that their tribe had not sent out any caravan recently, and no caravan came back from outside. So, I guess that the caravan that Kige let go was most likely an envoy sent by the Tang Empire to help Tuli. The prophecy of frost in midsummer at the end of July was purposely released by the Tang Empire's envoy to stir up the situation on the grassland and make the grassland fall into greater turmoil so that the Tang Empire's imperial court could reap the benefits and conveniently help Tuli. Brilliant. Really brilliant. When Kige Heli first heard about the prophecy of frost in the grassland at the end of July, he suspected that this rumor must have come from Tuli. He guessed that Tuli wanted to use this rumor to stir up the situation on the grassland and then take the opportunity to lead his tribe out of the encirclement and surrender to the Tang Empire. He even guessed that Tuli might have already gotten in touch with the Tang Empire's imperial court. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly put on such a show. But he never expected that an official from the Tang Empire's imperial court would secretly sneak into the grassland and infiltrate the heavily encircled Tuli's court. This was really a case of how to catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Even Kige Heli somewhat admired that person's courage. If this is true, then the Tang Empire's imperial court is really too terrifying. Hearing this, Guzang Jiming opened his eyes wide and said with a shocked face. So, the grassland civil strife is about to rise. If our Kige tribe still follows the barbarians and becomes the enemy of the Tang Empire, it is really an unwise move. We have to think of a way out for our tribe in advance. Kige Heli sighed and then looked at Guzang Jiming and said in a deep voice, "These years, the grassland civil strife has not stopped. The Kige tribe has been suppressed by Shelly. The warriors in the tribe are often sent to the front line by Shelly. In just over 2 years, more than 10,000 warriors of our Kige tribe have been killed or injured. In the long run, even if our little family property is not exhausted by Shelly, it will be lost in the endless civil strife. As the chief, I have to think of a way out for my tribesmen."